Part 4, Chapter 42. Pastor Good met Gina halfway up the ramp and gave her a fatherly hug. "I knew you'd come sooner or later," he said. "So glad you're still alive."
"You knew it all along, didn't you?"
she asked. The pastor nodded.
"Then you must also know why I'm here."
"I do," he replied, as they both dragged the bags down the aisle and left them by the side of the stage. "Before I begin, forget everything you know about this world. Get in touch with your inner spirit and let it listen to every topic I'm about to discuss." Jitters rumbled in her stomach, believing she was about to witness the spirituality her mother spoke of last night.
"I'll do my best,"
she said. "Very well. These events you're experiencing are not by coincidence. Those chosen to be Angelites are usually called after the genesis of a crucifix invasion. However, you're the first person in our history to ever thwart an invasion before it happened."
"Crucifix? Angelites? Am I hearing this right?"
"Correct. Angelites are spiritual warriors who have been chosen by angels to represent the kingdom of heaven. A supernatural war of biblical proportions is upon us, and you are the first in this generation to be graced with angelic powers. Your purpose is to prevent a takeover from Satan's army, whose plan is to forever enslave humanity. They want to force God's hand, hoping he'll end the world again, as he did with the floods centuries ago. But as long as people like us exist, there's still a chance to save the lost souls whose minds have yet to be freed." Gina looked doubtful. "Ephesians 6:11-12 says, 'Put on all of God's armor, so that you will be able to stand firm against all strategies of the devil. For we are not battling flesh and blood, but against evil rulers and authorities of the unseen world, against mighty powers in the dark world, and evil spirits in the heavenly places.'"
"With all due respect, Pastor, but this sounds ludicrous,"
Gina replied.
"Yes, I believe in Christ, but supernatural wars deciding our fate? Battling demons that we can't even see? Our world is too sophisticated."
"I told you to let your spirit be your guide. The crucifix is a collection of the fiercest demons and creatures Satan has ever created. Even though no weapon formed against God's warriors shall prosper, there's one weapon proven to be most fatal to human beings: temptation. Satan uses temptation to grant man's most selfish desires in exchange for their loyalty."
"No. If Satan's powerful enough to lead an army, then why does he have to con people to join him? Why doesn't he just send some demons to possess human beings like in The Exorcist?"
"Satan cannot steal souls like a thief would steal valuables from inside a house. People willingly offer themselves to him because they've lost faith in the unseen, only trusting what's placed before them. By the time man discovers the truth that they've been conned, their resistance is too weak to fight back. Unfortunately, that number has escalated over the years. The Angelites have continuously prevailed because the human spirit was alive and well, but times have changed. Morals and standards in today's society have dramatically declined. Idiotic behavior is encouraged rather than disciplined. showering hate on those fighting for change, mourning the deaths of thieves and addicts as if they were civil rights leaders. The crucifix can manipulate and control the narrative to recruit more skillful soldiers.
What happens to people once they become Angelites?
Accepting this honor means you'll be elevated to levels human beings can only imagine. You'll be given special gifts elaborated from your physical traits. That means each Angelite may inherit a certain power that other warriors cannot duplicate. For example, a genius with a frail body would likely have mind powers such as telepathy, whereas a bodybuilder would probably be graced with superhuman strength or speed, maybe even both.
And you're saying that I've been chosen? I'm an Angelite?
Yes. She gasped in fright. Look at this as a blessing, Gina. You have all the best attributes an Angelite could ever want. Youth, strength, speed, intelligence, and courage. Plus, your combat skills are second to none. It's a jungle out there, Gina, and you're a lioness.
No, this can't be happening to me,
Gina vented as she stormed down the aisle, heading for the exit. You are definitely your mother's daughter. Sienna had the same reaction once she was chosen, frightened and confused. Most people remain trapped in a cocoon because they listen with their ears, not their hearts. Satan can kill your spirit once he controls your mind. In fact, he's messing with yours right now, using the guilt from your past as fuel to deny your calling.
Satan's in my head right now?
The pastor nodded. She walked back towards the stage, curious. He'll continue to mess with your mind for as long as you allow him to stay in there. Truth be told, the demons were working overtime on you, using your husband as the main antagonist to defeat you.
Was Paul one of them?
Paul was blind. He loved you for how you looked, not for who you were. They used Paul to attack you over and over while waiting for the opening they needed to bring you down. They finally found it on the night you nearly killed him. Once you moved to New Mexico, the demons hoped you never return. That's what caused us to steer your direction towards Wally.
Wally? How did you know?
You know the expression, there's an angel on your shoulder? Well, there has always been one on yours, whispering in your ear to go home. Your self-punishing emotions wouldn't allow you to listen. Didn't you find it kind of odd that Christine Jordan wound up in New Mexico of all places? She had a stunned look on her face. This is how God works. When you think he's doing things for your harm, they turn out to be for your good.
How do you know so much?
The angels, Gina. I hear their voices. Listen closely, and you can hear them too.
I think I have. During last night's shootout, a voice told me to save Alex. Then it told me to jump out the car before it crashed. But you know this already, don't you?
The pastor nodded.
It makes sense now. Instead of dying out in the desert, every occurring event has led me to this moment. Shackling myself so long with guilt, but unknowingly had the keys to leave the prison all along. But why me?
You're the cream of the crop, Gina. The pastor spread his arms in glee. In spite of everything I told you, no doubts had ever entered my mind. But I wanted to assure that the angels would indeed come for you. And that's why I was at the hospital that night. More than anyone, you deserve to have these gifts to help preserve life.
Why not just call my mom? Isn't she more experienced?
The pastor giggled. As great of an Angelite Sienna was, her love for her family was even greater. That came into perspective the day you started blossoming in her belly. At that moment, she stepped off the battlefield and chose to protect her family differently.
So that's why she was such a great attorney.
Yes.
Does she still have her gifts?
Every Angelite ultimately has a choice. Either protect life in battle, or exemplify God's goodness through everyday life. She made her choice. Now the choice lies ahead of you. You can refuse these gifts and get back into law enforcement, or you can discover what great feats of strength and power you truly possess.
I don't know,
Gina stammered.
What would happen if I returned to New Mexico?
I can't predict the future. What I can say, however, is you'll be able to make a difference, now more than ever. Albuquerque's got a liking to you already. It can only grow from there.
But I can also come back home and rejoin the NYPD, weed out corruption, and clean it up from the inside.
That itself sounds like a difficult task, but I'm sure you, of all people, can pull that off.
Now, what will happen if I choose the life of an Angelite? Do I want that life?
You're a great officer already, Gina. Just imagine the wonders you can accomplish with the powers of an angelic warrior. Yes, you'll be in constant battle, but rest assured that you'll be on the winning side, and that's the power of faith. Gina's heart twinkled with excitement. Rejuvenation had cleansed her body. Seeing these horrifying situations as a footstool toward her divine revelation. She looked up at the ceiling windows and watched the angels fly over in celebration. Clear with what she wanted to do, she looked back at Pastor Good and said,
I'm ready.
Chapter 43. Pastor Good escorted Gina to the front of the church. Light purple shades colored the neighborhood skyline. Gina astoundedly watched his robe wildly flap to one side, but didn't feel wind whatsoever. A rushing breeze brushed against her palm when she reached out to touch the ivory white cloth.
Are you controlling the elements?
She asked. Those are the angels coming, Pastor Good said, looking up at the sky with his arms held out. They're here to witness the first Angelite of this generation earn her wings.
Witness? Am I auditioning for them?
Oh, you've done that already. This is your first training session.
Training? Now? I can't. I need to get back to my sister, Ed.
You'll have plenty of time to get back to Alexandra. Haven't you noticed anything peculiar about the neighborhood? Gina scanned both sides of the street. No activity. Deserted.
Are we suspended in time?
She asked. Yes, the pastor said. It may feel like we've been talking for hours, but only minutes will have passed by the time you exit this plane. With that said, shall we begin? Gina was curious as to where they would start. Power and skill are already within you, but what you need to learn is how to marry both attributes to work as one guiding force. Your limits will be tested to great feats during combat. You must know beyond a shadow of a doubt that whatever you put your mind to will translate into reality. It'll take some getting used to, but practice makes progress. After that explanation, Gina figured her first test would be something superhuman, like picking up a building or trying to fly to the moon. Instead, the pastor had a simpler task in mind. You have to get to your sister, right? Run to her.
What?
A bewildered Gina asked. I want to see how long it would take for you to run from here to your sister's home.
Wait, hold up.
She stammered.
You want me to run to Manhattan?
As fast as you can. Remember to be mindful of your surroundings and please take a break when you get tired. Forget the rules of the normal world and let your spirit fly free.
Whoa, Pastor. This is not what I had in mind. If I could fly to Manhattan, then cool. But you want me to run in these boots? Maybe we should rethink the strategy.
There you go thinking again. Peter walked on water because Jesus merely said to come to him. Then he sank because he thought about not drowning. You're currently demonstrating the same behavior because you don't believe in the gifts you've been blessed with. Walk on water, Gina. Gazing at the towering metropolis ahead, Gina dreaded the never-ending miles she had to cross, followed by the intense foot pain from running in her ankle boots. Nevertheless, she sucked up her doubts and got into her sprinter's position. Ready, set, go! Expecting to race through the city like lightning, she tripped over a pothole just after 2 steps, splatting onto the pavement. Cradling her ribs while rolling on her back, she bawled in frustration while fighting the harsh words ready to be expressed. She jumped back on her feet with more questions to ask, but the pastor wasn't around to answer them. Gina took a deep breath and jogged down the block, hearing the reverberated pounds of her heels smacking against the pavement. She enjoyed the quietness, though. Pleasant air flowed through her reddish locks. Passing a bodega, she decided to grab a few bottles of water for the trip. And then from out of nowhere, a taxicab drove across an intersection several blocks away.
Hey!
She shouted. Was there someone else here? Could this be a test, seeing if she'll give in to temptation rather than trusting her talents? With the speed of a cheetah, she took off down the street. Seconds later, she found herself standing in front of the cab. Trails of smoke left behind her feet. The church was the size of her thumb. Furthermore, the taxicab was empty.
So that's it,
She discovered.
Translate my thoughts to reality. See it first, and then it'll happen. Got it, Pastor.
She turned her sights toward the view of Manhattan.
How far is the Harlem River from here?
She wondered. It took only seconds to find out as she flashed through the entire county and skittled in front of Yankee Stadium. Like just hitting the lotto, Gina spread her arms out like wings and joyously shouted, On pure adrenaline, Gina ran around the Bronx like a kid in the playground, swooshing around buildings, zooming through city parks, leapfrogging over parked cars, and yet she still had energy left to burn. Stopping at the 3rd Avenue Bridge, she gazed at the rippling waters of the Harlem River and thought,
Walk on water, huh?
She backed up a few feet for a running start. FDR Drive was on the other side. Here goes nothing. She blazed down the street and bulldozed through the guardrail. Water split from under her feet like Moses as she zoomed across the river at a record pace. She leapt over the guardrail on the other side and landed in Harlem River Park. Water dripped from every part of her body as she jumped around and pumped her arms in excitement. The amazement didn't stop there. She went to take off her jacket and saw her sleeve instantly dried up with one touch. She then touched her shirt. Again, water was dissolved in seconds. She ran her fingers through her wet mop hair and watched silky red locks flow before her eyes. While drying her pants, she realized her cell phone was in her pocket the whole time. She took a look at it. It must be ruined by now. But no. Antenna bars and a full battery icon displayed on a brightly lit screen as if it came fresh out of the box.
It still works.
Wondering what else she could do, the Angelite sprinted onto the FDR highway. Both lanes were filled with abandoned cars looking like an outdoor parking lot. Gina squatted down and grabbed the bumper of a Lincoln Continental. She expected to lift the car a few inches off the ground. Instead, she launched it countless feet up in the air. Minutes later, thunderous sounds were heard several miles away.
Oh my God!
She shouted. Like a baby with a tantrum, she flung cars like frisbees across both sides of the highway. At one point, she played a solo game of football, throwing the car far ahead and then running over to catch it.
Maybe I'm telepathic too,
She guessed, willing to try whatever came to mind. She ran to one of the damaged cars and examined every detail from the wheels to the radio antenna. Her idea was to bend it back to its original shape.
Okay, I can do this.
She repeated while wiggling the nerves out from her limbs. The Angelite closed her eyes and concentrated on reshaping the metal. Nothing happened. Pushing her body further, concentrating harder, her body temperature began to rise. Unsteadiness commandeered her legs. Blood trickled down her nose. A pop from the metal sounded as a small dent straightened. But the strain was too overwhelming. Gina collapsed to the ground. Her energy was gone. Exhausted as if she ran a marathon on soft sand for 2 days without any water. For the first time since her training started, she gasped for air. I told you we start simple, Pastor Good mentioned as he walked through the vehicular junkyard. You need to crawl before you walk, Gina. However, I am impressed that a small dent did unbend. You truly are special. Being helped to her feet, Gina leaned on the side of the car for balance. She wiped the blood off her nose with her sleeve. White flashes appeared before her eyes. Her dizzy spell ran faster than a carousel.
Why am I?
You moved too soon, said Pastor Good. Although you've been given these divine gifts, your body has yet to adjust to them. Like any athlete, mathematician, or pop quiz champion, you only get better with training. The more your physicality adjusts to its newfound power, the faster you'll recuperate. Then one day, your powers will peak to the point that you'll hardly need to re-energize at all.
How long would it take?
Your weakened state will wear off momentarily. But back in the real world, it'll usually take a few hours. Combat will inevitably be the only way to harmoniously train your mind, body, and soul. Use your power wisely. Until then, for there won't be time for a water break.
Got it. Actually, I'm feeling better already.
Gina was able to stand and breathe regularly.
One step at a time. Did my mother make the same mistake?
Sienna was ambitious, but even she knew her limits.
Could a demon have unlocked my power?
With the downward spiral your life was taking, eventually they would have sent someone to attempt to manipulate you into joining their side. I doubt they would have succeeded. They must have thought the same, since they never tried it.
Have they successfully recruited potential Angelites before?
Yes. Most of them were promoted to higher ranks, carrying out their most fatal assignments. Any person who remains unguided can become a crucifix soldier. Be our eyes for us. Recruit whoever you can, but truly see these people for who they are.
Will they come to me?
As long as you stay in faith, you'll see everything you need to see. Your training has ended for now. Continue your investigation, for this is when the key leaders of the crucifix will reveal themselves. By the way, when Alexandra asks you what happened, tell her everything. Her keen mind is priceless. Farewell, Gina.
Thank you, Pastor.
Now close your eyes. Just as her eyelids shut out the evening sky, Gina felt a strong blast of wind strike her cheeks. She then found herself back in front of the church. Street activity resumed to normal. Pastor Good was gone.
Goodbye, Pastor,
She whispered.
Thanks.
She lifted her heels off the ground and rocketed out of sight, leaving a trail behind, burning on the concrete. Chapter 44. Gina arrived at Times Square minutes later. She swished through the Alto 57 high-rise building and stopped in front of Alex's door. Should she knock? Maybe she can vibrate through the door? Worth a shot. Just for fun. Taking a few steps back, she bumped her legs and rubbed her hands together. She concentrated on becoming transparent, envisioning moving through the steel door like a specter. Ready, set, go! She couldn't move past a splitting headache once her head slammed against the door. Tumbling to the ground, Gina massaged her forehead and said,
Guess I'm not ready for that one neither.
The door swung open and Alex charged out to the hallway, angrier than a hornet. Shocked to see her sister slouched against the wall, she helped her to her feet.
Are you alright?
She asked.
Yeah,
Said Gina.
just humbled. Okay. Now why the hell did you bang on my door like you're the damn police? Technically speaking, I am the police.
Alex ushered Gina inside her industrial-style condominium, fully furnished and equipped with the finest technology. High-speed internet, voice-recognizing doorbell, surveillance cameras, and soundproof walls. Her entire complex contained a living room, dining room, walk-in closet, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a laundry room. Her lavish terrace displayed a glorious view of Times Square, iconified as the center of the universe. Amazed at her sister's astonishing residence, Gina stepped inside a technically sound remote office formerly known as the spare bedroom. 3 large computer screens mounted on the wall, displaying history records, map grids, and police reports. Alex's team gathered as much information available about the church robbery.
So how did it go with Pastor Good?
She mentioned.
It was a real eye-opener.
Gina sighed.
But I'll explain that later. Show me what you got. On a hunch, I took the initiative and investigated the origin of last night's robbery. Something stinks to high heaven in the state of Denmark.
Alex moved the cursor to the first screen and clicked open the 66th Precinct incoming call history from the NYPD database.
A call came in about strange men lingering around the back of the church, which was then dispatched to their officers as a robbery in progress. The precinct is only a 15-minute walk to the church, meaning the trip's even shorter by car. However, the cops never arrived. Why would they blatantly ignore a disturbance call in their district?
Gina wondered.
If you think that's strange, then check this out. Another report was dispatched about a murder at the same location. EMTs arrived and reported that a man was found beheaded.
Good Lord.
Going by the multiple wounds on his hands and chest, detectives on the scene suggested that the man attempted to foil the robbery and took a lot of punishment before being killed. Did the man have a name? According to DNA samples and fingerprint scans, he was identified as Officer Don Crass. Don Crass. Brief history lesson. Don Crass was the rogue officer who escaped the infamous 14th Precinct raid just days ago. News anchors referred to him as the last of the Ravages. Detective John Hart went public as to say, John Hart? Why does that name sound familiar? Maybe someone you used to work with?
Gina fanned her hand.
Anyway, Captain Randall and his officers were hit with a laundry list of charges, which would put them in jail for life. One of those charges included the assassination of Crispin Pagnucci. Pagnucci was killed by cops? Impossible. He owned cops like baseball cards, especially out in Long Island. No one would dare have the guts to cross him, not even the greediest of officers. I see you remember him. How can I forget? Besides, I read about his death in the paper and it stated that every last bit of his fortune was stolen. True, and every last dollar of that fortune miraculously wound up in the 14th Precinct's basement. Has any come forward stating they were framed? Randall claimed to have proof implicating Detective Hart as the chief architect of Pagnucci's murder among several other heinous crimes. Then later that night, every one of those cops was found butchered in their cells. Surveillance footage showed nothing but a rolling flashlight. Prison guards still have no idea how they infiltrated security. The audio, however, was too sickening to bear. Someone went to great lengths in making sure these cops never spoke to anyone. Got a whiff of that stench yet? What about the thieves we encountered?
Alex moved up to the third screen and played the surveillance video at the intersection.
I waited for the cops to show up after you left. I gave them my full report on what took place and the thieves were then carted away. But as you can see, they were never taken to the station.
She double-clicked on another window and played new camera footage. Gina watched the squad cars abruptly turn away from the precinct. Where were they being taken to? This is getting stranger by the minute. Alex was right. More layers unraveled from this onion showed how much this debacle stinks.
What about Sylvan? EMTs dispatched Bronx Lebanon Hospital to alert the coroner for fresh DOAs.
Alex clicked open the hospital's case records on the second screen.
What do you see there?
Gina discovered that Sylvan's name was not on the list.
Before you say anything, I cross-referenced Sylvan's name through the police database since I didn't know his last name. He was still an active officer for the 66th Precinct. That explains why the cops never showed up to the robbery. They were the ones committing it.
Weakening in the knees, Gina sat on the edge of the table and ran her fingers through her hair. Did she hear that right? Her longtime friend had turned to a criminal?
Why would Sylvan resort to stealing?
She wondered.
Credit to that Mayor Goldberg. Over the years, he decided to cut the budgets of several civil service departments, hoping to close the gap of the city's huge financial deficit. He thought by concentrating more on city attractions, more tourists would come to visit, thus grossing more money. He thought wrong. The crime rate had grown tremendously, while Goldberg's approval rating crashed like the stock market.
What an arrogant piece of
Gina shook off that last insult.
Do you know where the bodies went?
Oh, how the plot thickens, big sister. I checked the Newswire online and listened to Trisha White's exclusive report about Don Crass. Thanks to a hidden source, she revealed that Crass's body was taken to Brookhaven Memorial in Long Island. Most dead cops go there.
She quoted her source in saying,
Why take the body so far out?
I have no idea. Why don't we find out? Great idea. But got any food?
Gina had a sudden urge to eat an entire buffet.
In the fridge. Help yourself.
Gina went to the kitchen and was disappointed to find only bottled water, a pack of ramen noodles, and a spoiled orange sitting in the refrigerator.
This is it?
She hollered.
This all you got? You need to get your butt to the grocery store, girl.
Well, as you can guess from my current lifestyle, the time for me to get groceries is slim to none.
Alex lectured while walking to the living room.
Therefore, I hardly have time in between catching terrorists to make out a shopping list.
How about buying, let's see, anything? That's a good place to start, don't you think? Sheesh, you don't even have protein shake stock in this fortress.
I am a federal agent, Gina. I take on cases that most government officials won't even touch. I chase international criminals regularly. So I ask you, do you think I have the time to sit up here and be Rachel f***ing Ray to you?
Gina realized she went overboard.
You're right, Allie. I'm so sorry. It's just that I have such a huge appetite all of a sudden. Like grouchy hungry, you know? Hangry. I need to get some food. What can I get around here that's quick? Pizza. That's it. I'll run out and get a small pie. Do you want anything?
Didn't you say you were getting a small pie?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. But do you want something?
What's with you, G?
Never mind. I know what you like. I'll be right back. But leave the door unlocked this time.
Alex went back to her office and impatiently spun in her office chair. A minute later, Gina appeared by the doorway holding a pizza box and a gallon of water. Placing the items on the desk, she peeled off 2 slices and stacked them on top of each other.
You wouldn't believe what happened to me today,
Gina mumbled with a mouthful of cheese. Alex was floored. Chapter 45. John Hart gathered his demented regime for a final meeting at Club Candy Cane. Last-minute plans had to be made before their full-scale onslaught against the city took place. Posing like it was prom night, John stood in front of his bathroom mirror with a cheesy smile wide enough to show all 32 of his teeth. He wore a charcoal gray Firado Uomo suit with a matching silk, styled his hair like a slick-back 50s greaser, and the watch on his wrist had more diamonds than a jewelry shop. Entering his office sporting a tight purple leather suit, Rocky Diamonds leaned against the office door and said,
We're all present and accounted for. Just waiting on you, honey.
Keep them cool for a minute, baby, John flirted as the phone started ringing. I got to take this. Also, tell Zeke to take a head count. Rocky gave one last glance over her shoulder before closing the door. John waited a minute before answering the call. Checking up on me, Grandpa, he said. Thought you'd be happy to know that our teams will be moving in on the property after midnight, just as we discussed. Everyone is present and accounted for. Weaponry is an unlimited supply, and the plan is airtight. Don't you worry about a thing. I've got everything under control.
Do you think that's why I'm calling?
An agitated grandpa scolded.
Hart, you've got your head so far up your crack that you can't even see the facts when they're slapping you against your clueless face.
John wondered why his mentor was so angry. Oh, I get it, he remembered. I see why you're so fired up. Don Crash, right? I got a call from the 66th precinct, and they told me all about the private eye who helped Crash escape, and she happens to be related to that IA broad we offed. I gave the word to our lovely blonde friend, and she's gonna tie up that loose end. So, no problem.
There is a problem, you fool! Explain to me why there's an FBI agent on her way to Brookhaven. And since your buffoonery caused this mishap, I'm going to take a wild guess that you failed to notice some loudmouth reporter stating that Crash was being taken there for further evaluation. Can you explain how she acquired such classified information, detective?
John was stunned. Damn it! That bleached blonde bimbo, Trisha White. I swear, I'm gonna chop off her head and hang it over my bed like a chandelier.
I like that. Chopping off heads sound like a good idea. Because that's what I'm going to do to you if you don't right this wrong.
The FBI won't find out a damn thing. Even if they come across one of our dirty little secrets, I always got SWAT on standby to wipe out all perpetrators.
It won't be that simple, my dumb little protege. There's an Angelite traveling with them.
What? John's confidence dropped to a cowardly stutter.
That's right, genius. And guess who it is? Your old friend, Gina Vasquez.
John nearly fainted, fumbling the phone on his desk.
Now, this is a really big problem, and it's happening on your watch. Therefore, you need to find a way to stop her, or else the greatest siege we ever orchestrated will be nothing more than a jailhouse fantasy. Do you see what your near-perfect demonstration of clownery is costing us? I guess I was wrong about you. To me, you look like a man who's incapable of handling this stature of power.
Me? You're gonna blame all this on me? How is this my fault? She's been rotting in a desert hole for years without any contact with the real world. Worthless to any department who'll hire her. Why the hell didn't you kill her when you had the chance?
Don't try to clear your conscience at my expense. You're a failure. And may I remind you that you'd also be rotten in the hole if not for me preventing Martha Combs from exposing you as the low-life snake in the grass you are.
John stayed silent.
That's right. It was I who allowed Miss Strutter to make an example out of that nosy agent. Did you honestly believe that some feeble pencil-neck geek like Reeves had the stroke to pull off such a task by himself? Glad you threatened him, by the way. Saved me the hassle of doing it myself. But remember this, boy! I can create and alter worlds. You best to watch your tone with me before I reach through this phone and rip your goddamn throat out. Understand?
Yes, sir. John gulped.
Phase 1 will go ahead as scheduled. You guys will have 60 minutes to get in, clean house, and get the hell out. No witnesses get left behind. No evidence gets left behind. Or else you and your team will get left behind with a blade through your heart and 2 bullets in your skull. Get me?
Got it, sir.
Also, I want Gina Vasquez gone. Execute the plan of her assassination and the agents that are with her. And I want all of this done before sunrise.
I'll need more power to do that.
What's that? Come again?
You telling me to go out there and fight a war, but not giving me what I need to win. I got Mercedes out there. I got Vasquez out there. Not to mention the cops who are not in our network and now the damn FBI. I'm asking you to please grant me more power.
Your groveling is an embarrassment. Just thought you should know. At least Vasquez developed her power with training and discipline. You got lazy, John. Expected everything to be handed to you like a waiter. Nothing's changed since the day I spotted you tripping over your shoelaces 5 years ago. You haven't learned a damn thing, have you?
Seething with anger, John clenched his fist so tight that his nails dug into his palm.
However, drastic times call for drastic measures. Close your eyes. I'll give you the power you need to end the Angelite.
John closed his eyes, expecting a large demon to swoop through the room and possess him. After minutes of humming, Grandpa yelled,
Mephisto!
He stayed quiet for a minute.
You're all set. Tell your top associates to chant that word, and they will become stronger too. You can thank me now.
John thought it was a joke. That's it? That's all I get? Fisto? Am I supposed to kill the Angelite with Fisto? No summoning the hierarchy of darkness to bless their top soldier with the powers of a god. Nothing. Just Fisto. Grandpa laughed hysterically.
First of all, you're nowhere near a top soldier. Do us both a favor and pop that overrated thought out of your putty brain right now. And second, if you don't believe that's good enough, then grab some poor simpleton and judge for yourself. Now, I've given you the plan and the power. You have no reasons to fail, right? Call me back when your business is concluded.
John slammed the phone and fought back his tears. From what was supposed to be a grand evening had become a nightmare. With Gina Vasquez and Natalie Mercedes both involved, his probability of success had gone from certain to maybe. However, he focused on the best news of the night thus far, his upgrade in power. Chapter 46. John burst through the doors and grandly entered the room, wall to wall filled with cops. Rocky and Rusty were drinking cognac on the love seat. Zeke napped in the corner. Khalil Reeves flipped through a newspaper. Harvey Gaines was flirting with a couple of meter maids. Listen up, people, John announced. Before we begin, I'd like to discuss a major hiccup that has come to my attention. First off, let's not get panicky. I don't want to make a big thing out of this. If we're honest with each other, then we can fix the problem in no time. With that being said, who the hell spilled the beans about Brookhaven Memorial? Cops looked at each other like kids caught stealing from the candy store, waiting for the other to talk first. None dared to utter a word. Honesty, people. Honesty, I said! That Trish bimbo is yakking her big mouth on the news that Crass's body was going to Brookhaven. How the could she have known that? We all know what happens to DOAs in Brookhaven, don't we? He paused. Where's Metzger? Guess he handled his business on the toilet, shrugged Harvey. The crowd cackled. Get him out here, will you? Harvey stepped out of the room and walked to the end of the hall. He pounded on the bathroom door like a stage manager at a star's dressing room. Meeting starting, he shouted. Wipe your ass and get the hell out here, man! The toilet flushed. Without washing his hands, Metzger rushed out of the bathroom while pulling up his pants and buckling his utility belt. Harvey dragged him into the conference room. Metzger showed apologies to his fellow officers. Get up here, John ordered. Metzger tucked in his chin and slowly walked up to the front of the group, embarrassed. John gave a comforting smile. Do you like blondes? He asked in a friendly voice. What man doesn't, sir? Replied Metzger. Put me in a room with 10 of them and a six-pack, you won't see me for years. Cops laughed all around. John smirked. Where were you today? You mean right now? No, you idiot. On the job. You work assignments. Where were you today? Oh, okay. I was at the church checking out the job our boys did last night, and that Mercedes broad wanted to follow Crass into the ambulance. I made sure that didn't happen, sir. I wasn't going to let our operation be tainted because of some... Wait a minute. Mercedes? You think I said something to Mercedes? I didn't say a damn thing yet. Please continue. Well, he gulped. Mercedes was persistent, fighting to get by. As I said, I didn't let her. Then I would have executed her myself. I was just informed that she's now on the radar. I'm so sorry for not taking care of... I'm not talking about Mercedes. Were there any news crews out there today? Yeah. There was, Channel 4. Yeah. A bunch of reporters hollered questions at me, but I told them to back off and... Except one, right? Metzger's jaw quivered like a swimsuit model in Antarctica. John closed his eyes and inhaled some oxygen, ready to unleash his newly gifted power. He opened his eyes. They looked like two large onyx marbles. Metzger gazed into the darkness. He was frozen solid, trapped under his boss's control. You were saying? John asked in a dual whispering tone. Metzger gave an emotionless confession about having a coffee with Tricia White. You told her about Dawn Crass, didn't you? Yes, Metzger drowsily answered. And with a bat of an eye, you blabbed everything to her about Brookhaven. Yes. Didn't you see she was using you? Why would a bleached blonde bimbo like her be interested in a dingleberry like you? Wishful thinking? Wishful thinking. Damn good idea. Because now I'm thinking of something I wish would come true. John turned toward the group. I warned you all about the penalty for failure. Here's an example. He turned back to Metzger. Take out your gun. Metzger mindlessly upholstered his weapon. Put the barrel against your head. Unflinchingly, the officer pressed the gun against his temple. Shoot. Cops jumped from their seats and gasped in fright. Skull fragments flew across the room. Blood trickled from the hole in his head, splashing on the gray carpet. But miraculously, Metzger's body never dropped. He floated several inches off the ground while his arms and legs hung limply. John's eyes changed from shining onyx to crimson red as he curled up his hand like an eagle's claw. He twisted his hand like a drill into Metzger's chest, folded it inward like cardboard. His uniform went up in flames. A demonic specter emerged from the fire. Shrieking at high pitch, wobbling like a mouse stuck in a glue trap. Its very existence got sucked into John's blood-colored eyes, while Metzger's dead body twisted like a wet towel, grinding into skeletal dust. John laughed maniacally as he fully consumed the demon into his body. He felt himself get stronger. At the snap of a finger, the flames extinguished. His eyes returned to normal. Horrified cops leaned over and gawked at the anthill of their former colleague's dusty remains. Indistinct whimpers scattered throughout the room. He pushed back his hair and warned, "If any of you ever decide to put your own needs before mine," he pointed at the ash, "this will be the least of your problems." Rocky Diamonds was called to the front. "Get a hold of our friends at Brookhaven and tell them they should be expecting uninvited guests. Make sure they give them the proper greeting."
You got it.
Rocky replied. She strutted toward the door and wiped the dust off her expensive boots. "Now that the sideshow has concluded, I now call this meeting to order." John got behind the podium as if he was about to recite a presidential public address. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to execute the final phase of our operation. Fools will call it the ultimate terrorist attack. It will indeed, however, be remembered as the day of our salvation." John handed the blueprint to Rusty, ordering him to roll it out across the large table. "Our target is the Federal Reserve Bank." Enthusiasm circulated the room like students going on an overnight ski trip. "Elected officials will have specific roles to play. About a third of you will accompany me to the bank. The rest of you will follow Khalil to the other side of town. We have some unexpected vermin in need of extermination. The FBI." "What?" Zeke shouted. "Are you serious? That sounds completely ridiculous." "The only thing ridiculous around here is your constant complaining," John snarled. "You're getting on my nerves, Zeke. There's no way you can shut down the FBI within a matter of hours. It can't be done! Excuse me? Do you know who I am? Did you forget which team we play for? We have the power to accomplish the impossible. Besides, the FBI headquarters is never fully staffed overnight. It's going to be a cakewalk. Sir, Harvey Gaines raised his hand and asked, not that I doubt your plan or anything like that, but what if the mayor decides to call in the National Guard or the Army and whatnot? Good question, Mr. Gaines. My answer to that is he won't. When you've lived in this crappy city for as long as I have, you know that government-funded armies never get involved with city problems unless city officials can gain something from it. Catch my drift? And speaking of the mayor, the city will be begging for his head on a stick once our plan has succeeded. Aren't you forgetting about the state police? Are you kidding? I own the state police! For the wondrous things I've done in that department, I've never given them a reason not to trust me. At least, none they can remember. Cops laughed. Once word gets out about the heist, they will kick their feet up and have a drink once they hear I'm on the case. Now, are you going to shut your mouth and let me finish? Or do you want to sit here and continue to insult me with your lack of faith? Surrounded by a sea of angry and annoyed faces, Zeke leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms, putting the debate to rest. If all our tasks are carried out as planned, we will be rich beyond our wildest dreams come morning. We will be more powerful than the government that continues to poison this planet. Yes, sir! The cops shouted. This will be the proudest day for all mankind. After 5 years of looting and killing, this day will make it all worthwhile. We will be given what the masters have promised us: money, power, and respect. No more taking orders from suited monkeys who don't know a damn thing about justice. No more sharing the streets with petty thugs. No more trusting criminals to do our jobs for us. We will own this city. Nothing will move unless we allow it. Tonight, the city. Tomorrow, the world. The cops roared like a herd of lions, pumping their fists in the air while chanting, John raised his arms like a king and basked in the triumph. Chapter 47. After the meeting, Rusty, Rocky, and Harvey were summoned to John's office. Zeke stalled a bit before leaving the conference room, confused as to why he wasn't asked to join them. He waited to hear voices to eavesdrop on the conversation, but after a few minutes none of them said a word, so he just left the club without care. Perhaps the disagreement bothered John more than he thought. Coast is clear, said Harvey, with his ear up against the office door. Zeke's gone. Why didn't you want him up in this piece? Still pissed at him for trying to play you earlier? You could say that, but I'll deal with him later. Now that we got the place to ourselves, we can get down to business. So what up? What you got lined up for us? Just a few changes in our plan. First off, Harv, I need you to go with Khalil to the FBI building. Make sure things run smoothly. I don't trust that son of a bitch as far as I could throw him. Ah, come on, man. I want to run up in the bank with you guys and flip some Benjamins in my hands, nah I mean? Not babysit some wet mop-looking egghead and his merry band of tightwads. What's up with that, John? It's got to be you, Mr. Gaines. You're the only one tech-savvy enough to break into the FBI security mainframe.
Doesn't Khalil do that computer wizardry too?
Asked Rocky. Oh, please, laughed John. Installing a Norton antivirus and writing code for blog pages hardly qualifies as a technological whiz. Besides, Harv's my guy. With him in charge, at least I know this thing will get done right. John handed Harvey 2 microchips centered by blue glowing crystals. These are called ghost bombs. Instead of planting some plastic device the size of a television, these 2 little friends will wipe out the entire building and 10 blocks after. These stupid agents will need to rip the entire building apart to find these babies. You expect me to upload these bombs like software? Asked Harvey. Exactly. But what if the Angelite shows up before? She won't. I'll see to that. Harvey took the bombs and put them inside his vest pocket. Happy to share the surprise of the evening, John wrapped his arm around Rocky's curvy waist and walked her to the middle of the office. Rusty and Harvey followed, wondering what was next in store. Now comes the fun part, he said, rubbing his hands together. I have an early Christmas present for the 3 of you, my most loyal soldiers. You have yet to fail me or question my orders, so I feel you deserve this gift more than anyone. The 3 cops smiled in excitement, expecting a bonus or a high-tech weapon to play with. Are you ready? His henchman anxiously nodded. Me Fisto! After about a minute, their smiles dropped to frowns. What the is my fist, yo? Asked Harvey. Rusty wore a confused look, wondering if he heard that word somewhere before. Rocky just shrugged. I want you to chant that word, separately or as a group, and it will practically guarantee you victory, compliments of our sweet old grandpa. He's given us power, my friends. Raw power. Bloody hell! An enthused Rusty shouted. You mean I can have 20 guns on my back and feel like I'm carrying the paperweight? Hell yeah! I'll have the money and the power without releasing the stupid rock record. Thanks, mate!
Is this power just for us, or are you sharing this with the group?
Asked Rocky. Oh, hell no. Those cops downstairs know what they signed up for, said John. Their lives are now owned by the crucifix, so they'll be getting nothing but a pat on the back if they manage not to get themselves killed. What about Khalil? That goofball's lucky to still be alive after he lied to me about hiring Cat Strutter. He's now in the same category as Randall. He'll be kept around until he's outlived his usefulness. And Zeke? Zeke. He and I were the first ones to embark on this journey. At one time, I thought of him as my brother, but I haven't recognized him lately. His lack of focus has been bothering me. I promised that he and his wife would be taken care of at the end of this, but that doesn't seem to be good enough for him anymore. I fear he might turn on us. With that said, who you think will stab you in the back if given the opportune moment? The 3 cops shook their heads no. Even if John was wrong, they would agree with whatever outlandish thought that entered his head. Follow every command he ordered. They were true believers of the cause, so blinded that they would sacrifice their lives for John's vision to come true. And knowing this, John took full advantage of their naiveness. If it were any other cop, they'd be dead by now, John continued. But Zeke is like family. He just needs some time to come around. Still, I'm keeping one eye on him and the other on my back. If he wants this power, I'm afraid he's gonna have to earn it. Chapter 48. Brookhaven Memorial Hospital had an entranceway with more twists and turns than a roller coaster ride at Six Flags. Alex parked at the furthest corner of the outside parking lot in the back of the building. During the trip, Gina enlightened her about the meeting with Pastor Good. She learned about the crucifix, the angels directing her to Wally, and now being superhuman. Alex didn't know how to react. The idea of her sister being transformed into a divine superhero was a tough pill for her to swallow. Leaning against the steering wheel, all she could say was,
You gotta be kidding me. I'm as shocked as you are, Allie.
Gina said.
I still don't know why I was chosen, but the passion in Pastor Good's voice uplifted me so much that I saw angels descending over the church. It seemed like too much of an honor for me to pass up. Just like Mom must have felt when her time had come. You saw what I did in your apartment. How can I kid you about something like this?
I wholeheartedly believe every word you just said, Gina, and that's what scares the hell out of me. Christ, here you are telling me that you've been blessed by angels and... Damn it! I'm scared as hell to even look at you right now. Did you think this whole thing through? I mean, are you doing this because of honor? Or do you still believe you need to redeem yourself about what happened? Why the hell would you put your life at risk again, Gina?
I understand your confusion, Allie. I can try and explain it to you until I'm blue in the face, but you wouldn't understand the joy and peace I felt when I talked to him. I know that's not what you want to hear, but trust me, I want to do this.
My God, what the hell is going on here?
Could you do me a favor and ease up on the H word? Kinda irks me when I hear it.
Alex calmed down and fell back into her seat.
Gotcha. You're right about one thing. I do feel like I still have something to prove. That night still eats at me, and I can't ever change that. But what I've learned is I alone have the power to not let it control my life anymore. I still need to forgive myself and move on as best as I can. This honor is much higher than any rank in the police department. I want to do this for you, Mom and Dad. I finally get to do what still passionately burns inside of me. Even after all these years, I get to serve justice. For God! How can I say no to that?
So what now? Am I supposed to just sit back with my feet up and listen to the radio while you go storm the gates and turn this place upside down? Can you turn this place upside down?
Doesn't work that way. Pastor Good said it was vital for me to conserve my energy. The more I use, the faster I'll tire. My power levels will increase as far as my conditioning will allow it. With that said, let's remain incognito for now. You lead, and I'll back your play.
Fine. We'll investigate and knock down anyone who stands in our way.
Okay.
But this discussion is far from over.
I promise we'll talk more about it later. Let's move.
Chapter 49. Bright ivory shined from the lobby walls as if they were large fluorescent lights. Gina and Alex walked to the information desk and asked for the office of the morgue director. The receptionist pointed to the row of elevators down the hall on her left side.
Go to the 7th floor and follow the signs,
she said. Power walking to the elevators, thumping sounds sprouted inside Gina's eardrums while passing the patient's rooms. Glowing chest cavities emerged before her eyes, floating around the hall like a virtual reality video game coming from doctors, visitors, and whoever else crossed her path. Gina slowed down, trying to shake the neon visions from her head, but she couldn't.
Are you alright?
Alex asked, shaking her sister's shoulder.
You feel like you're flying through the roof or turning green or something?
I'm fine.
Gina sighed as the vibrant images vanished.
I thought I saw something. Let's go.
There was one elevator station with the doors opened. The lady stepped in, and Alex tapped on the 7th floor button until the doors closed. Just in case of a mishap, she pulled out her firearm and made sure the bullet clip was full. Gina fought to keep her head in the game, dismissing the freak accident she experienced downstairs. Once they reached the 7th floor, they spotted a sign on the corner with a red arrow that read, Morgue Office. The ladies made 2 left turns and then a right just to get to another long hallway. The office was well hidden from the rest of the hospital, ironically. Acting like everything was okay, Gina was frazzled at how clear she could hear the machines working in more passing rooms. Her powers must be blooming by the second, maybe because she'll need them momentarily. Finally getting to the end of the hall, they found the morgue office. Felix Williston, director, was plastered on the front. Slowly, they opened the door and crept inside. The director was hunched over in his chair and whispering into his phone. Startled by their entrance, he immediately hung up the phone and demanded to see some identification. "Who are you?" he asked, straightening his tie and grabbing a stack of papers as if he was hard at work.
First mistake,
Gina thought, since the words and headings on the paper were all upside down. He's hiding something. Alex presented her badge and announced,
I'm Agent Vasquez.
She then pointed to Gina.
This is Special Agent Vasquez. We're here to investigate the bodies of the officers that were brought here earlier. Where are your DOAs usually located?
Felix hesitated.
Good evening, agents. Which bodies are you looking for?
You heard me the first time, Doc. But let me say it slowly so you can fully understand. Where are the stiffs?
Well, I'm sorry, Agent Vasquez, but I can't just let you waltz into the morgue without an escort. Let me call security and, have them send one up right away to not further delay your investigation. Now, I will need your, name and, rank so I can enter it in my...
As Felix went to press the intercom button, Gina bent back his finger.
what do you think you are doing?
She asked.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Felix yelped like a hungry dog.
I know what an intercom button looks like, and never have I seen one the size of a quarter before. Is that a secret alarm? Why would you need that in a morgue? Who are you trying to alert?
No one.
You're lying, Doc. I see that in your eyes.
Get this through your head, mister.
Alex interjected.
We can do things the easy way, or we can do things the hard way. Blase blah, the same old cliche. Still listening?
Felix frigidly nodded.
The easy way would be to show us where you keep your deceased, and then keep your mouth shut. Do that, and you have my word you'll go home in one piece. However, the hard way will be, well, we don't need to get into that, because you're going to give us what we want either way, anyway.
Felix cried.
I haven't received any bodies in the past week. Please, you got to believe me. Check the manifest for yourself.
You're lying again.
Sighed Gina, seeing his chest vividly glow red.
They must be hiding something juicy, Agent Vasquez. Do you know how serious the crime of perjury is to a federal agent?
Alex challenged.
That means I'll put you under the jail for the rest of your natural-born life if you lie to me again.
Okay. 13. They're on the 13th floor. Please let me go.
Felix's red glow diminished to neon green. Gina released her bone-crushing grip, realizing he was telling the truth. As the doctor tucked his aching hand under his stomach, Alex handcuffed him to the leg of the desk.
"Stick around for a while,"
she said.
"We need to talk."
Grabbing his keys and ID card from the desk, Alex stormed out of the office. Gina closed the door behind her and then wedged it into the frame, sealing it shut. Chapter
"Where are you going?"
asked Alex.
Elevators are this way.
Gina responded, pointing in the direction they came from. The agent shook her head and wagged her finger like a nun in Catholic school.
No, that's too easy. The doc was sweating bullets in there. Something about that morgue has got him spooked. I doubt it'll be kept in the open where anyone can gain access to it.
You're right about that.
Gina spotted a set of red doors at the other end of the hall.
How about that way? The sign says, employees only.
That's more like it.
They hurried over to the red doors. Locked. Electrical tape covered the square glass from inside. Alex glimpsed over and waited for her sister to pull out a trick from her sleeve. Gina grabbed the knob and slowly twisted it until the lock snapped. Alex snuck in first. Gina followed and then wedged the door shut. The room was the size of a cafeteria, but it looked like a storage closet. Miscellaneous equipment such as vending machines, monitors, and folded hospital beds filled the entire area. Stationed at the far left corner was an elevator.
Bingo!
Said Gina, pointing for Alex to see.
This is getting better by the minute,
Alex joked as she parted through the junk. By the time she got there, Gina was already waiting for her back and left foot against the wall.
How'd you get here so fast?
I jumped.
Gina shrugged, smiling. Show off. Gina pressed the call button while Alex got on her phone and contacted Agent Lloyd Scruthers, second in command of her task force. A dapper British gentleman with long and shaggy brown hair and a Bond-type accent, smooth and mesmerizing. Lloyd sounded pleasantly surprised to hear from his lovely boss. However, she skipped the formalities and got right into what she needed.
I need emergency transport from Brookhaven Memorial for a possible witness,
she said. Witness transport? Aren't you supposed to be on vacation? Scruthers asked.
Vacation? What's that?
She joked.
Locked inside the morgue director's office is Felix Williston. He may be linked to a conspiracy involving the murder of Officer Don Crass. I need him brought back to HQ for questioning.
Okay, I'm on it. Gina heard the elevator dock, but the doors didn't open. Alex swiped Felix's ID card through the slot mounted on the wall, and then the door slid open. Floor buttons ran from 1 to 12, and then continued from 14 to 20. The 13th floor didn't exist.
Stand back,
she warned.
I'll jump through the ceiling and check the shaft for a secret opening.
Good idea. Wrong approach,
Alex said. She pressed 14 and the doors closed. Just as the elevator passed the 12th floor, she pressed the emergency stop button.
Since you're the one with the superhuman strength, be my guest.
Gina dug her fingers in between the doors and pushed them apart, exposing a dimmer and gloomier hallway. They found the 13th floor.
You're something else, Allie,
she complimented.
Lucky guess,
Alex modestly replied. Gurneys were seen lined up along the walls, filled with leaky body bags lying on top. Garbage cans overflowed with gauze and bloody rags. Waxed floors smudged from all kinds of fluid. An unbearable stench lingered. Swinging doors stood at the end of the corridor. The ladies lightly pushed them open and found a cluster of operating rooms.
What kind of morgue is this?
Asked Gina.
Let's split up,
Alex suggested. Gina checked the rooms on the right while Alex headed for the left side. Neither of them found anything peculiar. But as Gina approached the last room, crackling sounds snapped in her ear like crushed peanut shells.
I think there are bodies in here,
She whispered.
but I hear movement.
Could they still be alive?
I don't know. Search the others while I check this one.
Gina entered the room and found large steel cabinets on the wall known as cold chambers. Bodies were identified by numbers rather than names. An uneasy feeling came over her as she approached a chamber in the middle row. She cautiously pulled the cabinet open.
My God!
She screamed in fright but quickly covered her mouth. Lying inside was a deceased Sylvan Livingston decorated with scabs and mutilated organs.
What's wrong?
Alex questioned as she rushed over, gasping at the grotesque sight.
Good Lord. What have they done to him?
Gina fought back her tears and silenced her whimpers. Alex gripped her shoulder and asked if she was okay. It took a minute, but Gina got a hold of herself and waved off that she was good.
Strange. Looks like he'd been lying here for years. His body is ice cold, skin as blue as the ocean.
These are the slash wounds I told you about.
She said, pointing to one.
Puzzling.
They're still fresh. How is that even possible?
Trails of blood leaked from under his body, being sucked from a vacuum below his feet. Alex took pictures of the wounds with her camera phone. Evidence.
I can see why that doc was so spooked.
She sighed.
Since when does a morgue suck fresh blood out from dead bodies?
Definitely one that's not from this world.
Shh. The agent heard taps. Footsteps coming from the hallway.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Gina could hear nothing but the crackling sounds from within the chambers, like a burning flame or paper crumpling.
Keep search here. I'll be back.
Alex crept out to the hallway, seeing both ends swallowed in darkness. Reaching for her firearm, she sensed something lurking beneath. They're being watched. Suddenly, a brawny SWAT officer dropped from the ceiling like a ninja. He wrapped his massive arms around the smaller agent. One arm coiled her body while the other arm smothered her mouth. She couldn't wrestle away, couldn't scream for help. Death was inevitable. And then it hit her. One part of his uniform wasn't armored. Below the waist. She sprung her leg back and kicked him as hard as she could. Seeing twinkling stars before his eyes, paralyzed with intense pain, SWAT man's grip went limp. Alex pushed him into the wall and ran back to Gina. Before she could warn her about the danger coming her way, 2 more SWAT cops appeared, blocking her path. Meanwhile, Gina investigated the other bodies, puzzled at how they were still able to produce so much blood. One cabinet left unchecked, massive heat coming from the handle. Strangely, she heard faint cries for help. Bracing herself for the worst, she took a deep breath and opened the cabinet. Gasp. Her heart stalled from the horrid scene she witnessed. A ghostly image of Sylvan being pulled into a black hole, wailing and begging for help. Gina went for his hands, but it was like grabbing air. She couldn't save him. Sylvan got sucked into the hole like dirt to a vacuum. Gina looked inside the cabinet and discovered the black hole was an opening to an unearthly realm. Wails from the dead sounded like whistles at high winds. Ghastly spirits swirled around a burning blue flame. Below was a horde of demons salivating at the sight of Sylvan's soul suffering unimaginable torture. She felt the utmost sorrow. Hearing the slightest sound of her whimper caused the demons to turn in unison. They licked their grotesque chops while gazing at her watery brown eyes. Gina wanted to run, but was too frightened to move. The blue flame morphed into a fiery creature. In a raspy and horrid tone, it yelled out, "You!" Gina jumped away from the cabinet and stomped it closed.
Was this morgue a feeding ground for demons?
She frightenedly thought. They know who she is.
Gina!
She heard Alex shout. She bolted out to the hallway and appeared behind the blocking SWAT men. Grabbing each by their utility belts, both were thrown through the ceiling like space rockets.
Our cover's blown!
Alex coughed.
We need to get the f*** out of here!
Gina scooped her sister up in her arms and in a flash placed her down by the elevator.
Wait here,
She said before swooshing back to the operating rooms. Excitement gleamed from her face as flickers of lightning sparked from her hands. She felt her powers blossoming. Hiding in the dark were 24 SWAT grunts waiting to ambush her. Cockily, she stepped out in the open and called out,
So, just you 20 lousy grunts? You gotta be kidding me! Come on, let's play!
SWAT men charged at the Angelite like Vikings on pillage. Amazingly, she saw their attacks coming from a mile away, as if someone pressed the slow-mo button on the DVR. One of them got within an inch of her personal space. She wrenched her arm back like a baseball pitcher and threw the hardest punch she could muster. The grunt's helmet cracked like an eggshell as he levitated backward and knocked his group down like bowling pins. Adrenaline flowed through her veins like ice as she swished around the hall, throwing punches and kicks faster than a kung fu expert on a merry-go-round. Slamming up against the wall and sliding across the floor, not one SWAT goon came close to touching her. Never saw her coming at that. It was a one-woman slaughter. Back by the elevator, Alex held open the door, hoping her sister would return shortly. Weapons still in hand as she scanned both sides of the deserted hallway. Unbeknown to her, 3 SWAT grunts quietly dropped down from the ceiling hatch like alley cats. They had signaled to gun her down on the count of 3. Alex heard a click. Her eyes rolled down. Nothing broken under her shoes. No other doors had opened. Behind her, in a fraction of a second away from death, she dove to the ground and quickly fired 3 bullets into the elevator. SWAT men tumbled to the ground as smoke rose from the holes left in the eyeglass of their helmets.
Think I was born yesterday?
She smugly responded while getting back to her feet. She then shrieked like a frightened kid as Gina touched her shoulder.
Are you alright?
Her big sister asked.
I heard shots and thought, wow,
She spotted the fallen SWAT men.
was this you?
Alex displayed her tactical work and replied.
Told you I could take care of myself.
Gina easily flung the dead SWATs across the hall while Alex pressed the first floor button. Minutes felt like hours as they impatiently waited to leave this convoluted hospital. But as they approached the lobby, Gina heard a plethora of weapons being loaded from an even larger group of SWAT officers waiting for them. She hit the emergency stop button on the 4th floor and separated the doors open.
What's happening?
Alex asked.
A welcoming committee is waiting for us,
said Gina.
We need another way out.
Maybe there's a direct route to the parking lot.
Gina swooshed down the hall and searched for a floor plan.
I found it!
She said, reappearing beside her sister.
But we'll get there faster if I carry you.
Embarrassing?
Exhaled Alex as she wrapped her arm around the Angelite's shoulder. Seconds later, they switched over to a walkway on the 2nd floor, bridging the hospital to the garage. 2 security guards blocked the doors on the other side. Immediately, they reported into their walkie-talkies. "We got 'em!"
How do you want to handle this?
Alex asked Gina.
Does Spain ring a bell?
Gina charged across the bridge like a bull seeing 2 matadors dressed in red. The doors flew open while the guards bounced over a few cars. Gina switched back and piggybacked her sister through the indoor parking. Finally reaching the outside, Alex jingled out the car keys and jumped behind the steering wheel. Just then, sirens roared throughout the hospital and several squad cars skidded onto the hospital grounds. Revving the engine, Alex floored the gas and zipped through the twisted courtyard, taking shortcuts by driving through the perfectly cut grass. Oncoming squad cars made skidding U-turns and intently pursued them. Chapter 51. Bulleting on the Long Island Expressway, Alex weaved past slow-moving cars, trying to shake the cops off her tail. Road construction was sighted near the upcoming exit. Traffic slowed down. Red and blue lights flashed brighter in her rear-view mirror. Sirens grew louder.
Drive in the opposite lane!
Gina shouted.
Are you insane?
Alex shouted back.
You may be death-proof, but I most certainly am not. Just do it!
Despite carrying heavy doubt, Alex cut through the grassy divider and swerved down the westbound lanes. Screeching past oncoming cars and hearing endless honking, she forced herself to be more faithful and said,
Christ, Gina, I hope you know what you're doing.
The fleet of squad cars fearlessly tailed them down the opposite highway lanes. John must have had these uniformed demons under some kind of spell, as they purposely met oncoming cars head-on. Drivers were forced to skid off-road to avoid getting hit. Gina knew that eliminating them was the only option. But how? Even with her powers, she had no idea how to stop an army of crazed cops driving at top speed. Besides, she had to get Alex as far away as possible without putting several more lives in danger.
Give me a sign,
She whispered. Wait. Up ahead, 2 tractor-trailers vastly approached. Both had crosses emmed on the grill. That's it. Those giant vehicles can take a pounding. Truck drivers will, unfortunately, face a near-death experience. Drivers will be stuck in traffic for hours. However, everyone will live to talk about this wild night.
Speed up!
Gina instructed.
Head for those trucks!
What?
Alex shouted.
Trust me!
I'm not death-proof, Gina. How many times must I repeat myself?
I got you, Allie. Just do it!
This ain't a Nike commercial, motherfucker.
Squad cars sped closer. Multiple firearms stuck out from their windows as they shouted from their bullhorns, "Pull over now, or we will kill you!" truck drivers blared their horns, attempting to turn away. Gina glared at her window. Eastbound lanes were clear from the construction zone. Moments away from impact, she yelled,
Now!
Barely skidding away from the massive tractors, Alex crossed back over the divider, nearly spinning, out of control. Merging back onto the eastbound lanes, Gina witnessed a spectacular crash behind them. Some squad cars got crashed under the tractors like aluminum foil. The rest of them flipped numerous feet into the air and crashed upside down onto the pavement. Shades of sparkling red mist shot up in the air like fireworks. Wrenching shrieks echoed through the evening sky. She rubbed her eyes and squinted as the mist looked like demonic creatures dispersing to nothing. The tractor-trailer seemed undamaged. Cars immediately stopped and either crossed over to the eastbound side or stayed to record the incident. Gina turned on the police scanner and spun the dial as if she was searching for her favorite song. No reports had come in about the crash. If Hart's cops survived, they would have called it in by now. Finally, one of the truck drivers reported a 1033 from his CB radio, which usually means a code for officer assistance. Her gamble worked. Leaning back in her seat, sighing with relief, Gina thanked God that every bystander survived. More than that, she was thankful for sticking to her word of protecting her sister.
Great job, Allie.
She said, slapping her sister on the shoulder.
Great job?
Alex snarled.
We could have died back there! And you're acting like I just passed my damn road test! Why didn't you tell me that was your plan? Honestly, I didn't have a plan. I went into this thing blindly and just let faith take over. Are you kidding me? That's not what you tell somebody who almost died. You should know by now that I'll never let anything bad happen to you. Easy for you to say, because that's not a problem you have to face anymore. Just because you can do the impossible doesn't mean that you can use my life to test your limits. For nothing is impossible with God. What? Quote from the book of Luke. Don't you remember that? Oh, yeah. Forgot all about that. The first thing I'll do when I get home is, now that my body parts aren't splattered across the LIE, is thank God that I'm alive and read a few chapters of the Bible before going to sleep for 3 days.
Gina couldn't help but find humor in Alex's behavior. She would never admit to being scared, but her snappy comeback said it all. She suddenly got hit with a flood of emotions. Someone close to her was in trouble. She turned towards Alex, but nothing happened. She thought about her parents, but it wasn't them either. As soon as she caught a glimpse of the Manhattan skyscrapers, it hit her like a typhoon.
What's wrong?
Asked Alex, noticing her sister was distraught.
Get off this exit,
Uttered Gina, holding her head like withstanding an intense migraine. Alex got off the highway and drove along the service exit. She stopped in front of a small-town grocery store right across the street from a biker bar. Perhaps Gina needed food or aspirin.
Gene, you're scaring me. Tell me what's going on.
I just got to get to Manhattan.
She slowly got out of the car.
We're heading there now. Traffic should be a breeze at this time, so we'll get there within an hour.
Too long. Besides, if I go alone, I'll get there in minutes.
Can you at least tell me where you're going so I can come and meet you afterward?
You need to get to your team and find out what else that phony doctor knows. He may be the key to whatever it is we're facing.
Fine.
Alex sighed.
Ring me as soon as you're done.
I promise.
Well, take my apartment keys in case you're back before...
Alex got hit with a gust of wind. Her eyes were missing from the cup holder. Only circling dust remained where Gina was standing. She shook her head and said,
Don't know how much more of this I can take.
Chapter 52. Natalie Mercedes, worn out, entered her apartment and prepared to sleep like the dead. With no other leads to follow, she was back to square one. More time was needed to formulate a new game plan. She also had to call Tyrone to apologize for beating down his informant. Suddenly, her sleepiness instantly vanished at the sight of her apartment left in shambles. Overturned furniture, scattered clothing, ripped up papers, and a computer on the floor smashed to pieces. Natalie pulled out a gun and checked the other rooms. The kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedroom were untouched. She checked under her bed and found lingering dust balls. No footprints on the floor. No signs of forced entry. Two people came to mind as to who did this. A ninja she unknowingly arrested in Chinatown, or the infamous cat strutter came to visit her.
She knows who I am,
she thought. Natalie hurried to the armoire and pushed it aside. She unhinged the radiator cover behind it, showing off a traditional cast iron heater. It was cold as ice, since she never used it for heat. Taped against the back of it was Martha's original package. This must be what they were looking for. Destroying the copies on a computer must have made them think their mission was accomplished. With the contents intact, she stuffed it back in its hiding place and moved the furniture back to the way it was. Hopeless and out of ideas, Natalie thought she was destined to lose this fight. They'll be back for her. No time to rest. But she was so tired, stressed, lost. For the first time, she wanted to give up. From her bedroom window, she leaned over the pane and gazed down at the city streets. Although activity seemed normal, she had this eerie feeling that squad cars will be racing toward the front of her building at any minute. She had to get out of town while she had the chance. Just then, an extreme chill came over her shoulder. Puffs of heavy air blew against her hair, followed by the sound of a growl that dragged for about a minute. As soon as she turned around, the devilish grip of Cat Strutter clutched her throat. She couldn't grasp an ounce of oxygen. Yellow flashes flickered before her eyes, her strength vastly weakened, overcome by wooziness. She smashed her through the window and hung her halfway off the window pane, licking her snarling dry lips as she reached in her leather jacket and grabbed the handle of her deadly machete. Struggling to latch onto the frame, Natalie felt the broken glass scrape against her trench, cutting into her palm. Acting out of desperation, she snapped off the piece of glass and sliced it across Strutter's pasty face. Nothing happened, not even a flinch. Cat just smiled while further tightening her grip. With death seeming inevitable, Natalie let the glass cut deeper into her palm as she turned the pointy part up and viciously stabbed Cat's eye. Wailing in pain, Cat stumbled backward and flipped over the bed. She fell into the wall, grasping onto her bleeding face as if it was falling off. Dark gunk spewed out from her eye socket, sticking to her face and leaking over her jaw. Natalie collapsed on the rug, gasping for air. Being cut and stabbed by several pieces of glass made it hard for her to walk. as she crawled out to the hallway, seizing the moment to escape. An enraged cat strutter grabbed her by the ankles and swung her against the wall. Blood coughed out like phlegm. Desperately, she leapt on the killer's back and pummeled her face with left hooks. Cat reached back for a handful of brunette locks and threw the private eye across the room like a rag doll. Natalie lied face first on the floor, not moving whatsoever. Cat maniacally stalked her fallen prey, leaving a long scrape on the wall from her blade. Then, unexpectedly, Natalie spun around with the .44 Magnum clamped in her hands. Several rounds got fired into Cat's torso. Dark liquid splashed on the walls as she plunged to the ground. Is it over? Has the horror finally ended? A weak smile curled on Natalie's sweaty face, sliding against the wall in exhaustion. Weakened, the punishment she took was severe. Where's the phone? She had to contact Jill, staggering to her feet. Natalie slowly walked to the bedroom, perhaps expecting to die soon. She'd rather lay peacefully in her bed than be left sprawled out like an alley cat. She pushed the door open. No. Standing by the entranceway was Cat Strutter, angrier than ever. She grabbed Natalie by her hair and drove the machete into her stomach. Excruciating pain burned through her body. As she watched her blood splash down to the floor, her mind went blank. Cat yanked out the blade and coldly dropped her victim. Natalie's breathing stopped as her life slipped away. The last thing she saw was Martha's killer cackling with enjoyment. Pure evil. Chapter 53. Cat Strutter stepped into the living room and used a couch pillow to wipe her blood off of the machete. She then sat in the middle of the floor with her legs crossed and hands pressed together like a Buddhist monk. Slowly her eyes closed as a daunting voice erupted from her windpipe, chanting in tongue. Green spew magically peeled off from the walls and clung onto each other in midair, morphing to a wobbling orb that sparkled like a disco ball. As it floated across the apartment, gooey strands shot out and grasped onto the spew that continuously flowed out from Cat's wounded eye. The wobbly orb then latched onto the side of her face like a slab of meat, regenerating the damage she suffered. Within minutes, her eye will look as good as new. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, Natalie's body continued to leak. How long will she rot before anyone realizes that she's dead? Suddenly, white lights began to percolate across the ceiling, multiplying and shining brighter by the minute. Glowing cracks traveled along the walls and split open the ceiling like a fault line. A heavenly scene opened up. Fluffy clouds in hues of pink and turquoise and centered by a sun that burned like a solar flare. Beams of light shone down as angels soared through the sky like fish swimming in an ocean reef. Could this be happening? Again? Twice? In one lifetime? Thunder violently roared as one angel dove from the heavens and swooped down toward Natalie's body. Then the angel disappeared and the room returned to normal. If the angels have indeed chosen a new warrior, Natalie should be waking up momentarily. Lo and behold, solar rays shot out from her eyes. She let out a shriek that shattered several windows, making the entire building quake. Cat Strutter pressed her hands against her ears, perilously trying to block out the tormenting scream. Once the ruckus finally ceased, Cat nervously looked around the living room, sensing she wasn't alone. Dripping bloody machete in hand, never had she acted nervous throughout her existence. Never. She's always been the one doing the stalking, upsetting her greatly to play defense. And then, her assumption had proven to be true. Raging with blind fury and fuming with a wave of burning anger, Natalie Mercedes bolted across the living room and rammed into Cat like a Mack truck running at 180 miles per hour. Bricks and plaster exploded from the walls as she flew right out of the apartment. Falling 10 stories down, she crashed through the roof of a taxicab parked in front of the building, folding it up like an accordion. Natalie collapsed against the side of the balcony, unsure if this was reality or fantasy. Can dead people still dream? Does she even remember dying? Vague images popped up. Seeing a large blade shoved in her body. No idea as to how she escaped death. Her equilibrium was off. Muffles of various screams and blinding lights caused her to panic. Just then, as predicted earlier, dozens of squad cars skidded in front of her building. Cops, armed with itchy trigger fingers and killer instincts, scattered out to the street. Look! There's the broad! There! Up there! There she is! There's the broad! Up there! Cops shouted through a megaphone. Natalie dove to the living room just as automatic weapons rapidly fired. Bullets shredded holes into the balcony and whatever part of the wall surrounding it. Natalie got to her feet and stumbled out of the apartment as fast as she could. Discombobulation caused her to fall into the wall. She left a hole the size of a crater. Up ahead, the elevator doors opened and out jumped a crazed cop with widened red eyes. Without any announcements to surrender, he relentlessly fired his pistol like a madman. Everything around her suddenly moved in slow motion. Bullets flew toward her face with the speed of a fluttering feather. She had enough time to duck past each bullet and enter the staircase. The crazed cop stared in amazement, poked holes at the end of the hall without hitting the private eye once. His gun dropped while drool leaked from his wide-open jaw. Natalie fought to keep her footing as she trotted down the iron steps. Reaching the first floor, the lobby was crowded with killer cops ready to shoot her down. The next thing she saw was blurred streaks of various colors. A huge gust of wind blasted her face. Seconds later, she miraculously wound up next to her car. Outside. Across the street.
How the... What the... How I...
She stammered in disbelief.
There she is! There she is! Right there! Right there!
The same cop shouted. Immediately, the other cops regrouped and opened fire. Natalie ducked behind her car and unlocked the doors with her key remote. She dove inside and climbed over to the driver's seat. Fumbling her keys around while jumping at the sound of bullets smashing her windows, Natalie got the ignition started and swerved into the street. Driving past every stoplight, she thought her head was about to explode. Her temperature rose to boil heights. Something happened in her apartment, but she was too frazzled to think about it.
Am I dead?
She wondered.
Is this purgatory?
Chapter 54. Questions rolled in her mind like a movie reel. Chasing squad cars clogged her rearview mirror. The road ahead was somewhat out of focus. Swishing around corners by the skin of her teeth, swerving past Sunday drivers with no regard to safety, Natalie desperately tried to shake these cops off her trail. When she arrived at Atlantic Avenue, a dozen more squad cars had blocked off the street.
Mercedes is in sight. We're closing in,
a cop reported on his radio. Responding to the call was none other than the mastermind behind the chase, John Hart.
All units, kill Natalie Mercedes at all costs. I want her head in a box by morning. Out.
Screaming pedestrians dove out of the way as Natalie drove onto the sidewalk to get around the blockade. Bullying her way through traffic, conducting a symphony of screeching tires and crashing metal from surrounding vehicles, she headed for Tillery Street. Drivers shouted out every curse word invented. Entering the Brooklyn Bridge, she narrowly cut through pockets of space within the traffic congestion. Her frustration escalated once she crossed to Manhattan and discovered the FDR entrance ramp had been blocked off. She swerved onto the financial district and was stopped in the tracks by a Wall Street traffic jam. Just then, sirens blared from all directions. 3 Sikorsky S-76 helicopters crossed the night air and spun overhead. On foot, cops surrounded her vehicle with weapons drawn, yelling for her to surrender. Pretending to surrender, she gently rose her hands. As the cops drew near, she stomped on the gas pedal. Blue uniforms bounced off her car like tennis balls as she drove through the grassy plain of Battery Park. Smoking S-marks were left on the grass and flying dirt rained down on the onlookers while bulleting toward Rector Street. Zooming past a bunch of red lights, Natalie spotted a black Prius coming on her right side. Riding inside were plainclothes officers armed with pump-action shotguns. At close range, officers hung from the windows and opened fire. Gun shells the size of sausage links tore through her vehicle, cracking glass and leaving holes in the exterior. Natalie cut the wheel and broadsided them. Side by side, both cars battled to sideswipe the other off the street. One last ram, the front tire of the Prius blew out. Losing control, the cop swerved onto the sidewalk and crashed through the storefront of a hardware shop.
What is going on?
Natalie bawled while running through another red light. Times Square rapidly approached. Another wall of officers, larger than the first, waited for her on 12th Avenue. Natalie slammed the brake. Nowhere else for her to turn. Spinning lights and blue uniforms closed in. Helicopters lowered toward the busy street, and harsh instructions blasted from the loudspeaker.
Step out of the car. Lay down on the ground and lock your fingers behind your head.
No way out. Natalie reached for a gun, ready to go down in a blaze of glory. But she would then be labeled a cop killer. And what would happen to her team in the aftermath? No, she refused to become one of them. A disgrace to the badge. A second warning blared. No dramatic saves like in the movies. John Hart won. She will die again without avenging Martha once. All of a sudden, complaints hollered from various police scanners.
Something just smashed our car!
I see squad cars flying in the air.
Help!
Traffic stood still. Bystanders watched.
This is your last warning. You have 10 seconds to come out or we will open fire. 10, 9, 8.
The pilot tightened his eyes at the windshield. A large object rapidly approached, getting bigger by the second, spinning red and white lights. Is that a flying squad car?
What the?
The chopper exploded on impact, lighting up the night sky with orange, yellow, and gray puffy clouds. Also, it seemed like a bright red specter wildly swirled within the explosion, shrieking at a high pitch. Burning debris fell over the cops, smashing the tops of their vehicles. Amid the fiery spectacle, Gina Vasquez emerged onto the scene. She swooshed next to Natalie's window and said,
Stay down! You!
Natalie gasped.
What are you doing here? Later! Get down now!
Natalie rolled up her window and hid below the steering wheel, praying to God for this madness to end. Gina had the lung power of an afterburner as she inhaled the burning smoke and blew it at the surrounding cops. Cops gagged from its intense fumes. Blinded by grayness, they shot strays in every direction. Pedestrians ran in panic. Gina moved like a tornado and one by one attacked each cop, throwing jackhammer-like punches, whirling kicks, and back-breaking slams that would make a cage fighter cringe. Another chopper flew over the damage and used its massive blades to blow away the smoke. Multiple weapons and a herd of beaten cops lied on the street. Before the pilot could radio for help, he heard a knock on his side window. He squealed at seeing Gina Vasquez waving at him. With one arm, she broke through the glass and yanked the pilot out from his seat.
Who ordered this?
Gina demanded.
I want a name!
Dangling over the street like a worm on a hook, the pilot naturally sang, John Hart! He's the one you want. He told us to kill the private eye, and we've been chasing her all night from Brooklyn, and then we cornered her here, and then you showed up, and that's all I know. I swear, that's all I know.
Looks like your boys up there are the only ones smart in the group.
The pilot shuddered over his shoulder as Gina pointed at the third chopper retreating, shrinking to the size of a flea. She threw him back inside the cockpit.
Now I'm going to be nice this time and let you go. For 2 reasons. 1, you're worthless to me. And 2, you're going to deliver a message to old Johnny boy. Tell him the Angelite is here.
She then leapt off the helicopter and disappeared in the smoky mass. The pilot soiled himself. Chapter 55. Succumbed to punishing gusts and blurred streaks of color, Natalie felt as if she was free-falling from a cliff, but moving like a runaway train. Seconds later, she landed butt-first on a bench inside a school playground on 96th Street, the Upper East Side. An exhausted Gina Vasquez collapsed next to her. Natalie rushed to her aid and helped her toward the sidewalk. Sirens and squad cars zoomed down the street. Quickly, she ducked behind the building and headed back to the yard. Natalie sat Gina on the bench and asked,
"Are you okay?"
Gina didn't respond, slumped over as if she hadn't slept in days.
"Come on, girl. I can't handle another death right now."
Not dying.
She exhaled.
Just need to rest for a moment. I went overboard back there. Too much energy.
Natalie took a deep breath and searched for the right words to properly express her concerns.
"You gotta bear with me, okay? I have no idea what in the world is going on, alright?"
She vented in frustration.
"I don't scare easy. I don't. I just don't. Ask anyone around my way, and they'll be the first to tell you that. I went to see Creepshow with my dad when I was 8 years old and laughed from beginning to end. I don't get scared. But I am petrified right now."
Her voice cracked. She fought back to tears.
"This is no accident, I know, so I don't need no supernatural, psychological explanation for what the f*** I just saw."
She stammered.
"I know what I saw. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, okay? What you did was no accident. But seeing it and believing it are 2 completely different things. You have to tell me right now why this is happening to me."
How can I? When I don't even know. Why were you surrounded?
"How the hell should I know? I look out the window and the next thing I know, cops are surrounding my building like children in front of an ice cream truck. Buzzing, blaring, shots fired. Before that, some beastly looking blonde is trying to kill me and she did."
Immediately, she felt her chest. No stab wound. Blood blotches surrounded the large rip in the center of her shirt.
My God!
She gasped.
You died tonight. That's what you're telling me?
"I did. But if she killed me, then why am I here?"
I could tell you, but you're not gonna like it. You are not you no more. Now, you're me.
"Say what?"
Why does Hart want you dead?
"Hart? John Hart? He's the one who sent those cops to kill me? He's responsible for this? That son of a..."
Please, Nat, tell me why he would.
"Why? Let's see. Maybe he's tipped off that I found out he had Martha killed. Or because I have documents proving he's a dirty cop. I don't know. Maybe it's because I aided a rogue officer. Could be any one of those reasons."
Gina used what little strength she had to set herself up.
Don Crass, you helped him?
"How'd you know?"
Heard about his death on the news. Someone changed his heart. It was you. You're good, Nat. That's why you've been chosen.
"Chosen for what?"
You're an Angelite, just like me.
"An angel? What?"
You've been given gifts from an angel, extraordinary powers channeled from the Holy Spirit. You're now superhuman.
At that moment, 3 squad cars skidded in front of the playground. A group of 7 cops ran out with nightsticks in their hands. Gina slowly got to her feet and said,
You gotta take this one.
"What? Me?"
Natalie doubted.
I'm sorry. I'm still too weak. I promise I got you next time.
"Well, gee, thanks."
She threw her arms up.
Take on a bunch of cops. Sure. Why not? But if what you're saying is true, then how do these powers work?
Put your mind to it. Your body will do the rest.
Cops circled the Angelites like sharks smelling blood in the water, calculating a plan on how they should attack. Amazingly, Natalie saw their eyes glowing red. Mists of devilish auras stunk off their uniforms like sweat socks. One cop stepped out from the pack and snickered.
Did you think you'd get away from us? We're the NYPD, the most dangerous gang in New York.
Fellow cops maniacally laughed. Natalie wasn't sure if they knew of her new gifts. Therefore, she acted like a helpless victim.
Please don't hurt us.
She whimpered.
We give up. I'll do anything you want me to do. Just leave my friend alone.
The cop grabbed her wrist. Did you just say you'll do anything? He licked his lips, and his eyes rolled around her graceful body.
I like the sound of that.
As he reached for her other wrist, Natalie launched an uppercut against his jaw. With mouths wide open, other cops gazed at their man fly across the playground like a frisbee. He folded over the top of a 20-foot gate before twirling down to the concrete.
Oh my God.
Natalie repeated in excitement.
This is wicked. I can't believe it. Holy sh... Oops.
She halted those words and quickly looked up at the sky.
Sorry. I just can't believe this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She looked back at Gina with a big smile.
This is incredible. Is this what you have? I mean, it's unlike anything I ever experienced. I have so much joy and peace in my heart that I feel like I can save the world. Do so much good for people.
She then looked at the stunned cops.
Oh, I apologize. I forgot you were there. Y'all can go now.
However, the cops chose loyalty over intelligence. They tightened their circle and moved in for an attack.
I gave you a chance to run, to save your dignity and your faces. But you asked for it.
The first cop charged at her with his nightstick, but Natalie swooshed in front of him and delivered a back slap. He spun on his toes like a ballerina before dropping to the ground. Enthusiasm evaporated from the rest of the team. The second cop let out a pathetic battle cry before he rushed in for the kill. With one hand, she grabbed his throat, nodded in pity, and then launched him into the jungle gym. The third cop attempted to attack from behind, but she dodged past him without looking. Grabbing hold of his tie, she repeatedly pulled his face into her fist like a paddle ball. Mercifully, she laid him on the ground. The fourth and fifth cop wanted to help, but each waited for the other to go first. Natalie swooshed in front of the pair. Tilting her hips and crossing her arms, she dared for one of them to strike. They ran away instead, but unfortunately crossed right into Gina's path. She drilled 2 punches into their stomachs and stepped away from them. The cops hunched over in endless pain. The last thing they saw was the Angelites' elbows driven into their skulls. The sixth cop caught Natalie with a flush punch to her jaw. It felt like punching a steel wall. He cried like a baby, staring at his broken hand as if it was about to fall off. Running her fingers gently across her jaw, Natalie thought about retaliating. However, the comical look of unbearable pain on the cop's face satisfied her enough. And then there was one. The seventh cop pulled out his gun and fired every bullet, screaming at the top of his lungs like a lunatic. Sweat poured over his face once he heard nothing but clicks. Natalie looked around to see where the bullets landed. None of them were stuck to her body.
Bulletproof.
She gasped. She walked to the horrified cop and squeezed his gun like silly putty. He turned to run away, but she grabbed his gun belt and threw him so high in the air that he landed on the roof of a 17-story building across the street. Natalie ran over to Gina and lifted her.
Let's get out of here,
She said, preparing to swoosh out of the park.
Wait,
Gina warned.
conserve your energy. You're still new to this. Use too much power at once, you'll also be exhausted. Gotcha.
Looking at a squad car left on the street, Natalie swished Gina into the back seat. She then got behind the wheel and spotted the keys still in the ignition. Planning of a way to elude the 100 other cops on the prowl, she picked up the receiver of the police scanner and announced in a nerdy voice,
I found the Angelite. She got past us in the South Bronx and is heading for the GWB. Need assistance. Over.
Dispatch ordered all remaining units to set up a roadblock on the bridge. As Natalie started the engine, she smiled and said,
Suckers!
Chapter 56. After plowing through the Midtown congestion caused by the Times Square fiasco, using aggressive driving and a blaring siren, Alex arrived at Federal Plaza sooner than expected. Sporadic reports over her police channel told her that Gina already left her mark.
Single-handedly destroy an army of cops?
She thought.
Damn, Gina.
Mistrusting silence sprawled as she entered the building lobby. Clicking shoe heels, beeping cell phones, and hollering voices usually flooded her ears during the day. Now there was nothing but the sound of her footsteps echoing off the walls. Surveillance cameras ran 24 hours. Overnight security took shifts patrolling the lobby, running routine checks. She passed by a guard who tightened his eyes while reaching for his flashlight. He then gave a nod and stepped aside once the agent flashed her badge. Alex took the elevator at level 9, the central nerve of Operations Center. Even though only half of the staff is available during overnight hours, it was just as busy as if it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Entering the floor, she met Agent Lloyd Scruthers halfway down the walkway. He's being held in interrogation on level 8 in Oist in a stupid state, said Lloyd, enlightening her on the current status of Felix Williston.
Has he been hostile?
Asked Alex. I'd say just the opposite. We found him under the desk curled up like a cat. Bloody doctor looked right past us, then screamed like a lunatic when Agent Burke tapped in on the shoulder. Poor bastard. He's definitely afraid of something, but I seriously doubt it's any of us. Level 8 was a secret corridor with no elevator access. Only ways to get down there through a private staircase at level 9 or from an undisclosed elevator hidden in the parking lot purposely designed to protect witnesses and criminals awaiting trial. Agent Kristen Burke stood guard in front of the holding room. She handed Alex a folder with Felix's background information or lack thereof. His Oxford University transcript stated he was a pre-med graduate with a license to practice medicine. But strangely, the serial numbers on his certificate were phony. Burke ran his name through their database and found no match. Technically, he didn't exist.
This is getting more fun by the minute.
Alex worried.
Keep the cameras rolling, but let me talk to him alone. Meanwhile, run a search on his staff at Brookhaven. Maybe we can find a clue that'll lead us to his origin. Yes, sir,
responded Burke.
Mind telling us which case is this guy vital to? For the time being, Burke, I do. I'm playing this pretty close to the chest, so I just need you to trust me on this one. Always do, boss.
Felix didn't acknowledge the agent as she entered the room, not even flinching when the door slammed. His dead eyes nervously gazed at his reflection in the double-sided mirror. Room temperature was 50 degrees, but sweat ran from his head like a faucet, soaking his hair and shirt.
You've been a naughty boy, Felix,
said Alex while opening his file.
Besides being uncooperative during an FBI investigation, you're not even a licensed doctor.
Felix remained silent.
According to your jacket, your qualifications appear to be purely cosmetic. Same goes for your name. No priors, no family, not even a damn birth certificate.
She leaned over and pressed her hands on its sides.
Who are you? Why will you deny access to a government agent? Unless, of course, you have something to hide?
Silence continued.
I can look right through your eyes and tell that you're just a puppet. But who's your puppet master? I don't know what kind of demonic practices you got going on in that morgue, but what I do know is they weren't orchestrated from you. Give me a name.
He said nothing. Alex stood up and took a breath.
Here's the good news. I don't want you. I want the person pulling your strings. He has to be well connected, or else you wouldn't be sitting here sweating like a priest in a whorehouse. Give me a name, and I'll let you go. Hell, I'll walk you out the front doors myself.
No, whispered Felix.
Can I show you something?
Alex pulled out her cell phone and swiped through the gory pictures she took earlier. Felix shivered like sitting on a block of ice, grimacing at the sight of them.
Your morgue is filled with mutilated officers, and I have no goddamn answers as to why. If you won't tell me who you're working for, then that means I was wrong. You are the man responsible, and these pics will hold up as evidence in any court of law. Therefore, besides obstruction of justice, I got you for murder, conspiracy to commit murder, felony, and even abuse of a corpse. Keep playing games with me, and I'll see to it that you're convicted on every last one of them.
No! Felix begged. I never killed anyone!
So you were lying to me. Now I can add perjury to your laundry list of charges. Better get yourself a shovel, mister, because you're in deep.
Please, send me away, far as you want. I swear on my life, you will never see me again. Just don't make me say another word, or else I'm dead. We're all dead.
Give me a name.
You can't stop these people. They're above the laws of nature. They don't accept failure. I'll be turned over to the wolves, and no! I can't face them. You can't protect me. Nobody can. Just please, let me go. Alex had one card left in her deck to play.
You're right. I can't protect you. However, I know someone who can. Do you know what an Angelite is?
Angelite? Felix gasped. You know an Angelite?
Yes, I do. Does Special Agent Vasquez ring a bell? Maybe I can talk to her about some kind of protection arrangement, but you have to give me something right here and right now, or else you can forget this whole deal. What do you say?
Wiping off the running tears and sweat, Felix submitted. His confession started with how he got recruited by the crucifix. Many years ago, he worked as an accountant for an owner of a strip club in Corpus Christi called the Bumping Grind. A group of entrepreneurs came in one night and asked to talk to him about a new job opportunity. Their interest in him was due to his family history with black magic. They made him a generous offer, but Felix declined. The group then returned a few days later. Not only did they add more zeros to their previous offer, but adding outlandish promises as well. Felix became more intrigued the longer he listened to their hypnotizing words. Eventually, he accepted. He was given a new identity and asked the task of managing the morgue at Brookhaven, secretly serving as a shrine for demonic spirits. Due to his knowledge of black magic, he was responsible for casting spells that enabled dead bodies to stay preserved. Every ounce of their blood was drained and given to Satan as an offering, while their souls suffered eternal torment.
Why in God's name would you agree to join such a grotesque organization?
Alex asked disgustingly.
Who would participate in torturing human beings just to make a few extra dollars? It doesn't make no damn sense!
I agree,
Felix admitted.
but the way he spoke to me, he made it sound so liberating. Like I'd be making a difference in the world. I couldn't resist him. My instincts told me to walk away, but something else took over. Made me want to serve him. It was like I was in a trance. Anyway, I did it and will forever regret making that decision.
Where did you learn how to perform black magic?
From my older brother,
What's his name?
Walter Nixon.
What's your real name?
Harold Felix Nixon.
Tell me about your brother.
Troublesome guy growing up. He hated everyone, from family members to an average man walking down the street. He always took care of me, though. Our relationship was the only grasp of morality he had left. Years later, he taught me the dark arts once he started the Spawns of Satan.
What's that? Some kind of Satanist cult?
Yeah, they originated in Nevada. He believed that if he performed enough sinful acts, then Satan would reward him with unlimited power. He'd been in and out of jail for years, committing any crime you can think of. Then one day, for some strange reason, he had a change of heart. He abruptly quit the cult and turned himself in. I never saw him again after that. Not sure where he's residing now, or even if he's still alive for that matter. Have I held up my end of the bargain?
Not yet. Who are you working for?
Minutes of endless whimpering had ensued before Felix dared to utter his name.
John Hart.
Alex gasped. Every trail she uncovered has led her to this wicked detective.
Okay, you've held up your end for now, but I need to keep you here for a bit longer. Once your story checks out, then we'll talk about your relocation.
Can you get me out of here tonight?
Can't make any promises, but you're certainly not staying here. I'll move you to a safe house until we can iron out the wrinkles for your transfer.
Alex exited the room with cell phone in hand. Due to the abnormal circumstances involved, she rode the private elevator to the parking levels, needing as much seclusion as possible. Getting down to the second parking lot level, she immediately called home. No answer. Then she tried Gina's cell. Again, no answer.
Where is she?
The agent wondered. Back in the holding room, Felix was a pitiful mess. He reflected on his bad decisions and wished he could conjure up a spell to rewind time. Relocation would be a blessing, even though he didn't deserve it. Enough of the truth was expressed to satisfy the agent. However, other key facts got purposely left out. Harold, too, was a full-fledged member of the Spawns of Satan. Also, his knowledge of the dark arts was equal to his brother. Since Walter Nixon went into hiding, John Hart recruited the next best thing. Suddenly, the lights flickered around the room. Swirling lines of steam rose from the splits within the granite floor, maneuvering like it had a mind of its own. Felix cringed from the heat seeping through the soles of his leather shoes. The mirror warped before his eyes as the humidity had risen. Shockingly, he saw a calm and emotionless reflection of himself staring back at him. Blinding smoke filled half the room. Steamy streaks rolled together inside of a vacuum that reached the ceiling. Shapes began to take form, miraculously materializing into a giant king cobra. Although misty, it was as thick as a fog bank. Its tongue slithered over the shivering doctor, attempting to lick the sweat off his head. The rattling of its tail sounded like tremors from a train tunnel. Hisses echoed down into Felix's stomach. That was it. Like his brother, Felix's fate had been sealed. No mercy for failure. He knew that the moment he joined John's team. Alex nor the Angelite can save him now. Crying like there was no tomorrow, Felix looked up and begged for forgiveness, apologizing for the choices he made. Too late. Roaring like a mystic dragon, the cobra lunged toward the doctor and mercilessly coiled its tail around his neck, wrenching tighter and tighter. Blood clots exploded inside Felix's eyeballs as his larynx got crushed like a plastic bottle. Dark gray smoke puffed out from its nose, which ignited his clothes on fire. Felix dangled in the air as his flesh gradually burned like a roasted marshmallow. His neck could have been broken in seconds, but the mystifying creature wanted its prey to suffer first. When the lights turned back on, the room looked completely untarnished. Temperature was cool once more. All that remained of Felix was a pair of half-melted shoes and a smoking pile of char on top. Meanwhile, the haunting mist continued to travel beneath the walls of the building, winding itself around the electrical wiring. Several channels, monitors, and security systems throughout the corridors began shorting out. It then moved through the ventilation ducts and slithered into the lobby. Security guards never knew what hit them, as the vapor seeped up their nostrils, suffocating them as it traveled down their throats. In seconds, the mist possessed their bodies, turning them into mindless zombies with a hunger to unleash suffering to the world. Just then, Harvey Gaines led the charge through the building lobby with an infantry of deranged cops following him. None of the FBI agents saw this invasion coming. The cops stormed through several levels, overtaking the levels by complete surprise. Many agents died fighting back, but the majority of them were held prisoner. Smugly emerging from the rear was an arrogant Khalil Reeves, strolling through the lobby with his hands in his pocket as if he was window shopping at the mall. Then a thick fog bank plummeted from the ceiling and slammed every door shut. Khalil got on his phone and speed-dialed Hart. "We're in," he reported. "You may proceed." Chapter 57. 20 minutes elapsed, and still no word from Gina. Not wanting to wait any longer, Alex power walked back toward the elevator, planning to move Felix herself. Just then, she heard a commotion coming from the security station at the end of the lot. Armored guards headed for the normal elevator in groups. Alex followed a passing guard and grabbed his arm to slow him down.
What's happening?
She asked.
Why is your entire unit moving out?
We've been infiltrated,
The guard reported.
Still not sure how they got in or why this is happening. However, we had all areas covered and other men stationed at a side.
Wait a minute. You knew we were were being infiltrated?
Yes, ma'am. A half hour ago, we got an anonymous phone call warning us of an attack coming. We got our teams in order, hoping to get the upper hand of the situation. Seems like we're too late.
Have you seen who's behind this?
Unfortunately not. Our monitors went down just minutes ago. Camera feeds and alarm systems are all offline. But one of our men in the lobby reported something about smoke before his radio went dead. All units are colliding up at the heliport to start a full perimeter sweep. Hopefully, the head directors will send reinforcements as soon as possible.
Bad idea. If lobby security got taken down, then I doubt you guys will do any better. The infiltrators will probably have a group waiting to ambush you. We need to find out which floors have been compromised and go from there.
Can't do that, ma'am. The commander has given orders to...
Excuse me, officer, but I outrank you, your commander, and your whole goddamn security force. Now, radio your commander and tell him to evacuate his team from the heliport. You and the rest of your team need to stay here and follow my lead. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
You said the monitors went down, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check if the backup generators went offline as well?
No. We never checked, ma'am.
Come with me.
Alex and the guard ran into the security station. Blank screens ran across the wall. She picked up the office phone and heard no dial tone. Antenna bars and Wi-Fi signals on her cell phone were both gone.
Damn it!
She yelled.
Can't get a hold of anyone!
Maybe that's why she hadn't heard from Gina yet.
You mentioned something about a back generator.
I know what I said!
She barked, shushing him in mid-sentence.
Just give me a minute to figure this out.
Alex walked to the back room. There should be a map or floor plan that'll indicate where the backup generators are located. Activating one of them will hopefully boost their connection services back online. Meanwhile, the guard wanted to get back to the lot and help his team. He got on his walkie-talkie and requested their position status.
Oh my God! We're gonna die! Make it stop! Make it stop!
The coiling mist ate through the cables, and all the elevators dropped down the shafts like Scud missiles. Friends and co-workers trapped inside, spending their final seconds of life in absolute terror. Explosions scorched the entire wall. A gust of smoke barreled through the parking lot.
Get down!
The guard yelled out to Alex before diving to the ground. As the panels burned profusely, the unearthly mist slithered its way through the lot, curling under cars and wrapping around columns. It calculated its moves like a predator, waiting, watching for a sign of life, then take it. The guard rolled on his side and cried his eyes out. His entire unit got eliminated in one shot. He was the last line of security left. Fear and misery clutched his breast, not knowing what to do. Just then, he saw the mist curl from around a column, then hide back behind it. Blinded by tears, he thought it was one of the infiltrators about to attack. Fueled by anger, he charged outside with his firearm and shouted,
Freeze! Drop your weapon and show yourself, or I'll kill you right now!
Out came the mist in a huge balloon cloud. The guard froze with shock. Like a raging bull, the mist charged at him and wrapped around every limb of his body. Two sets of curling smoke spun like drills and shot up inside his nostrils. He gagged, grabbed his throat. Desperately, he tried to collect some air. Mist swirled inside his eyeballs until they were as white as paste, paralyzing his muscles. Drool hung from his bottom lip. Mindlessly, the guard lumbered toward the security station, uttering a guttural moan. Meanwhile, still rocked from the explosion, Alex got to her feet and stumbled back out to the monitors. She noticed the guard had left. From the outside, dense fog caressed the bulletproof display glass. Knowing dark forces are at work, she hesitated to leave the station. With a gun in hand, she inched toward the door. Perhaps the infiltrators were lurking in the smoke to capture more hostages. She cracked the door open by an inch. Go! The possessed guard smashed through the door and leapt on the agent like an angry cheetah. Her gun dropped. Shoving her against the monitors, the newly formed zombie chomped at the air. She held him back with all her might, but his strength mysteriously increased. What used to be his face morphed into a hideous gore with bubbling burnt skin and a jackal-sized mouth foaming with pus-like coloring. The stink of his breath fogged up her glasses. She was a T-bone steak, and he couldn't wait to sink his teeth into it. Alex fought hard to push him away, but he would lunge closer each time. Only one thing left to do. Fiercely, she dug her fingernails into his eyes, nearly poking them out. Howling in pain, the zombie guard loosened his grip. She sat on the control board and rammed both her feet into his chest. As the guard fell back to the back room, she immediately closed the door.
What the hell happened to him?
She wondered. Was every guard in the building now a mindless zombie? Suddenly, vapor crept through the bottom of the door and slithered toward her shoes. Alex ripped off her jacket sleeve and pressed it against her face. She opened the door and boldly ran into the mist. Smoky vines shot out from all angles and reached, but she dodged past like an Olympic speed skater. Once breaking through the fog bank, she ran to a clear area on the other side of the lot. Dropping to her knees, she filled her lungs with as much oxygen as possible. She then looked back. It can't be. Something big and white approached. Fear had hit her for the first time tonight as she watched the mist chase after her like a tidal wave. Alex ran down a ramp while cars flipped over behind her. The mist moved with the force of a hurricane. She turned to run down the next ramp that led to P2, but she used her wits and climbed underneath an SUV along the side instead. Seeing nothing but white mist ahead, she held her breath while hearing its hisses getting closer. It circled the entire level, trying to find her. While thinking of an escape plan, she noticed her feet touching a railing. Quietly crawling backward, she slid over the rail and dropped down to P2, gently landing on top of an orange Lamborghini. As the mist still lurked above, Alex ran over to the ramp on the other side of the lot. According to the floor plan, at the security office, alternate controls to the backup generator were installed inside the guard post by the front gate. In the case of a security breach, the guard on duty will be able to send out an SOS. Running nonstop, constantly looking over her shoulder, the unoccupied post. The intruders must have overlooked it, not doing their homework. Just then, she was overcome by sudden chills. Had the air conditioning restarted? Overhead, swirly white lines spewed out from the ventilation shaft. Huffing, puffing, a monstrous form began to take shape behind her. Nervously, she turned around. A spine-chilling wail had deafened her ears, shattered several car windows and ceiling lights. In its mystic and horrific form, the cobra had returned. Spring mist drenched her face. Alex sprinted toward the guard post and took a charging leap inside. She kicked the door closed and frantically searched the control board for the hidden keypad. The cobra widened its mouth in front of the post. Fangs were the size of swords. There! Hidden behind the fire extinguisher, shiny buttons numbered from 0 to 9. Steadying her trembling fingers, she punched in her access code. Mechanics started working. Backup generators began to charge up. Within seconds from devouring the post and the agent trapped inside, the lights illuminated from above. Alex turned on the ventilation system and switched it to vacuum mode. The cobra howled in fright as it got torn through the air vents, sucked up into nothingness. Alex exhaustedly rested, thanking God her plan worked. At that moment, the parking lot gates opened and in entered Harvey Gaines, holding an M60 machine gun. The agent ducked inside the post and covered her mouth with her hand. "I know you're in here, Vasquez," he shouted, sniffing. "I can smell you." His eyes rolled toward the guard post. She must be in there. Growling from the end of the hall grabbed his uninvited attention. He spotted the possessed guard charging toward him like a bear in the woods. Without thinking twice, Harvey opened fire, wasting an entire round of bullets. The guard dropped to a bloody mess. During his moment of distraction, Alex ran out of the post and ducked behind some parked cars. Feedback sounded from Harvey's radio and Khalil's mottled accent snowed in. "What have you found?" he asked. "Just some stupid guard trying to play hero," Harvey snickered. "Good. Sweep the perimeter and get back up here. I'm going to call out Vasquez, and I don't want to spook her any more than she probably is already." "Fool, you ain't my boss. Remember Hart's instructions. I plant the bombs, and you grab the agent. Now shut the f*** up and let me handle my business, all right? This plan needs to go accordingly to lure the Angelite here. But just in case we can't grab her sister, this whole building is sealed tighter than a virgin on prom night. Ain't no way that agent is getting out of here. Besides, I already checked the keycard logins, and she ain't left the building yet. She's up in here somewhere. Why don't you go ahead and make the goddamn call? The Angelite won't have a reason to come here if she already knows Hart is at the Federal Reserve. Agent Vasquez is the bait we need." "I missed the part where that's my problem. That's your job. So you better think of some old scientific madness to make this thing work, or else John's gonna be playing soccer with your face. Let's do this already so I can get up out of here and scoop up something that loot, you heard? Get to work, fool! Out!" Static then sounded from the building's PA speakers as Khalil mockingly did a sound check.
Hello, Vasquez. Or should I say, hola, señorita. You must be wondering how we found you, huh? Let's just say we're in the same line of work. Now that I have your attention, my associates have placed a bomb in this building which is set to go off at dawn. Your colleagues, your friends, all who you care for will be blown to kingdom come unless you surrender yourself to me tonight. Do so, and I give you my word as a gentleman that they'll all go free. Make a choice, but choose soon, because there's a time limit to these negotiations. And just in case you're holding out until your superhuman sister comes.
She heard panting and coughing. Curse words yelled in the British accent. She gasped. They've captured Lloyd.
Sorry. I know this tactic might seem old-fashioned, but no sense in reinventing the wheel if it still works, right? Now, Either you hand yourself over to me, or your top agent will be the first to die. Meet me at the heliport when you're ready. My associates will have a pair of handcuffs waiting for you. Ta-ta.
Chapter 58. midnight. Gina opened her eyes and noticed her grogginess had disappeared. Sleep did her some good, but where was she? Recognizing the ceiling fan spinning overhead, she then realized it was Alex's bedroom. How did she get here? The last thing she remembered was thrashing Hartz's goons in Times Square. Natalie, where is she? Gina sprung up from the bed and trotted to the living room, ready to run out of the apartment. But then she spotted a distressed Natalie Mercedes standing by the balcony window. In spite of being blessed with divine powers, it terrified her to know that so many people wanted her dead.
You brought me here?
She asked, stepping into the living room. Natalie nodded.
The last thing you told me before passing out was this address.
She informed.
The perfect place for us to lay low for a while. Your sister's place, right? Yeah, she won't mind, but she should have been here by now. Guess that phony doctor knows more than he led us to believe.
Natalie stayed silent for about a minute. Resting in a calm environment gave her time to digest everything since her rebirth.
Why me?
She asked.
Why did this happen to me? I can't answer that,
Gina said, taking a seat on the couch.
We're not randomly picked like in the lottery drawing. Each of us has a purpose in God's plan. For normal people, I doubt it's anything of this magnitude, but we're all called at some point to perform great feats. Whether it's becoming president, saving the polar bears, or giving a panhandler $10. Everything has a purpose. Those who have the heart to do some good are a part of something greater in the works. But most people never embrace it because they act on their emotions. As for me, I wound up in this situation due to fatal circumstances. Tell me.
Natalie sat on the couch, eager to listen. Gina took a deep breath.
The angels favored me because of my mother,
She said.
She, too, was an Angelite before I was born. You mentioned that word before. What exactly is a Angelite? Angelite. One word. It's someone reborn by angels to defend the world against demonic invaders. The most treacherous demons we know of are part of a large network known as the Crucifix, a collection of Satan's most wicked beasts used to cause worldwide chaos as part of the ultimate plan to imprison us for all eternity. Imprison us? Like terrorists? Something like that. Except Satan works behind the scenes. He'll never show his face, the true act of a coward. Instead, he sends his minions across the globe to plant seeds in the minds of everyday folks to have them do his work. Hence, John Hart. Satan discovered his dark desires and granted him great powers in exchange for his services, thus making him a demon. Those cops who chased you tonight aren't people anymore. Once they've surrendered themselves to the darkness, their essence of humanity dies, turning them into demons with human makeup. I don't believe I'm even hearing this,
Natalie protested.
Okay, why would angels choose me? I mean, I feel great and all, knowing I possess unique gifts that most people can only dream about, but you have to tell these angels that they got the wrong woman. I can't remember the last time I've been to church. I don't know Mark, Luke, or John, apart from Mo, Larry, or Curly, or Tom, Dick, and Harry. If they thought you weren't qualified, then you would have died this evening. You were brought back to life for a purpose, as I was. We've escaped death to save lives. Then why couldn't God help my cousin escape death? Was she deemed unworthy?
Gina closed her eyes and lowered her head.
You can't put that on him, Nat.
She explained.
Satan's armies won't stop at anything to condemn us all. He'll take away as much as he can until we have no more hope left to muster. I'm so sorry for what happened to your cousin, but I believe her death is why the angels had chosen you. Honestly, I don't know you from a can of paint or a hole in the wall, apart from what you told me already, but I could tell that you're a woman of faith. You believe without seeing, just as I've always done. It took me a long time to find my faith again, and look at me now. These demons have taken so much from us because they fear us. They know we have the will to vanquish any devil that steps in our path. Did Pastor Good tell you all of this? No, he showed me. I was fortunate to be granted the time to test out my gifts. But I'm afraid you don't have that same luxury. For the time being, you're going to have to wing it and learn as you go. The good news is, you already got a head start. Those cops you beat down in the park should have given you some bonus energy. Are you feeling sluggish at all? I got a few winks after I brought you here, but most of the time, I just sat here thinking. Rest is important. You'll energize a lot quicker.
Gina looked at her cell and saw no missed calls.
Listen, I got to go and check on my sister. You can stay here as long as you like. I don't want to put any added pressure on you, but this can be stopped.
Natalie interrupted. As much as she wanted to avenge Martha, this was a life-altering decision. Heart-stopping moments like the episodes in Brooklyn and Times Square will plague the rest of her days. Did she want that responsibility?
I need time to think this through. You have my number if you need any backup. We'll talk more when you get back. I'm just not ready right now.
Chapter 59. Alex rested in the security lounge on level 3, curled up like a cat on top of 2 chairs pushed behind the vending machines. She was worn out, mentally drained. How much longer can she keep up this cat and mouse game? Lloyd's life hung in the balance. If Gina doesn't reach her soon, then she'll have to surrender to those mad terrorists to save his life, even if it means losing her own. From out of nowhere, her phone vibrated on top of the armrest. She nearly fell off the chair. Since there was no reception down there, how was she able to receive a call? Her suspicion soon became elation once she realized it was Gina.
You don't know how relieved I am to hear from you,
She whispered.
Why are you whispering?
Gina asked.
I'm still at headquarters, hiding in the parking levels. The building is under siege. We must have been followed from the hospital, unless Felix used some kind of crazy magic spell to alert Hart and his flunkies that he was here.
What did he tell you?
First off, his real name is Harold Nixon, and he admitted to knowing the dark arts, taught to him by his brother, who just happened to have started a Satanist cult called the Spawns of Satan. Hart heard about his artistry and recruited him.
My God, say it ain't so.
She sighed.
His brother's name wouldn't happen to be Walter, would it?
Alex paused.
How did you know that?
The storekeeper I got the knife from. His name was Wally. And the Spawns of Satan was the cult Ronnie and I raided. Pastor Good was right. God saw the links to the chain, and I was sent out there to intervene.
And since Hart couldn't sign the first-round draft pick, he settled for sloppy seconds. He would have been even more powerful if not for you.
But it was you who led us to that bogus doctor and the wickedness behind Brookhaven. You've brought me along a lot further than I would have on my own, Allie. That's why I'm getting you out of there right now.
You can't. Hart has a crew planning to hit the Federal Reserve Bank tonight. They plan to use me as bait to lure you here, giving Hart free range to loot as much as he wants. They're counting on your arrival so much that they've planted a bomb to level you and the entire building.
But since you've managed to elude their capture thus far, I can get you out of there before they get a whiff of your hair.
I know this building like the back of my hand, so I can send them on the wild goose chase long enough for you to get Hart. You can come and rescue me afterward.
Allie!
I can't leave my team. At least if I'm still here, they have a chance to survive. Don't worry about me, Gina.
Gina put passion before principle, but she knew Alex was right. She pressed her finger and thumb on the bridge of her nose and reluctantly agreed.
I'm coming for you as soon as I'm done.
I know you will. Be careful.
I love you, Allie.
Love you too, big sis.
Gina dropped the phone and bottled up her anger. She vowed that Alex would never be harmed, but these tragic obstacles keep interfering. That son of a she swore, thinking of the beatdown she's going to drop on the crucifix at the bank. Natalie stood by the doorway, relating to Gina's sorrow.
You've just convinced me,
She said.
If I were in your shoes, I honestly don't think I would have made the same decision. Martha was like my sister. And the one time I wasn't there for her, she died.
Now I have the chance to get back at the people responsible. You bet I'm fighting this war. I'm not sulking,
said Gina.
I'm harnessing my aggression because, so help me God, each one of Hart's gang will be dead before sunrise.
Now that's what I'm talking about. So what's the plan? The Angelites mapped out the targeted places: the Federal Reserve and FBI headquarters. They guesstimated the size of the crucifix cops and how fast they can take them out. Surfacing as a problem was how many news crews would flood the streets once the fireworks start. Cameras will be filming two superwomen manhandling the police, automatically tagging them as villains. They needed an ally who would testify on their behalf. Names were randomly thrown in the hat, but none credible enough to strike an aha moment.
What about that blonde from Channel 4? Trish. White girl.
Natalie mentioned.
The one who's forever drilling Hart with all those hard-nosed questions? Certainly she must have seen through his BS already. I agree,
said Gina.
But even she'll need concrete proof, or else her story will be dismissed as tabloid taboo. What if the people saw an officer on our side fighting against the crucifix? Not just an ordinary cop, but someone with stature. Right. Someone with a reputation that commanded respect from the people. Preferably, a person who's had their heroism documented like a Curtis Sliwa or Rudy Giuliani type. And even if this person doesn't believe our story, at least he or she would call the real officers for backup. Reporters can draw their conclusion. Exactly. But who could we get on such short notice? How about we let my people handle this? I'll bet they'll do an outstanding job, but this person needs to have a title, kind of like a war hero. Someone who'll be instantly recognized as a highly decorated...
Gina found her aha moment. She rushed to the window and said,
Wait about 15 minutes, then head to the bank. I'll meet you there.
Within the whiff of the night air, Gina leapt out of the window and vanished. Chapter 60. Alex sat in the corner with her arms crossed over her knees. Did she just make a life-costing decision? Gina could have gotten her out in minutes, but she chose to stay. Why would she do that? Guilt for not being honest with her team? Felix was never a person of interest to them, and yet they helped her anyway. Now, she'll never forgive herself if they die because of her war. Reflecting on that nugget of knowledge, she realized that the right decision was made. Gina needs to save the world, but she needs to save her team. Tap, tap, tap. Her head popped up. She heard something. Footsteps coming from the driveway. Had Harvey returned? Did Khalil send more cops to do another sweep? Alex rushed to the door and hesitantly stretched her head outside. The lot was deserted. Tap, tap, tap. She crept out of the lounge and tiptoed up the ramp. Glock 19 clasped in her hands. Ducking in between two parked cars, she covered herself in the shadows and waited for the perpetrator to appear. Tap, tap, tap. A set of legs appeared before her eyes. 1, 2, 3. Alex burst out on the scene and slammed the intruder against the hood with one hand wrapped around their throat. Her firearm pointed between their eyes.
What the?
Her animosity instantly faded. Clutched in the agent's grip was a frail teenage girl with long black hair. Moist tracks of dirt tattooed her soft young cheeks. It was Christine Jordan. Perplexed beyond belief, Alex cradled the frightened girl and rushed her back inside the lounge. She sat Christine at the table and draped her suit jacket around her shoulders. She was visibly shaken. Alex punched out a pre-made ham and cheese sandwich from the vending machine and placed it on the table in front of her.
You okay?
She asked, popping open the beverage. Christine nodded yes. Fizz hissed out from the can as she took a long swing, letting the bubbly liquid run down from the sides of her mouth.
What are you doing here?
The agent asked Christine, but she didn't answer. Alex sat across from her and holstered her weapon down. Gently, she cupped her shaky hands.
It's okay. You're safe now. I'm one of the good guys.
Christine began calming down.
Were you upstairs?
She shook her head no.
Then they must have brought you here. Sick bastards. Were you a prisoner or hostage?
Yes,
Christine said shyly.
I was brought here, but I don't know where I am.
What's your name?
Christine, where are we?
FBI headquarters.
Where?
Downtown.
Downtown where?
New York.
In a state of shock, Christine hyperventilated. Alex wrapped her arms around her, shushing her while rocking her back and forth.
Take it easy. Nothing's gonna happen to you while I'm around. You can trust me, okay?
Christine nodded.
Now, can you tell me what's the last thing you remember?
Christine closed her eyes. Horrid images flashed in her mind.
A cellar. I was kidnapped on the way home from school. Mama, Papa, must be so worried.
She was about to bawl into tears.
It's okay. It's okay.
The agent repeated.
I'm gonna get you out of here and bring you back home safely, I promise. Now try to focus. What else do you remember?
Ugly men in pentagrams wanted to kill me. Called me a pig that needed to be sacrificed. Then 2 women arrived. A sheriff and a...
Sheriff?
Yes, she got me out. They both almost died trying to save me.
This sheriff wouldn't happen to be from New Mexico, would she?
Yes, red hair. So brave.
She sighed.
The hospital was in Albert. How do you pronounce?
I got it. Please continue.
Cops and doctors surrounded me, talking about being in proper shape. Not sure if they meant me or not. Next I remember, waking up in the morgue. Gunfire. Legs were so weak I could barely move. I crawled out to the hall. Cops getting thrown by a specter or something, I don't know. But then, a woman under the lights. Red hair again. I thought that sheriff came back. I tried following her, but still weak. More people came, dressed like you. They arrested a doctor, I think. And I'm blank after that.
Impossible. If this is the same girl Gina rescued in New Mexico, then how could she have also been at the morgue? And now here. Coincidental? Perhaps. The agent knew better, though. Something bigger is going on. Before trusting this little girl completely, she raised her antennas high for a possible swerve coming her way.
You're right about the sheriff.
She admitted.
She was at the morgue, and so was I.
Really?
Christine gasped.
My God, she's incredible. I thought I was dreaming at first, but seeing how she survived the explosion, I knew there was something godly about her. She's incredible.
No argument here.
How about her partner? Is she the same way?
Veronica? I'm afraid not. She's still in a coma at the hospital.
Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm sorry. I owe her my life, too.
Sure she'll love to hear you say that.
What about you? You're wearing such a cool suit. You must be FBI.
Alex flipped open her badge.
Why were you in that scary morgue? How were you able to mangle a fleet of cops with your bare hands?
She gasped.
Are you two with a group of superheroes like in the movies?
Not exactly, kid. Gina's in a class all by herself.
Gina?
The sheriff. She's my sister.
Wow!
Christine tilted her head and tightened her eyes.
I see it. You two look alike. You must be as powerful as her, then.
We're both great at what we do, but Gina's the only superhero in the family. Instead of indulging in selfish desires, she chooses to do what's right. She has a heart of gold. Guess that's why the angels blessed her with such extraordinary gifts.
So, you're not a good person?
I didn't say that. You see, I'm the brain of the family, which means I take calculated risks. Even though my dedication to upholding justice is as strong as hers, I work with my head, not my heart. My successful operations were done not for the importance of preserving life, but because it was my job. It may sound harsh, especially since it's far from the truth, but that must be what the angels see. Gina is loved by many, family and strangers alike. If I had to choose between us to save the world, I'd pick her too.
You're too hard on yourself, Miss FBI agent.
Call me Alex.
Okay, Alex.
Christine grinned.
Risking your life to save others is the bravest and noblest thing a human being can do. You have my utmost respect. The power that your sister possesses lives inside of you, too. Why not put your greatness to the test and get us out of here?
Not that simple.
Why not?
This building is filled with crazed cops who are looking to terminate me on sight. Even if I was to get us out of here, I can't guarantee your safety on the outside.
Great risks equals great reward, right?
Excuse me?
Only we can stop us from achieving greatness. The enemy doesn't have enough power to force us down. They merely use trickery to fool us into thinking we're not strong enough, not talented enough to fulfill our goals, dreams, and desires.
Alex could have sworn the little girl began to glow the moment she preached on.
Your self-doubt is what's keeping you in this basement. And if you continue to let your fear overrule your intelligence, then you're going to die of old age before seeing sunlight again. Think about it, Alex.
Alex was speechless. For a moment, she forgot Christine was a teen. She thought a wiser spirit had spoken through her, sending a personal message for only her ears. Was she truly behaving like a damsel in distress? Could she do what her sister can?
For someone so young, you speak with so much wisdom.
She complimented.
We both know it's not my wisdom. It's God's wisdom.
She smiled.
May I use the restroom, please?
Alex gave point, and Christine excused herself from the table. A sudden warmness had come into the agent's heart. Pastor Good would have preached similar words if he was in the room with her.
Could she be right?
Alex wondered. Be that as it may, she wasn't ready to die to find out. Therefore, she chose to wait. Chapter 61. An army of officers dressed in black combat uniforms, loading every weapon in their deadly arsenal into various vehicles parked in the rear of Club Candy Cane. Standing on the dock with his arms crossed was John Hart, overlooking his minions like an evil emperor, seething with greed. With billions for the taking, his selfish desires would be fulfilled by morning. His mood rapidly changed, however, upon receiving a call from the pilot who narrowly escaped the Times Square onslaught. "Didn't I tell you to maintain radio silence until morning?" he scolded. "You know what's at stake tonight, right? So why would you choose to bother me now with your backyard nonsense, huh? Jeez. I knew you were as dumb as you looked, but this goes far and beyond my already low expectations. Now you got 10 seconds to convince me why you thought it was a good idea to interrupt my moment of triumph. 10 seconds, or else I'm gonna rip out your goddamn throat and feed it to the sewer rats. Got that, moron? Okay, go." Gulping and ventilating, the pilot's quivering jaw uttered, "We messed up. She got away." John thought the world had stopped. He heard nothing but his heartbeat while feeling endless pints of blood rush up to his ears. No, 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 he denied. "What do you mean she got away? You meant to say that she passed away, right? Like she had a heart attack before you buried 50 bullets in her chest, right? Please tell me this is some kind of sick joke. Come on, somebody, please tell me this is a motherfucking joke." "Sir, she got away. We got taken out by a woman with red hair, sir. She said she's coming for you." All John could hear was the bantering Grandpa will give him once he get a hold of this news.
How can you have messed this up, John?
Are you too stupid to kill one Angelite? You're a disgrace.
Damn it! He yelled. All of you morons couldn't take down one woman? What the hell is the point of keeping you on my payroll? I got enough damn janitors in my club, so I sure as hell don't need any on my damn team! And where the hell is Kat? I don't know. Don't know what the hell is going on, he sobbed. I'm sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. As the brigade of cops below the dock showed concern for their distraught leader, John tightly closed his eyes as if he was about to cry. But to keep up team morale, he calmed down and thought on his feet. She got away, huh? He repeated. I will work all through the night, sir, the pilot pledged. I'll search every borough, every street in this city. There'll be no stone left unturned, sir, and I won't rest until I act. John heard a mix of gags and slashes on the other line. Heavy breathing ensued afterward. I assume that's you, Kat, he said. I don't understand it. You were one of our top assassins. I treated you like family, like a girlfriend I almost loved. How could you, of all people, have screwed this up? I'm disappointed in you. Huffing and puffing grew stronger. However, you've proven yourself worthy over the years. Therefore, I'm going to give you another chance to redeem yourself. I want Goldberg and Mercedes dead before sunrise. Because if they're not, then you will be. I take it we understand each other. Out. From pure frustration, John launched his phone into the river and stomped off the dock. Cheers erupted from the pit of officers as they ran to their vehicles, shouting, Our world! Our world! Our world! Our world! He climbed on the top of an armored truck and announced to his minions, We're going to hit that bank hard. You guys get to the vault and don't leave any bills crumpled on the floor. I want these trucks to be filled to the brim with green and gold. Eliminate every member of the bank security. Kill anyone who opposes you. If Natalie Mercedes shows up, then kill her too. Kill everyone that stands in our way. But no one touches Vasquez. She is for me. Chapter 62. Having a private celebration out on the terrace of his penthouse, a dismal and dreary Saxon Davis sipped on a glass of blackberry brandy while holding onto a picture of his wife Beverly, who died of cancer 4 years ago. Tears rolled over his liquored lips. His red eyes grew tired over the years of suffering, facing the unfriendliness of this world alone. However, near-death experiences on the job help him forget about the loneliness temporarily. Josephine and Ashley, his 2 daughters, lived across the country, happily married with children of their own. It seemed like forever since he talked to his grandkids. He also used to speak to his brother, Jackson, at least once a week. Regrettably, their busy schedules have made it hard for them to get together. Happy anniversary, my dear Beverly, he said. Soon we'll be together again. Forever this time. I miss you so much. The night air got chillier, and Saxon dragged his feet into the living room to grab a blanket from the linen closet. Nearly giving him a heart attack was seeing Gina Vasquez magically appearing by the terrace doors. "Gina?" he asked while rubbing the doubt from his teary eyes. Is that you?"
Sorry to show up unannounced, sir, but the door was unlocked.
Gina said.
Great to see you again.
Saxon, weary and buzzed, embraced her like one of his kids, letting out a couple of sobs as he gave her a firm hug. Gina was taken aback by his outpouring emotion, but the whiff of alcohol told her more that she needed to know. "It's been a long time, Vasquez," said Saxon. "When did you get back into town?"
About a week, give or take. Hey, I see you have 2 glasses outside. Expecting company?
"Oh, no. I was just, celebrating. Today is our anniversary. 30 years Bev and I have been married. Can you believe how fast time flies? You remember my wife, don't you? She made you that homemade key lime pie the day you were promoted to detective."
How can I forget? And I tore up every bit of that pie, too.
She giggled.
With a little help from Allie, of course.
Saxon laughed.
Beverly was a fine lady.
Yes, she was.
She's been my counselor since the day I was assigned to your unit. Trained me at the level of most male cadets, even teaching me how to engage 5 people by myself. I was surprised I got through her sessions without a scratch. She was sweet, yet stern. I was blessed with acquiring her expert tutelage as much as yours.
What did you expect from a 5th-degree black belt? She would ream me out whenever I let one of my guys slack off on the case. But you were special to her. She always said how you reminded her of her younger self. It gave her new life to see a policewoman so happy to serve justice. She gave you the tools for combat, and I taught you the strategies of investigation. But it was your heart and determination that made you such a fine officer. And if Bev were here right now, she would have said the exact same thing. Conviction and all. It's been hard going on without her. Saxon's eyes watered up again.
I miss her too, sir.
Would you please stop with the sir business? I haven't been your boss in years.
Old habits are hard to break.
Fair enough. So how are Sienna and Alexandra?
Happier now that I'm back. Allie's now a top dog in the bureau. Not a director yet, but she's got her own team. Only a matter of time before she's running the entire division. I wish to God there was a way to give them back the years they wasted suffering over me.
That's what parents do, Vasquez. They worry about their children. You can be on top of the world and they'll still find something to fuss about. You see, they're happier now, right? So that's a step in the right direction. I'm so proud of both of you girls. I bet Allie's getting into all kinds of trouble, huh?
Well, that's what I need to talk to you about.
Saxon, cradling his wife's picture in his arms, led Gina to the sofa and offered her a seat. He eagerly waited to hear what she had to say. With time running short, she chose to get to the point.
Earlier this evening, Allie went to the bureau to question a suspect she had in custody. Before she could leave, mercenaries overran the building, fully armed and extremely tough.
"My God!" Saxon shouted. "Have you called the police?"
I can't. The mercenaries are the police.
Saxon showed a doubtful face. "Are you sure, Vasquez? That sounds far-fetched, especially in this city. No chance in hell for one officer to have enough power to organize an entire police force. And even if this is true, why would they want to commit such a horrible act?"
They're using her to get to me.
"So I suppose you know who's behind this."
Yes, it's John Hart.
"Impossible!" Saxon denied, looking appalled. "That's completely and utterly ridiculous!"
Sir, it's true. Hart runs an underground coalition of officers who are planning to rob the Federal Reserve Bank tonight. They could be moving on the property right now as we speak.
He shook his head in denial.
I know how hard this must be for you to hear, but earlier tonight, his cops tried to kill Allie and me, and also a friend of mine who just happens to be related to Martha Combs.
Combs? From Internal Affairs? He sobered up. The agent? Who was murdered in New Jersey? How in God's name can you connect Hart with such a tragedy?
I have proof, sir. My friend has papers proving Hart's entire storybook career is a fraud. Each operation he orchestrated has been an inside job, assisted by higher-ups that no organization can touch. All I'm asking you to do is send some of your men to the Federal Reserve and hold down Hart's grunts. I will do the rest.
This is crazy. No, it's ludicrous. I can't believe you're talking like this.
Sir, please. Allie's life is in danger. I need to stop Hart now, or else this city will be in utter chaos by morning.
Are you insane, Vasquez? He stammered. John Hart is as straight as an arrow. The finest officer I've ever had the privilege to watch perform this past decade. Quite frankly, I'm surprised that you throw in such heinous accusations at a man who was one of your biggest supporters after you got arrested. Gina couldn't believe what she just heard.
Hart supported me?
She thought. Then a flashback hit her like a bolt of lightning. When Sylvan visited her in the psych ward, Hart was with him. He told her about his regime back then, but she dismissed it as a public nuisance. That explains their connection.
Revenge,
She concluded.
This has been his plan all along. Goldberg made the cops suffer for defying him at my rally, and now John is using the crucifix for payback. It all makes sense now. With him going to such great lengths to kill people, I believe Mayor Goldberg is going to die tonight as well.
I do not want to hear this anymore, Vasquez. It was great seeing you, but now you need to leave. Who the hell do you think you are, showing up after all these years and make these blasphemous accusations about the most hard-working individual I ever known? How dare you come into my house and insult my best officer? John has single-handedly brought hope back to the city by putting an end to organized crime. He's a man of honor. I love him like he's...
A son? Think of what you're saying, sir. Have you ever asked him how he was able to accomplish such unimaginable feats in minimal amounts of time? When you first saw me as a rookie, you said that I demonstrated endurance and passion. Think of when you first saw him. What was it about his abilities that made you want him on your team?
For the life of him, Saxon couldn't think of one major talent John possessed. Not one standout performance came to mind. More and more the wheels turned, but only blank pictures developed. He couldn't even remember why he recruited John in the first place.
Can't remember why, can you?
She scrutinized.
Hart uses people, sir. Dark forces have paved the way for this man to fulfill every wicked plan he creates. The sad part about it is, there are much more like him out there, maybe networking as we speak. I could take Hart down, but I need your help.
The intoxicated policeman looked toward the ground and said, "No, I can't." Gina was genuinely hurt. She imagined the one person who'd take her side during a crisis of such magnitude would be Saxon Davis. She was wrong. Perhaps when she fled 5 years ago, a part of him left too. Without saying a word, she vanished from the living room. Saxon was surrounded by loneliness again. He bawled out his shame. With the shot glass hanging from his fingertips, He slow-stepped to the terrace and looked over the colonnade. City streets were the size of tire tracks. Embracing the breezy night air, he looked into the moonlight and said, "Soon, Bev. Soon, my love." Part 5, Chapter 63. Quietness plagued the financial district. No action happening at the Federal Reserve Bank. Natalie paced along the rooftop across the street, eagerly waiting to throw a monkey wrench into John Hart's diabolical plan. Swooshing onto the scene was a heartbroken Gina. Fast-stepping towards the building ledge, she bitterly said,
Sorry for wasting your time. Guess they weren't interested, huh?
Natalie asked. Gina sighed.
I've been through the worst of times with that man. He taught me everything I know about surviving in the field. Never once had he ever accused me of lying until now. What are we talking about? My mentor? Were those his exact words? Practically.
The ladies sat down on the roof ledge, letting their legs dangle over like kids swinging in the playground. Gina started thinking that maybe her approach was wrong. She should have just asked for help and let Saxon see for himself what a low-life creature John Hart truly is. Perhaps if someone barged into her life after so many years and said that Alex had gone rogue, she wouldn't believe them either. Natalie sympathized with her fellow Angelite, as she knows what it feels like to have people you trust stab you in the back. Aside from her former colleagues joining Hart's regime, Natalie felt betrayed by her family over a choice she made on the field 5 years ago. A relative turned out to be a figurehead of a major drug cartel in Queens. To their shock and disappointment, Natalie and Martha busted him one night during a raid. He was a beloved member of their family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even her own mother asked her not to testify, asking to use whatever reason necessary to set him free. Tamper with evidence, mistaken identity, etc., etc. Both ladies knew that arrest would tear their family apart. As Martha thought of complying to keep the peace, Natalie dug her heels to the ground and testified. Now, he's serving a life sentence and the family turned their backs on her. Truth be told, this was the main reason Martha joined Internal Affairs. Guilt weighed too much on her to bear.
Hey, I know what it feels like to not have many people you can count on,
said Natalie.
Martha and I used to have each other's back for everything. Asked nothing from nobody. Many people turned their backs on us because of the choices we made. Helping strangers seemed more important than satisfying my loved ones. People who I thought loved me unconditionally. Biggest disappointments usually come from the ones closest to you. Sucks. Now that Martha's gone, I have nobody left to count on. That is until I met you.
Gina looked up and nodded, acknowledging her sentiment.
Your mentor might have turned his back on you, but at least he never said, "You're dead to me." Maybe he's just scared, stressed out. Give him some time. Hart duped a lot of people into thinking he's someone special. And if your friend is as good as you believe he is, he'll eventually learn the truth. Maybe this way is best. It'll be hard for us to fight and keep him safe at the same time, though. He's not like us, after all. You're right.
Gina sprung her head and realized,
I got enough to worry about with Alex. Saxon is one of the best officers I ever seen, but his mind's not ready to handle Satan's minions.
She gave the private eye a thankful smirk. Natalie answered with a nod, her way of saying, "You're welcome."
So you decided to become a private eye after Martha joined Internal Affairs? Yes and no.
Private investigating was always the end game, but it was supposed to be the two of us. However, unreal events unfolded around me after the City Hall fiasco. Fellow officers had vanished without a trace, city officials going after cops. Even the precinct bombing in Queens, for Pete's sake. That was my wake-up call. I was scared to think that the worst was yet to come. Imagine fear for your life out in these streets and inside the precinct. It wasn't worth it for me.
I followed the City Hall rally when it happened. The paper said that a war was brewing between Goldberg and the police department. A war he could have prevented. I never heard that experience from a cop's perspective. Mind telling me about it?
My department wasn't always the cleanest, but at least we patrolled the streets with a sense of morality and dignity. After the protests got flushed down the toilet, dedicated officers I knew for years had turned into gangsters pretty much. Thanks to Goldberg's budgeting plan, department funding was cut in half, which meant less overtime pay, raises, and pensions. Days later, I heard through the grapevine that policemen wanted to ally with other precincts. They eventually tried to recruit me. I was one of the best, they said. Also, they mentioned it would be beneficial to secure your future rather than gamble with it so recklessly. That to me sounded like a threat, so I didn't want any part of it. That stuff may work in the movies, but no one survives when taking the law into their own hands. I bounced the next day, and months down the line, my private eye business was open. I still wish I could have done something to stop that regime from forming instead of just quitting, but I was afraid it would have been me against the world. Who knew that 5 years later, my worst fear would come to pass?
Don't carry that weight on your back,
said Gina.
You did the right thing. Even if you attempted to stop them back then, the regime would have happened regardless. At least now you're fully equipped to fight them. Also, you got me fighting alongside you. Them lame ducks are as good as gone.
Can't argue with the truth.
Natalie smirked.
Where were you during the rally? On a desert island?
You can say that. I was in prison.
You?
The private eye doubted.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's true. I was sentenced to a prison psych ward for 5 years. I wound up getting out in 18 months for good behavior. What could you have possibly have done to get yourself arrested? Aggravated assault against my ex-husband and his mistress.
Whoa. I'm shocked. You don't seem like... Hey, where have I heard that story before?
5 years ago, perhaps. I was the wrongfully accused officer. The rally was about getting justice for me.
Natalie was baffled.
Are you kidding me? Goldberg accessed every media outlet in the city to vilify you.
I know. I thought I deserved it back then. My family, however, didn't share my beliefs. They went through every legal channel possible to have my sentence altered. The judge accepted my plea of insanity, and thus I avoided general population.
What did you do when you got out?
I ran down the deepest rabbit hole I could find. Maybe I was being too hard on myself, but...
We all lose it, Gina. Men and women alike. The difference is men tend to blame outward. It's everyone else's fault except theirs. Us women choose to blame inward because we are naturally gifted problem solvers.
What makes you say that?
Because God wouldn't have made us mothers.
Natalie giggled.
Got a point.
Gina giggled as well.
I could see why you left, but you did your time. God forgives everyone, no matter how shameful they are, right? Now it's time to forgive yourself.
The conversation ended abruptly when shadowy figures ran toward the entrance to the bank. A security guard with flickering red eyes opened the doors and waved them inside.
You saw his eyes?
Gina noticed.
Every guard in this building might be a crucifix soldier, and with an army of crazed cops stirred in the mix, we're in for a taste of foobar sorbet.
I've been craving that all day,
said Natalie while cracking her knuckles.
Shall we?
Not yet. One piece of this puzzle is still missing.
The Angelites raced across the rooftops, circling to get a view of the unloading facility in the back of the building. Shortly after, an armored truck drove up to the security gates. The gate guard walked up to the truck holding an M16. Let me see some ID, he demanded. The driver showed his ID and magically the gates opened. Strangely, the guard never walked back to his post. Gina zoomed her vision closer and noticed trails of smoke curling up the guard's nostrils. Wickedly smiling behind the wheel was the lunatic bomb expert Rusty Pipes.
In there!
Gina pointed.
What's in that truck? We'll take them out first. Just pray that the normal bank guards can hold it down on their own in the meantime.
Chapter 64. Strolling toward the unloading facility, John Hart and Rocky Diamonds passed the comatose who was as stiff as a statue, holding his rifle like an action figure. John jokingly slipped a dollar bill in his shirt pocket before entering the gates. Seconds later, his army of killer cops charged onto the property, yelling with rage like a football team entering the field of play. Zeke parted through the crowd and ran over to John. Girl Scout hasn't shown up yet, he informed. John tossed him a set of keys while scanning the area. This might be easier than I thought, said John. You know your assignment. Hop to it. Zeke complied and headed for the main entrance.
What about the vault?
Rocky asked John. You need to get up there and take out the stragglers. Rusty will follow you shortly, and if you see Vasquez anywhere, lead her directly to me. Got it? With the wink of an eye, Rocky confirmed and then swished inside the bank, racing through the corridors until she reached the records department on the second floor. Except for a spotlight shining over the front doors, the entire hallway was pitch black. As she was about to storm inside, a parade of clicks sounded behind her head. Red beams pointed at her leather-coated body. Then a group of armed security guards emerged from the dark holding automatic rifles. Rocky spun on her heels and put her hands in the air.
Relax, guys,
she said.
I'm a cop.
Throw your weapons on the ground and put your hands behind your head,
the lead guard demanded.
I have no weapon, fellas. Seriously, I'm working undercover. I'm on the job.
I said, put your hands up, or we'll sue.
Take it easy, fellas.
She smiled while locking her fingers behind her head.
Do you want me to get down on my knees?
As soon as she dropped, Rusty Pipes appeared behind her. He then eliminated the entire security force with armor-piercing bullets loaded in his M80 machine gun. Gazing at the cluster of bloody bodies, Rusty snickered. You should have seen the view from back here, love.
Me or the guards?
Rocky flirted. Doors to the record department flew apart with just one kick. Rocky and Rusty marched through the cluttered office space and noticed financial reports and trading statistics thumbtacked to the back wall. Something phony, though. Who else besides Kareem Abdul-Jabbar could thumbtack financial reports so close to the ceiling? One punch from Rocky's powerful fist reduced the wall to a pile of rubble. Behind it stood a giant bank vault, replicating the one in Crispin's mansion. A top-of-the-line model with a sophisticated security system, but none of that mattered, as Rusty dug his fingers into the steel as if it were clay.
Ha ha! I love these powers, baby!
He happily shouted after ripping the vault door off his hinges. Rocky's green eyes rolled around the cash-filled compartment boxes, licking her lips with excitement. She swooshed through the vault like a tornado and came out cradling stacks of crisp mint bills.
Damn!
She cursed.
I forgot to grab the damn duffel bags!
No bother, love, Rusty said. I'll just swoosh downstairs and grab them before your tender little fingers can let that money hit the ground. Rocky dropped a pile of bills on top of a table and eyed the vault to round up the rest. Drop the money, Raquel! Who said that? Was it another guard? No, only her team knew her as Raquel. A traitor? Bewilderedly, she turned around. It was her teammate, Zeke Tricolo, with his gun pointed to the side of her head.
What the hell are you doing, Zeke?
Rocky scolded.
Have you lost your damn mind?
I said, drop the money, Raquel. Rocky smiled devilishly, knowing no bullets can harm her.
Wanna keep the loot for yourself? Is that it, Zeke? Honey, you know damn well you'll never get out of here alive trying to pull a jack move on me.
During the standoff, Rusty quietly crawled behind the desks like a sewer rat. Focused intently on forcing Rocky to surrender, Zeke had no clue of the upcoming ambush.
Come on, Zeke, baby.
Rocky teased.
Won't you put that gun down? Then you and I can step inside this vault and discuss some in and outs on a new working relationship. Hear me out, baby. So much money. I'll do anything to have it.
Yeah, I bet you would, scoffed Zeke.
Zeke, I know how to treat a hard-working man who's so headstrong like you. With this money, you can rule the city, and I can play the other woman. Kinda like an office romance. Naomi will never have to know. Is your head the only thing strong on your body?
Growing impatient, Zeke drilled his firearm right between her eyes. Shut the f up! I'm done with you and your goddamn slutty ways. Now, you either put that money back inside that vault, or the only ins and outs we'll be discussing is me putting a bullet in your brain and watching it fly out the other side. You got the count of... On blind instinct, Zeke turned around like he had eyes in the back of his head and shot Rusty during a mid-air attack. The crazed cop didn't flinch. Rusty grabbed a handful of Zeke's shirt and flung him across the room like a rag doll. While blood leaked from the wound, leaving red trails down his arm, Rusty flexed his biceps like a bodybuilder and out popped the mangled bullet. His wound instantly sealed itself up. He then grabbed Zeke by his ankles and swung him against the wall. As Zeke tumbled to the floor, Rusty kicked him in the ribs like a striker in a soccer game. Zeke barreled through several tables like a bowling ball. He rolled around in pain. Blood spat from his mouth. That was just a small glimpse of me powers, mate, Rusty threatened. I ought to kill you, Zeke. Every bone in me body is telling me to kill you. But I'm considering a long-term friendship, which is why you're still breathing. For the moment. Rusty crouched down next to his bloody and beaten ex-friend. You got balls, Zeke, I'll give you that. But you've made a grave mistake betraying us, mate. Punishment will be the least of your worries compared to what John's going to do to you once he hears about this. Maybe I should spare you out of misery and just rip your throat out now, eh? Go for it, Zeke mumbled. Only way you're walking out of here is over my dead body. Rusty wiped the sides of his mouth while guffawing in enjoyment. Have it your way! You got 3 seconds to say your prayers or beg for mercy, however you choose. 1, 2, 3. Both Rusty and Rocky got catapulted to the ceiling by an unexpected burst of light that flashed across the room. Groggily getting to their feet, Rusty's jaw hung low at the sight of the Angelite standing across from him. "No!" he screamed on the verge of crying. "Why? What are you doing here?"
Here to crash the party, genius.
Natalie sarcastically replied. Seething with anger, Rusty swooshed over to his machine gun and sprayed countless rounds at the angelic warriors. Wooden furniture got turned to splinters, more holes left in the walls than a pack of moles in the dirt. However, Gina and Natalie peeked at each other as bullets bounced off their bodies like ping-pong balls. Discovering that shooting them was a waste of ammunition, Rusty tossed his weapon away and put up his fists, willing to fight either lady one-on-one.
It's over, Rudy.
Gina warned.
Surrender now, and you won't get hurt.
An arrogant smile curled across his psychotic face. "I ain't scared of you, lousy hookers," said Rusty. "So you got stronger? So what? Big deal. Big girls can't fight. We know that. Especially when you're looking at a real man. Bet you've been waiting to get your hands on a real man, haven't you? Tell you what, bring your pretty little selves a little bit closer to me, and I'll show you a real man."
Are you trying to make us mad?
asked Natalie. "I am not trying anything, baby. I'm trying to make things easy for you. If you want to fight, fine." Rocky came strutting next to her partner while slapping the dust off her leather clothing.
I see.
Gina sighed.
Conjured up some black magic, have we? Got a little stronger since your last outing? Good. Now, knowing you can take punishment, we no longer have to hold back.
"I don't need magic, baby. No spells, no demons. No damn puppet masters. Only powers I need are these right here." Rusty raised his fists and banged them together repeatedly.
Then take your best shot.
Screaming at the top of his lungs, Rusty pulled out a hunting knife and furiously swiped it at the Angelite. He sliced nothing but air as Gina swiftly dodged his attacks. She then threw one punch between Rusty's eyes, and his knees buckled from the pain. Suddenly, Rocky attacked from behind like a battering ram and knocked the Angelites down. She then cowardly fled from the office.
Oh, hell no!
Natalie barked as she and Gina rushed to their feet. Looking at Rusty's pathetic stance, hazy and wobbled, but still pretending to be strong, Natalie asked,
You got this?
Gina smirked and nodded.
Good, because that pleather-wearing green-eyed is mine.
Chapter 65. Rusty rolled his arms and bounced around like a cocky prize fighter. He used his thumb to wipe the corner of his lips as his tongue slithered over his teeth. Racing around the room with empathetic speed, Rusty launched a flurry of combos into Gina's face, running and heading from all directions. But his offense came to a grinding halt as massive pain throbbed from his knuckles. He squealed like a pig. Breathing heavy and sweating profusely, Rusty stared at the Angelite in awe while caressing his swollen red knuckles. Sore arms, faded confidence. What does he have to do to make this woman bleed? Was she that strong? Or did John lie about his power? Gina found his attacks laughable. His punches hurt her as much as a flea bite. She leaned sideways and sarcastically asked him,
What are you staring at? Are you gonna propose?
Feeling humiliated, Rusty tensed up with anger and rushed toward her again. This time he added spin kicks to his repertoire of combat moves. Gina finally decided to strike back and sprung her knee into his midsection. And just like that, the fighting stopped. The pain was so intense that Rusty couldn't move. An elongated grunt seeped out from his windpipe, while his arms stayed stretched out like a photo of a major league pitcher. Gina launched a thrust kick that sent Rusty spiraling across the office, smashing through several wooden tables along the way. He crashed into a supply closet, landing on his head.
I knew that spell had made you stronger, Rudy.
Gina said.
But we both know you're no match for me. Surrender now, and I'll let you live. Last time I'm going to tell you.
Tripping over broken furniture, Rusty pulled out a firearm from his rear holster. He only fired one shot before Gina swooshed over and easily snatched the gun away. Breaking his weapon in half like a breadstick, she warned,
This is the last time, Rudy.
Backpedaling like a drunk mambo dancer, Rusty nervously patted around the numerous pockets in his uniform, looking for more weapons to use. All he had left was a hand grenade and a plastic explosive the size of a hockey puck. Die! He yelled while pulling the pin out from the grenade. Gina caught his wrist and snapped it in half. As Rusty cried in misery, Gina grabbed the grenade and crushed it like a plastic cup, exploding under her fingers like flash powder from an antique camera.
The last time!
She warned once more. Quivering in his knees, pulsing with absolute fear, Rusty raised his good arm in surrender. You win, he admitted. This ain't worth me losing my life over, Sweets. I didn't want this life, but I was lost. A man without a home. Thank God for you, Vasquez. Now I'm found. I'll come quietly, but promise you'll protect me from that damn psychopath. Hot! He'll kill me for selling the moat. They will punish me for all eternity.
No matter who comes for you, Rudy, I'll protect you. Don't worry. You're making the right choice.
Gina offered her hand. Rusty accepted it with a firm slap. As Gina helped him up to his feet, Rusty replied, Thank you for making my choice so easy. Suddenly, he slapped a plastic explosive on the side of her face and swished out of the office. One push of the trigger on his remote detonator. Doors blew off the hinges. Windows shattered to pieces. Great balls of fire violently burst through the ceiling. Broken glass rained onto the streets as clusters of fire lit up the sides of the building, further darkening the night sky with black smoke. Gina never left the room. Radiating with sadistic joy, Rusty danced around the burning hallway, fluttering his arms and leaping like a clumsy ballerina. Oh, I did it! He howled. Oh, I killed the Angelites! Oh, I killed the Angelites! How about that, John? You poor excuse of a leader! You were so terrified of that red-haired Shayla. But I conquered an Angelite! Not you, me! I am going to be the one who runs this city. I... Chattering teeth, soiled pants, drowning in sweat. Rusty lost control of everything, including his composure, at the sight of the Angelite standing in front of him. Her eye fumed with anger, face as clean as a whistle, flowing hair, clothes intact, displaying the mangled explosive in her right hand. Gina ripped it apart like cardboard. With a wide-open frown, Rusty dropped to his knees and pleaded for forgiveness. Gina's rage then turned to pity. Seeing him beg in such a pathetic fashion, she realized he couldn't be saved. Demons had a vice grip on his mind, body, and soul. Offering protection wasn't good enough. He passed the point of no return. His demon had to perish. Gina slowly shook her head, watching Rusty sobbing like a baby. With a heavy heart and glossy eyes, she glanced at the fire and said,
Bye, Rudy.
Gina swung a lightning roundhouse kick that Rusty never saw coming, decapitating him on impact. Time slowed down at that moment as Gina watched Rusty's head rotate toward the fire. His face was still frozen in grief. From out of his eye socket spewed a hideous demon, shrieking like a monkey as the flames gobbled it up. Turning in remorse, Gina wasn't sure how much of this she could stomach. Heinous flashbacks revisited in her mind of watching Sylvan being torn apart by the hellfire.
I can't do this,
She sobbed. Endless fighting suddenly seemed unappealing. Why play judge and jury when her misdeeds have yet to be accounted for? Leave this life, go back to New Mexico and hide. But then a murmur of words broke through the darkness, traveling from her ears and into her heart. I run with purpose in every step. Pastor Good preached that when man chooses Satan, they become slaves in hell forever. John Hart and his possessive officers are no longer people. Deception can control the flesh, but the spirit sees through its ugly walls.
This is my purpose,
She proclaimed. Rusty Pipes was the first to fall. More crucifix soldiers are still out there. They all must fall. Chapter 66. Racing through the Federal Reserve Bank at 100 miles per hour, Rocky made several turns around sharp corners, backtracked every step she made, but still couldn't shake the furious Angelite off her trail. Whereas overconfident before, now the stress was getting to her, putting doubt on the extent of her new powers. She then had an idea to test how truly powerful the Angelite was. Rocky switched down to the basement, location of the largest gold vault in the entire state of New York, guarded by a 90-ton steel cylinder that was impossible to crack open. Natalie followed shortly, but then stopped in front of the gargantuan steel blockade. No sign of Rocky. Where did she go? Natalie caressed the steel for breaks or signs of tampering, but it was fully restored. Rocky must have gone through it like vapor. Unsure about her limitations, Natalie declared,
I'm getting in there.
She pressed her fingers against the center of the steel door, wondering how much it can withstand.
This is either gonna feel tremendously good or hurt like heck.
She paused and looked up. Sorry, still getting used to it. Planting her feet firmly on the ground, taking quick whiffs of air, Natalie let the anger inside burn as she tightened her fist. 1, 2, 3. She punched the steel as hard as she could. Red sirens spun overhead. Chunks of steel flew everywhere. Natalie fanned away the dust cloud and stared at the gaping hole she made within the cylinder wall, large enough for her to walk through. She stepped inside the vault and was instantly captured by the thousands of glistening gold bars surrounding her. Her heart pounded rapidly. They were contained in hundreds of blue compartments, each secured by a padlock and 2 combination locks. Thoughts of being an overnight millionaire plagued her mind. Temptation sang in her ears. Those bars are weak. No security. This gold is yours, 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 yours. Ha 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 ha. Who in the world could stop you? But before sinful intentions got the better of her, Natalie shook her head and said,
Nice try.
Natty! Natty!
She heard Rocky's echoing voice taunt from within the shadows. Where could she be hiding? Impossible for her to be inside the containers. Her eyes rolled up to the steel platforms. Suddenly, heat rose in her chest like an oven. Move! She heard her inner voice say. In a fraction of a second, she dove out of the way, just missing the heel of Rocky's boot, impaling her skull. Instead, it drilled a hole through the waxed floor.
I should have killed you when I had the chance,
Rocky threatened. She pushed back her hair and caressed her fingers across her eyebrows.
I won't make that same mistake.
Rocky fired multiple spin kicks, swiping her stilettos at the Angelite's face. Natalie easily caught her leg and threw her to the other end of the vault. Surprisingly, however, Rocky flew through the wall like a ghost. No scuffs or cracks were left behind. Bad vibes tickled Natalie's shoulder, sensing another attack was coming. Then from behind, Rocky struck the back of her head with her knee. As Natalie felt the sting from that blow, Rocky again emerged from the floor and launched an uppercut to her face.
What's the matter, sweetie?
She taunted.
Why so quiet all of a sudden?
Pounding the floor in frustration, Natalie rushed to her feet with fists tight enough to crush rocks into pebbles. Wait. Slow down. She remembered what Gina said. Crawl and walk at the same time. Harnessing her energy was the key.
You're no match for me,
said Natalie, flipping her long black hair behind her ears.
You are just a warm-up.
Both ladies traded fists like a game of patty cake at turbo speed. Each one of Natalie's punches struck Rocky's face at every angle. Rocky, on the other hand, failed to make a scratch. Natalie clutched her opponent's throat like a bike handle and slammed her to the ground. But yet again, Rocky fell through it. Seconds later, she dropped from the ceiling and wrapped her leather legs around the Angelite's throat. Natalie grabbed Rocky's ankles and spun her around like a discus thrower, intensifying the speed with every turn. She then tossed her across the vault so fast that there was no time to teleport. Rocky crashed into a steel compartment too hurt to avoid the several money boxes that avalanched on top of her. Although exhibiting an invincible offense, Natalie wasn't finished yet. Determination grew while watching Rocky slowly dig herself out. Then a strange transformation occurred. Her body temperature rose to scald degrees. Smoke practically puffed from her nose instead of air. Her hands engulfed in flames. Humidity surrounded her like a peanut in a shell.
My God, is this happening?
She panted, worried and excited at the same time. Climbing out from the gold avalanche, Rocky groggily stood up with a swollen and bruised face, bloody mouth, and smudged mascara. Her leather suit turned to dusty rags with more rips than an 80s t-shirt. Grinding her teeth and hissing like a snake, Rocky stretched her arms to channel more satanic energy. Natalie then opened her hand. A small flame rose from the middle of her palm. She focused on strengthening it, and amazingly, the flame grew almost a foot high. She then curled up her fingers, and it morphed into a flaming globe. Before Rocky could gather more energy, Natalie launched the flame into the vixen cop's chest, leaving a fiery streak that sliced through the dark corridor. Leather clothing exploded in 5 directions as Rocky got burnt to a crisp. Flapping around in midair was her demon, which evaporated into smoke shortly thereafter. As the flames extinguished, returning to her normal state, Natalie walked over to the anthill of ashes and snickered.
What's wrong, girl? Why so quiet all of a sudden?
Chapter 67. Bloodshed ensued during a massive gun battle at the loading lot. Bank guards fought valiantly while standing over their buddies shredded and covered in shell casings and blood. Numbers were greatly against them. Besides having unlimited firepower, John cast a mystical shield over the armor of his officers, making them indestructible. Sinking their teeth into the meat of victory, the invading cops enjoyed the sight of bodies hitting the floor in a bloody and gory mess. Like a matador entering the arena before the bullfight, Gina finally arrived. Surviving guards hobbled behind a bunker. "Kill her!" one cop yelled. Gunfire repointed in her direction. Rattling metal and echoing bangs rocked the entire lot as a parade of bullets exploded against her body. Blinded by the gun smoke, the cops were unable to see if her body dropped. Once the smoke cleared, however, Gina stood tall, slapping the residue off her jacket, unimpressed. Cops were too flabbergasted to fathom a rational thought. They blinked a couple of times.
Now what?
Another cop asked. None had an answer.
My turn.
Gina replied. Gina proceeded to manhandle the flock like a lawnmower, cutting through grass. Thrown through windshields and smashed against walls, evil cops crumbled to dust on impact, followed by a herd of demons wailing in misery before fizzling out of existence. Lurking behind the armored trucks, a timid John Hart discovered that Gina was more powerful than he imagined. Although confident in his new abilities, he knew it would take more than spells to defeat her. He needed backup. But who? Desperately seeking for an advantage, he'd come across a dead guard curled in the corner. What a marvelous idea, he thought while gazing into his rolled-back eyes. John traced a pentagram on the corpse's forehead with his finger. He waited for about a minute. Then, a slow breath hissed from his throat. Fingers jittered. Eyeballs turned white as bedsheets. It worked. The guard became a mindless zombie under his control. He then crawled over to the dead guards and repeated the same ritual. Jumping and jittering, the others began to rise as well. John rose to his feet and salivated at the birth of his new hellish army, more than enough to give the Angelite a world of hurt. Standing alone in the lot, surrounded by a sea of crumpled remains, Gina sensed negative energy looming nearby.
You can come out now, Johnny.
She taunted.
Unless you're afraid of getting hurt.
John waltzed out to the spotlight and graciously applauded like the end of a Broadway performance. "Gina Vasquez," he greeted. "Nice to finally talk to you on a professional level. Last time we met, you weren't exactly hospitable to me. Remember that day when I came to see you in the loony bin? It was me. And, what's his name?" "Ah, yes," John snapped his fingers and shook his head. "Sylvan. That's him."
Are you trying to make me mad?
She gritted. "Oh, no. I'm just not good with names, that's all. Then again, I'm not good with faces either," he laughed. "Except when it comes to people I have to kill, of course."
Everything's a joke to you, isn't it? All your brainwashing speeches about justice got so many good cops killed. Friends of mine, including Sylvan.
Thank you for sharing your feelings with me. It's a joy to know that I've touched your life somehow. And you've affected mine as well. I admit it was wrong for me to dump such an elaborate scheme on your lap only days after your conviction. But for some odd reason, I thought you shared the same enthusiasm. I was wrong. Therefore, I want to apologize for my inappropriate behavior.
Are you kidding?
In all sincerity, I'm not. He walked a bit closer. When I first laid my eyes on you, I thought, she's the one for me. I was nowhere in your league at the time, but I knew we were both destined for greatness. Look at us now, leaders of the most powerful factions on the planet, maybe even the galaxy. Gina snarled. Together, we will be unstoppable. We have the skill, the passion, and the respect of our fellow officers. This empire is expanding, and I want to share it with you. Gina looked around at the chaotic damage.
You call this an empire?
She snickered. John shrugged. Every army needs foot soldiers. These are, well, my real officers aren't as pathetic as these. They are the ones who will fulfill any task I send them on, and that's just in this city. We got thousands more around the country waiting on pins and needles to become crucifix soldiers. We're not just talking cops either. Politicians, commissioners, freelance activists, doctors, you name it. You can't buy this kind of power.
That's the truth. Otherwise, a lame duck like you wouldn't have so much stroke. Was the price of your soul worth all this violence? Are you promised riches in the afterlife? Have you even thought about an afterlife?
He scoffed. You don't know how incredible you are. City Hall has made several comical attempts over the years to stop my unit. You, however, managed to destroy them within 1 hour. I need you, Gina. By morning, I will own this whole city. But together, we can rule the world. With your great power and my undeniable wisdom, not even the crucifix would stand a chance against us. I offer you a chance for greatness. Take it! Join me! Gina thought she was watching a really bad B-rated drama. Sarcastically, she replied,
And the winner for Best Actor goes to...
You must really want to kick the crap out of me, don't you? She nodded yes. Do we have to take it this far? Must we fight each other to get our way?
I don't take pleasure in handing out ass whoopings, but in your case, I will make an exception.
Why are you so mad? You're the reason why my rebellion has grown over the years. Cops across the country witness your mistreatment from these government jackasses, greedy pigs that merely wanted to demonstrate their power on your behalf. No matter how hard we cops worked or how much support we gained from our communities, those clueless officials wanted to show us all that they run this city. It opened my eyes. Only the rich can rule this land. Now it's time to enforce the new law under the crucifix, and those greasy pigs will suffer for the rest of their lives, just as they made us suffer, as they made me suffer.
So that's it. This is about you. Your weakness got exposed because Goldberg treated your rally like a joke. The crucifix sensed your desperate need for revenge, and they made you a bunch of promises to con you into giving up your soul. In your twisted mind, you see this as an uprising. You truly are lost, John.
You are the one who is lost, Vasquez! Living in that desert for so long, you forgot how the real world works! If someone hits you hard, then you must get up and hit them harder! That sniveling coward of a mayor came to my rally and was laughing at me. Can you believe that, Gina? He was laughing at me! Well, who's laughing now? He added to your suffering even after you surrendered. Why would you put your life on the line for a greedy fucking pig like him? We're bigger than him. Bigger than all of them. Like they said in the 70s, when the revolution comes, the revolution will be televised. Guess what? The revolution is here. Hateful intentions behind the detective's actions had an undermining sense of morality, Gina realized. However, she would never resort to evil to prove a point, not even against Mayor Goldberg, who deserved payback for his wrongdoings. John continued ranting like a priest in a prison cell, and she grew more impatient by the sentence. With my network gaining nationwide steam, it was easy to concoct a dish that Goldberg would be too predictable and too stupid to swallow. Like the old saying goes, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. It took me years to gain the trust of City Hall, taking organized crime apart piece by piece. Now Goldberg's death will be my ultimate rise to power. And I will truly be a god.
You're repulsive. Talking about uplifting the people when you don't care about your officers dying for you. This was never about a revolution. It's about revenge, isn't it? Selfish coward.
Sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. Their deaths will not be in vain.
Listen to you talk like you're some kind of dictator. Teaching your crew some parlor tricks with a few satanic words doesn't make you a leader. At the end of the day, you're not as smart as you pretend to be. Without the puppeteer pulling your strings, you're still that poor excuse of a cop who couldn't organize a free cheese line at the welfare office.
John punched his fist into his palm and tightened his jaw. You know, you're really starting to piss me off. I'm offering you the chance of a lifetime in the New World Order. Only second to my own. This is a chance for us to finish what we've started. Every officer will follow us to the ends of the earth. Anyone who opposes us will burn for eternity.
How dare you praise my crime like it's a national holiday? From the moment I wake up to the moment I fall asleep, I wish to God that night never happened. There are many ways to fight injustice, and this is not it. This is not it! You are a disgrace to the badge, and my only involvement in your revolution is being the one who burns it to the motherfucking ground!
Fool. Mark my words. This will be the biggest regret of your life. What's left of it. Dragging growls come from beneath the darkness. Gina sensed other bodies were in the room, but couldn't read their life force. How is that possible? Suddenly, an undead guard rushed into the light with red veins bulging from his skin. He swung his hand wildly and chomped at the air. Gina retaliated by splitting his skull in half with one punch. Ash sprinkled over his fallen body. Brains curled on the floor like chewed-up bubblegum. John swung his arms like a game show host, and 3 more undead guards charged out, stronger and more infuriated than the first. It made no difference as Gina easily trashed them as well. Then more zombies attacked. Too many to eradicate at once. She's now using 2 hits to put them down this time. Then 3, now 4, 5. Ultimately, she was surrounded. As each zombie grew stronger, her energy rapidly wasted. John was tickled pink seeing his undead army savagely attack with cannibalistic behavior. They pulled on her limbs and reddish hair while gnawing at her clothes, digging their jagged teeth into her flesh. Corroded nails dug into her face, neck, and hands. Overwhelmed by soulless corpses wanting to taste her blood, Gina cried in horror, helpless and afraid, just like in her nightmare. But even under those circumstances, she found the power to fight back. It came from within. Stop. Focus. Remember Pastor Good's teachings. John's magic tricks were just that, a trick. Concentrate. You've destroyed demons. Zombies are no different. Fight! One last scrape caused her to erupt in anger. She screamed from the top of her lungs. The entire building got rocked off its foundation. John dove for cover. Radiant energy rippled throughout the entire lot. Armored vehicles and steel crates flew to the roof. Zombie flailed everywhere, vaporized from the aftershocks. Reinforced walls got dented. Security gates twisted up like copper wires. Crumpled bills buzzed in the air like mosquitoes in the swamp. Then slowly, her energy retracted and Gina dropped to one knee, weeping with exhaustion. The entire lot was decimated, blanketed in black and gray ash. Rips in her clothing and scratches on her flesh instantly mended. Yelling in frustration, Johnny swooshed over to Gina and kicked her in the face. His expensive suit looked as dirty as a mechanic's overalls. Weakened from her power surge, Gina had fallen to the ground, never seen the attack coming. Surprised? John bragged. You thought I was all mind spells, didn't you? My instincts told me you would be moronic enough to turn down my offer. So I got myself an upgrade. As draining as that last attack must have been, you have very little energy to fight back. Meaning I can kill you whenever I wish. John fired more kicks to her stomach and stomped on her chest. For the first time since her rebirth, Gina vomited out blood. He violently jerked her head back by a handful of hair and whispered in her ear, "It didn't have to end this way. We could have done great things together. Had dozens of children. But if this is how you want it, then so be it." John threw her back down and stood over like an angry schoolteacher. He held his hands out and channeled the dark energy that fueled him. Red lightning sparkled in his palms. With the little strength she had, Gina rolled to her back. Her arms spread across the floor. Heavily breathing, she pushed her body to the limit, mustering as much energy as she could for one last attack. Waves of immense electricity rocketed from out her hands and wrapped around John's body like barbed wire, burning and shuddering him. Unstoppable convulsion, like sitting soaking wet in the electric chair. As he screamed in torture, Gina fired an uppercut that sent him flying through the ceiling. She plummeted to the ground as weak as a kitten, unable to move. No time to rest. Must re-energize. As long as Hart was on the loose, no one was safe. She quieted her mind and listened to her heartbeat, wanting to tune into God's frequency.
"Lord, if you can hear me,"
silently she prayed,
"my work is not finished. Grant me power, as you've done before. Provide me with what I need to fulfill my task. Replenish me."
In less than a minute, warm, gentle winds braced her face. Her body began to float upright. Blinding light rippled throughout the lot. Her eyes saw nothing but a golden shine coat her entire body. Warmness and love filled her heart. After inhaling the angelic breeze, the golden light vanished. She returned to full power. Looking up to the heavens, she got to her feet and whispered,
"Thank you."
Chapter 68. John soared over the Federal Reserve, twirling within the burning smoke caused by the explosion. And like a comet from space, he came crashing down to the outdoor parking lot, causing many armored cars to tumble over like dominoes. Lying in the crater, the size of a city block, he gathered what strength he had left to stagger up to his feet. Dizzy, trembling knees, intense pain. Walking like a zombie, he got as far as the entrance gate before collapsing to the ground. Winded, he sobbed like a baby, steaming with aggravation and panic. Fumbling through his pockets, he found his cell phone and dialed Grandpa. It went straight to voicemail. Redialed, same result. After several repeats, nothing changed. The Angelite had ruined his plan. None of the loot had been recovered. His team disbanded. Grandpa hadn't even called to confirm if the mission was a success. He felt abandoned. "Grandpa, the traitor," he whined. "Who needs him? All he did was hold me back, blame me for his blunders. My plans were ruined because of him. You hear me, old fool. This This is your fault. The hell with you! As he limped and hobbled his way to the street, he heard his name being shouted from yards away. A tall suit ran toward him, holding a firearm. Was it a cop out of network planning to finish him off? No. It was a worried Saxon Davis. "What in the name of John Wayne is going on here?" he asked, rushing to aid his #1 officer. "Oh, thank God it's you, sir," John exaggerated in a distressed tone. "I barely escaped with my life, sir. They're all gone, sir. My team was murdered. We failed to protect the city." Saxon shockingly stared at the upper half of the reserve engulfed in flames. "Who did this?" he sternly asked. "The NYPD! They got organized. We've all been hoodwinked. My team and I gathered some last-minute intel about officers looking for retribution over the prison massacre." John gulped. "I would have called you. We had to move quickly. They were planning to cripple the city's finance and hold Goldberg responsible. I had to stop them. I tried to prevent this from happening. I'm sorry, sir." Tears ran down his face while overacting with sobs. Normally, Saxon would have believed his every word. However, he sensed something wasn't right. John's stories seemed vague, not so believable. "What sources do you have?" he asked. "How could you come to such a conclusion so fast?" While in a discombobulated state, John's mind control power had weakened. He grabbed the side of his head, pretending to have a migraine. But no matter how hard he pushed, Saxon couldn't fall under his spell. "Look around you, sir," he protested. "Do you think I'm making this up? All these officers are dead, and for what? Those cretins at City Hall will brush this under the rug and take even more from us like they've been doing for the past 5 years. Goldberg will continue to make us look bad until he has complete control, and that won't happen until he gets the city to turn on us. Look what happened to the cops from the 14th. This won't be the last time you'll hear about a cop going on an insane killing spree." "A cop?" Saxon questioned. Autopsy reports confirmed that the officers were butchered in their cells, but the evidence was inconclusive on who committed the act. They never said anything about it being an inside job. "How do you know it was a cop who killed them? Were you there?" John trembled in frustration, not saying a word. Not since the death of his wife had Saxon felt such heartache. This was the worst betrayal he could have ever imagined. "Gina was right," he gasped. "Why'd you kill him, John?" Next to the detective was a fallen bank guard with their firearms still in the holster. He couldn't trick his boss any longer. Only one option left to take. He dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. His bottom lip quivered. "Please, don't kill me, sir. I didn't know what else to do. I felt like I was failing the city. I was the sworn defender. Forgive me." Saxon didn't know how to react. He thought John was demented and needed help. He went to touch the detective's shoulder, assuring him that everything would be okay. All of a sudden, John popped up with his hand wrapped around the gun. Saxon's white shirt got drenched in blood. He stared at the holes planted in his chest, leaking red before his eyes, losing feeling below the neck as he dropped to the ground. Taking in final breaths, his faded eyesight watched John drop the gun by his feet while he hobbled away without a care. The veteran then heard a sorrowful yell. Shivering from a rush of cold wind that brushed over his body, his finest officer had emerged onto the scene. "Bless you, Gina," he whispered, followed by a long exhale. His head tilted sideways as his life force vanished. Refusing to lose faith, Gina's teary eyes looked into his aura. No glowing color. Performing CPR at rapid speed wouldn't help. His body gave out.
Not him. Please, don't take him. Please, don't take him yet.
She frowned. After their ugly spat, Saxon trusted her after all. She owed him. With untapped power in her possession, she hoped for some way to revive him as Pastor Good had done for her. Maybe she can somehow summon the warrior angel on her own. Perhaps transfer her powers onto him. Either way, she had to work fast. The veteran's stellar career couldn't end like this, being gunned down by a coward.
Lord, you need to guide me on this.
She closed her hands and focused on healing. Shortly after, underneath his bloody shirt developed a golden coating, sparkling under the midnight stars. Glowing orbs flew around like butterflies, populating by the second fluttering in a circular motion. Like honey flowing from a beehive, the orbs poured all over his body and then seeped into his skin. During this supernatural transformation, a large hole opened from the night sky, shining a blinding light down directly on the veteran. Just then, a warrior angel zoomed through the atmosphere and plunged into his body. Flowing blood retracted back into his body as his wounds sealed shut. Limbs and tissue got consumed by the coating, shining off his skin brighter than glow sticks at a rave. And just like that, the light evaporated. The hole in the sky closed.
What just happened?
Gina gasped as the orbs fluttered away. Saxon opened his eyes. He looked up at Gina, drying her eyes.
Thank God,
she whispered. Gina helped the veteran get to his feet and rested him against a busted armored car. Getting his thoughts together, Saxon was still unsure as to what just happened. I must be getting Alzheimer's because I do not have a clue how I got here. Did I drive? Did you bring me here? Gina couldn't answer. Forgive me, Vasquez. I wasn't myself. With Beverly, my drinking, John, and I owe you my deepest...
Stop it, sir.
She interrupted.
It was wrong for me to put you in a difficult spot. It's I who owe you an apology.
But I came anyway, and I owe you my life.
After what you've done for me over the years, I'd say we're even.
Fair enough. He looked around the lot. Where's Hart?
He got away.
Why'd you let him go?
It was either getting him or saving you. A no-brainer.
Then we have to go after him.
You've been through enough. Rest up first, and then...
I can't. You warned me about him, and I should have listened. Now I want to see that son of a b*** suffer.
It's not that easy, sir. Hart's too powerful to be in a prison cell. Only I can stop him.
What do you mean, too powerful?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you, sir. It's better if I show you.
Gina swirled around the lot like a tornado and started gathering armored cars like groceries. Saxon shielded his eyes as he watched heavy winds, getting dizzy from the various colors spinning before him. He looked once the wind stopped and saw Gina dust off her hands next to a mountain of trashed vehicles leaning like the Tower of Pisa. Saxon's quivering jaw made it hard for him to talk. "I am sober now, right?" he doubtfully asked. "That is you, Gina, in front of me, right? I'm not home on my couch drunk as a skunk, am I? Am I dreaming?"
You're not dreaming, sir.
She assured.
Angels have blessed me with supernatural powers to protect the world from a demonic invasion. That's how I was able to bring you back.
Bring back? What do you mean? Saxon touched the red on his shirt. Fresh blood. Then he looked at his chest and caressed the healed bullet wounds. All he could do was gasp in amazement. "How long you had these gifts?"
About a week now.
She guessed. "How on earth did this—"
No time to explain. I got to find a way to get Hart and save Allie before...
He's got Alexandra?
His soldiers do. They've sieged FBI headquarters to spring a trap for me. I gotta get her out of there, but she made me promise to stop Hart first. He may know you're still alive, so I suggest you lay low until this fight is over and...
Go after Hart. I'll rescue Alexandra.
With all due respect, I don't think that's a good idea. John is the first of many demonic soldiers to come, and he's got that entire building filled with demonic crazed cops who are ready to kill at a drop of a dime. They will gun you down at first sight and not think twice about it.
Vasquez, do you doubt my ability as an officer? You may have youth and power on your side, but I've got years of strategic and tactical operations under my belt. Do you think I run the state police because of my good looks? I'm in charge. Because I'm the best. If I tell you I'm going to get your sister out, then trust me when I say that I'm going to get Alexandra out. Gina was proud to once again see the strong-willed captain she always remembered.
Be careful,
she warned.
I'll catch up with you as soon as I can.
Take your time, replied Saxon. I got this. Chapter 69. The last of Hart's brigade rushed up to the 10th floor. Rifles pressed against their shoulders with night scopes slapped over their eyes. Perspiration drenched their faces from the heat of the fire circling the building. Kicking down doors and flipping over benches, the group was anxious to stumble upon wounded guards or hidden employees to take hostage as a desperate attempt by them to be granted safe passage out of the building. Seeing their unit beaten to a pile of dust had completely snatched the lust out of their hearts. Survival is all that mattered now. One cop held his hand up, signaling for the team to stop. They heard something strange. Sounded like someone whistling the tune of the Frank Sinatra classic, Strangers in the Night. Night scopes picked up body signatures. So where did the whistling come from?
Who was doing that?
One cop yelled. Coldness trickled down their necks. Anxiously, they waved their weapons around the hall, ready to shoot the first perpetrator spotted. Unexpectedly, a curvy silhouette appeared posing by the window. Hands on hips, long and curly hair.
There she is! There she is! That's her! That's the Angelite!
Heavy artillery rattled in the darkness for several minutes. Gun smoke curled up from the shells that clanged down on the waxed floor. Glass splattered everywhere. The plaster popped from the strays. Hanging wall decor got totaled. Fear had backslapped their faces after they stopped firing, seeing there wasn't a body lying below. She vanished. They hit nothing. Whistling to get their attention was Natalie, standing behind them. Sarcastically, she whispered.
You missed.
Multiple gulps echoed in the dark. Shivering in fear, they hesitantly turned around with their weapons aimed high. Before another shot was fired, the Angelites' blazing fists hammered down each crew member like nails to a fence. Demons erupted from their bodies while skeletons violently burst apart. Deaf from the horrid squealing, Natalie watched ghastly spirits ripping apart like cotton candy as they were being dragged through the cracks of the ground and back down to hell. Weapons and charred uniforms laid atop of the cremated wasteland. On the verge of panicking, Natalie stepped back and reminded herself that they were no longer human.
Get a grip, girl.
More ghastly ghouls were out there, nastier and more horrifying than these grunts. Suddenly, slow, rhythmic taps against the wax floors cracked through the silence. Echoing down the hallway, she scanned the darkness and saw no one hiding underneath. Moving toward the roof access staircase, cold night air brushed against her face as she opened the door. Moonlight blanketed by gray shades of smoke. From behind, coiling blonde hair emerged along a shimmering machete. Lifeless eyes coldly stared. Green slime leaked through a set of rotten teeth, lapped up by a slithering white tongue. Cat Strutter was here. Sensing an attack was coming, Natalie moved just as the machete came swinging across. A few loose ends got sliced. Natalie rammed her against the wall. Cat swung the machete again, but her wrist got caught. Anger rose from the pit of the Angelite's stomach as she looked into the eyes of her cousin's murderer. Sweat trickled. Her body felt scalding hot, seeping through her fingers. Just then, flames shot out from her hands and burned Cat Strutter at the touch. Roaring like a tyrannosaurus in pain, she pushed the Angelite away and took off to the roof.
Get back here, you coward!
Natalie yelled before racing after her. Walking past the toxic smoke and wall of immense heat, she walked to the center of the rooftop. Cat stood on the other side, favoring her burned wrist. A standoff. She reached around her back and pulled out her shiny, deadly weapon. Then she stretched her arms out wide, daring the Angelite to attack first. Ready to charge forward like a bobsled, Natalie took one step and felt the floor slightly sink. It could cave in at any moment. Still, she refused to surrender. This blonde devil needed to be sent back down to hell where the hell she belongs. Thinking creatively, she swung 3 punches in the air like a shadow boxer. Nothing happened. Guffawing echoed throughout the fiery scene as Cat found her attack extremely hilarious. And all of a sudden, Cat's face got pounded 3 times like being hit by flying cinder blocks. Natalie then swished across the roof and landed a front kick that knocked Cat clear off the building. She took a knee to conserve her energy. The blonde killer should be back at any moment. Surrounding flames grew higher. At that moment, an ear-splitting shriek thundered from the sky. Cat swooped down from above and swung her blade like a tennis racket. Natalie rolled away just as a chunk of rooftop got sliced. Cat swung her blade and missed. Natalie countered with a right hook to her jaw. She swung again. Another miss. Thunderous right to the jaw. This back and forth routine repeated several times, with Natalie hitting harder than her last punch. She then fired a roundhouse kick, missed.
Ah!
Pain shot up her spine as Kat sliced a machete down her back. However, her wound healed instantly. Kat went in for another attack, but Natalie sidestepped her and locked on a rear naked chokehold. Gagging mercilessly, Kat dropped backward along the roof edge. Natalie released the hold after feeling the immense pain of her spine nearly being cracked in half. Kat grabbed a handful of Natalie's hair and landed straight punches to her face. She then threw her on the ground and twisted the tip of her boot into her back. Grimacing in pain, Natalie pushed away Kat's muscular leg and retaliated with a jumping uppercut. She then leapt into the air and drove her boots on top of the blonde's demonic skull. Kat plummeted through the roof and continually crashed down through every level thereafter. Riotous noises of crumbling concrete, bursting pipes, and banging metal was heard from within the black hole she left behind. Catching her breath, Natalie waited for Strutter to come back. A few minutes passed. She never emerged. Was it over? At least for now? She knew Cat Strutter was too strong to die that easily. Now, the entire foundation began to quake. The roof sank from under her feet. Smoke rose from all directions. Where's Gina? She had to find her. Maybe she can listen out for her. Focus. Listen. Where is she? Wait. What's that? Amongst the chaos, she heard a rhythmic beating sound, kind of like a heartbeat, faint, slowing down. Could it be Gina? If not, then who? Natalie raced downstairs and followed the sound. It led her to the blazing inferno inside the records department. Beats became louder, clearer. She searched through the fiery wreckage and found the blackened body of Zeke Tricolo trapped under a pile of broken furniture. She took a deep breath, attempting to blow away the smoke, but unimaginably, it all got sucked up when she inhaled as if her lungs were a giant vacuum cleaner.
What did I just do?
She thought, while coughing out gray puffs. She then threw Zeke over her shoulder and swished out just as the remains of the roof trampled and destroyed the entire room. Chapter 70. Natalie laid Zeke outside across the street from the bank. His clothes were as black as a tuxedo. Flushed red skin with no major burns. As she turned him on his side to breathe, deja vu struck when she noticed his surfer hairdo. Something looked strangely familiar about him. His charred glasses fell off. She swooshed to the restroom inside the bank lobby and wetted some paper towels with soap and water. Rushing back to Zeke in seconds, she wiped his face clean. No. It can't be. Zeke woke up as if he got doused with cold water, coughing and breathing heavily.
What happened?
He thought.
How did I get here?
He looked up at Natalie. Was he dreaming? He closed his eyes and counted to 3. It's no dream. He recognized the Angelite's stunned face.
Nat? Please tell me it's you?
Natalie thought her past was gone, but it came roaring back in one fell swoop. John Hart knows this man as Zeke Tricolo. She saw an old friend who lost touch with her over the years, Memphis Knox. Disbelievingly, she uttered,
Memphis?
She practically got suffocated with the tightest hug Zeke could muster.
Damn good to see you, Nat,
he said. Although pleasant to see a friendly face, she questioned why he was here. Why now? What's his involvement with this fiasco?
Good seeing you too,
she said.
But what the f*** you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same question. Are you with the FBI? I called you guys first thinking you'd get here the quickest. What took you so long anyway?
FBI? Did you call the FBI? Tonight?
He confirmed.
Are you saying that you're working with John Hart? Been down with him the whole time? Tell me you're not rolling with him.
Memphis pleaded with his hands held high.
Nat, listen to me. It's not what it seems like. You gotta believe me. I can explain.
She lifted him by his shirt and slammed him against the wall.
You knew about him all this time, and you've been acting like it was business as usual,
she scolded. Memphis struggled to get a word out as his shirt collar pressed against his throat.
You know me, Nat. I'm not a killer.
Shades of green radiated around him, and his body language showed signs of fear, not deception. He was telling the truth. She dropped him to his feet and asked,
Why in God's name would you align yourself with a piece of ish like John Hart?
He took a moment to catch his breath.
I never wanted to be a part of that maniacal regime, but it was my only way to stay alive. John Hart was my assignment. About 5 years ago, my department chose me to investigate him because I was one of the few trusted cops at the 442nd Precinct.
442nd? That precinct in Philly? I thought there were no survivors.
No normal survivors. Hart made sure none of his people were around when the explosion happened.
He plotted that massacre?
Yes, the media deemed it an act of terrorism, but no radical groups, international or domestic, had ever taken credit for it. It was an inside job, assisted by some higher-ups who'd kill you with the snap of a finger for betrayal.
Tell me everything and make it quick. I'm on the clock.
Memphis broke his long history down to the shortest possible version, aware that they were both pressed for time.
One night, my team and I infiltrated a drug deal at the Bouncing Peach Club on South Street. One of the guys I arrested turned out to be a cop from my department, going into business for himself. Several cops were involved with the drug trafficking game in South Philly back in those days. Might still be now. Instead of booking them right away, I drove them out to the docks and handled things the old-fashioned way.
How?
I beat the holy hell out of him until he confessed everything. Names, numbers, locations, enough to put the top guys away for a long time.
So what happened?
The cop refused to testify, making my evidence circumstantial. Nothing left for me to do but book him for the bust.
He thought for a moment.
Later that night, my superiors approached me about an undercover operation to root out the rotten cops. Being the dedicated officer I was, utter nonsense, I accepted the job. The next day, I got transferred to robbery and homicide, and that's when the Zeke Tricolo character was born.
Natalie raised an eyebrow over his choice of name.
Was Hart one of the cops?
She asked.
Yes.
Did you catch him right away?
Never suspected him. I thought he was a friend. Days after his failed protest, John transferred to Philly for a fresh start. He and I partnered up on the first day on patrol. In spite of his babbling ways, we developed a bond. Bowling nights with Naomi and some friends, Monday night football at the pub, guy shit, you know? He's an insecure person, stemming from being mistreated and bullied during his childhood.
That's what triggered him to do the rally. He hated seeing officers bullied by the system.
How did you know he was crooked?
As time went on, I noticed outside officials had gotten in his ear, changing him into more of a conniving figure. I didn't know them as the crucifix back then. Underhanded deals turned into a daily routine. I tried distancing myself from him, but he wouldn't take the hint. "You're like a brother to me," he would say to me. Before I could blow the whistle, John heard about a mole in his unit. I wasn't the only one. He weeded out that mole, took him and my superiors, and gutted them all like pigs.
Sweet Jesus,
Natalie said sorrowfully. To destroy all the evidence, the crucifix blew up the precinct, leaving no one left alive to implicate John or identify me. It would have been their word against mine. Therefore, I'm now stuck as Zeke Tricolo until the day I die.
and that's why you're still with him.
I wanted Naomi to be safe. You may think I'm selfish for the choice that I made, but I swear on my mother's grave that I've never, ever killed anyone.
Man, I'm sorry. I can only imagine the nightmare you've been living for so many years, constantly holding up the weight of that facade you created. I just know how evil these demons can be, how manipulative and demanding they can be to the strongest of minds. I automatically thought they got a hold of you too.
Don't be sorry. How can you have known that? We haven't seen each other in years. This is the job we do. Put our lives on the line to ensure the future of our loved ones. I'm sure Martha would agree. Surprised she's not here beside you right now.
Yeah, I'm sure she would have loved seeing you again.
Would've? What do you mean would've? Is she? She confirmed with a slow nod and a wipe under her eye. Oh no. When?
A few days now.
Did Hart do it?
No, but I know who did.
Castrutter.
You heard her too, huh?
Heed my warning. You can't go after that beast with your guns blazing like in the Wild West. She's very powerful. She's a very powerful thing. Cold-blooded and extremely f***ing dangerous.
Oh, so am I. She's not gonna slip away the next time I get my hands on her, because I'm gonna tell you right now, she picked the right one today.
Wait a minute. Nobody has ever encountered Castrutter and lived to tell about it. He then recalled what John was crying about earlier. Hart said there were 2 Angelites, and you're here. No! No way! You? You're like Vasquez? An Angelite? She nodded proudly. Damn! How did you become one?
Better ask Gina.
A symphony of sirens and horns approached, gradually increasing in volume.
You should get out of here, Memph. The cops will be here any minute. Good cops, I hope.
Let 'em come, he said. Now that the show is over, I'm ready to make my exit.
I don't think that's a good idea. Even though you helped us foil the robbery, Hart's boys will name you as an accessory. Besides, how can you get them to believe that outlandish backstory you just laid on me?
I am an accessory, Nat. For a small shot at redemption, I need to pay the penalty for my part in this horror show. Now do us both a favor and put Castrutter 6 feet deep, forever this time. Natalie looked at her friend as if they won't see each other again. Although she has the power to protect him, Memphis had a valid point about owning up to his choices. She was proud of him.
Godspeed.
You too, Nat, he replied. Naomi would have loved to have seen you one last time. She smiled.
Keep that champagne on ice just in case.
A blast of wind pushed Memphis back as the Angelite swished out of the area. ready to accept the consequences. Memphis Knox dropped to his knees and locked his fingers behind his head, waiting for the police to slap the cuffs on his wrists. For the first time in years, he looked up and spoke to God, requesting only one thing: keep my friend safe. Chapter 71. Khalil worriedly paced on the heliport as he radioed his units for a progress report. Results came back negative.
Haven't seen any of them, sir.
One of his guys radioed back.
Want us to wait?
No, let's just call it a night. Release all the hostages and go home, Khalil sarcastically replied. Of course I want you to wait, idiot. Do you think I would go through all this trouble just to give up now? One of them will show. Be ready. He glanced at the beaten Lloyd Scruthers, still handcuffed to the guardrail. Your boss isn't too bright, he taunted. Her surrender will ensure the safety of everyone in this building, and yet she's not here. How can she be so selfish by sacrificing one of her top agents to mask over her cowardliness? Coward? An appalled Lloyd questioned. You should look in the bloody mirror when you say that. I would rather die than see her submit herself to vermin like you. What about the rest of her staff? Will they be so valiant to give up their lives knowing their boss is running around this building like a cheese-sniffing rat? Why does she lack the integrity to come up here and face me one-on-one? Who are you to talk about integrity, since you have none? Deeply insulted, Khalil punt-kicked Lloyd in his jaw. One more insult like that, and Vasquez will be crying over your rotting corpse, he threatened. It only takes one bullet. Keep that in mind. You better hope your commander has the sense you believe she does, because I guarantee that your whole team will suffer a great f***ing deal if she doesn't. Feedback sounded from Khalil's radio. He excitedly picked it up and answered, hoping for some good news. His high hopes soon deflated once he heard Harvey Gaines' cocky voice.
It's done,
he reported.
The bomb is hooked up at the designated place, and it will explode at the designated time. I've gone ahead and uploaded the software to your cell in case you want to blow it up yourself. So them girlies still ain't show up yet, huh?
Not yet, Khalil reported.
Man, that's too bad. Sure would hate to see all this hard work go to waste. But I wish you good luck, my man. Wasn't all that bad working with you. Still a top wall, blockhead little turd burglar, but you're kinda cool. Word of advice, though. Get the dynamite out your crack and loosen up, alright? See you back at the club, dog. Can't wait to get up in there and start popping the bubbly and sniffing my green stacks, you feel me?
What the hell do you mean, good luck?
Yo, I did my job, dog. My work here is finished. Getting them girls down here is your headache. And I suggest you do Hart the favor before his foot is the next thing to be shoved up your ass, you dig? I'm out.
No! You just can't leave me here! You have the strength to fight an Angelite, but I can't even fight the younger sister by myself! They'll tear me apart if they know I'm here alone!
Well, guess what? That's what those damn grunts downstairs are for. Use them. Tell them to waste the employees, then light up the Angelites when she gets here. Damn, must I think of anything up in this piece?
That is not going to work. Come on, Harvey, please. What's the point in having all that power if you're not going to use it? Harvey was unmoved by Khalil's plea. Fine. What if I give you a piece of my money?
A piece?
Harvey countered.
Nah, son. I'm thinking half would suffice.
Half? You want half of my money when you're already getting a whole share for yourself?
Motherfucking right. You got it, dog. Take it or leave it.
Quaking from his bony knees to the bottom of his creased shoes, Khalil wanted to rip every strand of hair from his head.
And by the way, there is a time limit on these negotiations. We got a deal, or what?
All right, Khalil reluctantly accepted.
Smart choice. Now, since I'm getting paid overtime for my services, I'm gonna sweep the building again to see if I could sniff out the little flea for you. Meanwhile, get on that radio and give her another warning. But put some more, oomph into it, you know? Talk harder, with a little bass in your voice, you feel me? Scream, snarl, do something. At least try not to scare the broad this time, know what I mean?
Right, Khalil gritted. Just find her. Chapter 72. Saxon waited at the stoplight, Chambers Street straight ahead. He could see FBI headquarters just a few blocks away. This was the perfect area to park to avoid suspicion from outdoor security. He drove the car behind the fish market and parked it in an alleyway. Walking through the deserted district, getting closer to the building, he was surprised not to see an army of armed cops crowding the lobby. Instead, it was filled with white smoke swirling behind the glass. He maneuvered behind the trees in Thomas Paine Park. Taking cover behind some bushes, he spotted two cops on a cigarette break. The radios brushed with feedback, followed with Khalil's agitated voice.
Agent Vasquez, I got some valuable news I thought you'd be delighted to hear. The bomb has been loaded and is set to detonate by morning, unless you stop being a coward and surrender. And by the way, don't bother looking to root or hack into it, because there is a second bomb looming close by. You still got time to decide, but I'm running out of patience, and I don't know how long good old Lloyd can hold up. Ta-ta.
With the odds heavily stacked against him, Saxon chose to move ahead, holding to the promise he made to Gina. Where there's a will, there's a way, he thought. As the two cops joked about the building being blown to smithereens, Saxon ran onto the courtyard, undetected. He searched around the buildings for an alternate entrance, an open door, or even a window small enough to crawl through. No such luck. The place was sealed like a can of sardines. Unbeknownst to him, white smoke coiled out from the sidewalk drainage, curling by his feet. Increasing in density, it started merging into a giant puff cloud, sprouting out a set of giant fangs, a forked tongue, and a set of serpent eyes. Uneasiness crawled up the veteran's shoulder, sensing he was being followed. He turned around. "Oh my God!" he shakenly shouted, trembling in absolute terror. The misty killer cobra started swaying back and forth before his eyes. Its tail rattled louder than a tower crane trapped in a hurricane. It hissed at the new prey it wished to devour. Saxon ran as fast as he could. The cobra closely slithered after him, craving for the taste of veteran blood. Then, inexplicably, a supernatural feat occurred as Saxon quickly gained momentum, moving with the speed of a jaguar. But how? Blurred buildings and motion lines came into view. Distance from the cobra greatly grew. Failing to see a low, flat staircase, however, caused him to trip and roll down the stairs. He laid on his back, woozy. No energy left to climb up and continue his run. The cobra quickly approached, hungrier and angrier than before. As Saxon attempted to crawl away, another wall of thick fog emerged from an exhaust pipe and blocked his path. A second cobra began to take form. He was surrounded. Both cobras roared as they drew closer, steaming his face with showering vapor. Saxon buried his face in the ground, praying for his demise to be fast and painless. All of a sudden, he saw an infrared image through the concrete. A nervous woman pacing back and forth, long hair, glasses. Alex! He had to get to her. So close. Miraculously, a flashing light consumed him. No moonlight. City surroundings and evil cobras had vanished. He only heard the sound of his breathing. Seconds later, fluorescent lights radiated above him. Surrounded by rows of cars and a driveway ramp, he looked around in shock. "Oh my God!" he shouted, bewildered. Somehow, some way, he got transported into the parking lot. In a rage, Alex ran up to him with her firearm drawn. Saxon immediately threw his hands up and begged her not to shoot.
Captain Davis?
She gasped. Saxon smiled and lowered his hands. Alex hyperventilated. The landslide of insane occurrences may have finally pushed her off the edge of sanity. Sax ran over and gave her a tight hug, shushing her to calm down. "Glad to see you're safe," he said, while opening up his arms.
I'm not gonna ask,
She said, with her hand up.
After what I've gone through with Gina, nothing should surprise me anymore. Just tell me what the hell you're doing here.
Gina sent me. Actually, I volunteered.
Why the hell would she bring you, of all people, into this?
She came to me earlier tonight. Thought I could help in making sure the local cops got the right story with the raid and all. But she has enough on her plate with stopping John, so here I am.
So you're not like her?
What do you mean, like her?
You know, pulling off the whole superhero act. Jumping over buildings, punching through walls.
He shook his head and shrugged. Not that I know of.
Then how the hell can you explain getting down here undetected? Unharmed at that?
Alexandra, your guess is as good as mine. 1 minute I'm being hunted by smoking behemoths, and the next thing I know, I'm down here with you.
I don't know what to think at this point.
Alex tilted her hand and squinted. Saxon continued. Well, there I was, moments from being devoured. I closed my eyes, and then I saw you. Through the ground. I was wishing for a way to reach you, and I don't know. I wound up here. Can you explain to me how that's even possible?
What I know for sure is only Gina can pull something like that off. Oh, I don't know, Sax. It could have been a freak accident, but we're dealing with unearthly elements that go beyond our rationality.
You're telling me. Anyway, I'm glad you're safe.
Nobody is safe. Whoever's behind this has armed 2 bombs somewhere in the building, threatening to kill everyone unless I surrender.
She fell against the wall and slid down on her heels.
They plan to use me to lure Gina here. But I can't risk so many lives by calling their bluff.
Based on years of experience, these guys are doing the basic bad guy movie routine. It's a bluff. And since they're giving you time to think it over, let's take advantage of their stupidity. We'll find the bombs and defuse them ourselves.
That's impossible. Even if there wasn't a countdown working against us, do you know how many corridors and operational stations we have in this facility? I saw a guy down here earlier, and he wasn't carrying a humongous device. He went and grabbed...
Just then, Alex recalled what Khalil said.
Wired. He said the bombs were wired.
She pondered for a minute.
Yes. That's why they shut off the Wi-Fi.
The bombs have been integrated into our main grid, either uploaded from a portable drive or operating under Bluetooth technology. Once we find the source, then maybe I could corrupt the files, thus rendering it powerless.
Why don't we just shut down the power?
They wouldn't have gone through this much trouble if it were that easy. A self-destruct mechanism must be programmed as its last line of defense. This is too technical for the bomb squad to handle, so I agree. We need to do this ourselves.
Roger that. Do you know where we need to go?
Energy and generations on the 7th floor seems like the best bet. I need to tell Christine to stay put until we get back.
Who? Alex ran back to the lounge to check on Christine. She was gone. Not in the bathroom. Not hiding under the tables. She didn't answer to her name being called. Shh. Saxon ran over with his fingers against his lips. Our cover might be compromised. Now who's Christine?
What's happening to me?
Alex shouted, on the verge of a panic attack.
I've been attacked by zombie guards, chased by smoking snakes, talking to girls that don't exist. I can't take it anymore.
Calm down, Saxon pleaded, grabbing her shoulders. This night has been a huge burden on the both of us, but we can't crack under the pressure now. If this bomb is as technical as you believe it to be, then I need you to get it together. Innocent lives are at stake, as you said. I can't do this without you. Alex wiped her watery eyes and took some breaths. She nodded to Saxon, indicating she was okay. Good. Now I just wish I could get us up to the 7th floor and... Suddenly, another flash of light appeared. Wired dashboards and computer hard drives stood around them. Alex recognized the large room. They wondrously appeared at the energy and generations facility. She almost fainted. Chapter 73.
Sweet Jesus!
Alex gasped.
You're an angel's light!
No, Saxon stammered. That can't be. There's got to be a logical explanation for what just occurred.
Like what? Think about it. You just said you were outside where you saw me through the sidewalk, and bam! You wound up next to me. This time, you thought about getting to this room, and bam! Here we are. What other explanation is there?
Suddenly, they froze at the sound of keys rattling by the door lock. Someone must have heard them from the hall. Alex and Saxon ducked behind the mechanical towers by the wall. The door swung open, and 3 cops charged into the room, waving around guns and flashlights as they talked amongst themselves.
I'm telling you guys, I heard voices.
Those must have been the voices in your head.
No, damn it! I heard people talking in there. It might be Vasquez.
Why don't both of you guys shut the f*** up and keep looking before the boss comes?
Too late, suckers!
Harvey Gaines yelled from the front door.
What are you skid marks doing up in here? Playing with each other in the bathroom ain't good enough for y'all no more? We thought we heard, voices in here and, we came in to check it out, hoping we can find... The only thing y'all gonna find is my size 13 caving your skull if you don't get the back to your post, alright? Now get!
The cops obediently complied and charged out of the room. While Alex and Saxon looked on, Harvey logged on to the main computer and plugged an external hard drive into the USB port. Upload complete popped up on the monitor a few minutes later. Rubbing his hands and hissing with excitement, Harvey unplugged the drive and stuffed it in the front pocket of his tactical vest.
That might be the bomb,
Alex whispered as Harvey exited the room. I'll go by the door and post a lookout, Saxon whispered back. Think you can deactivate those bombs? She smirked.
Watch me work.
Saxon tiptoed toward the door and cracked it open. Coast was clear. Getting the OK signal, Alex rushed to the computer and cracked her knuckles before touching the keyboard. Luckily, the program was still open, designed similar to government defense software. Spending several frustrating minutes seeing her hacking tricks denied, Alex started guessing any Bureau-related phrases that came to mind. None worked. Then she tried demon-related words. Same deal. Stopping for a minute, she leaned back in the chair and pressed her hands against her eyes. Slow down. Think. Damn it, think. Everything that's happened since New Mexico has got her running on adrenaline. Gina's death, the church robbery, Brookhaven, Angelites.
That's it!
She typed in the word crucifix. Clucifix. Enter. Access granted.
I did it!
She hollered at Saxon.
The building's clear!
Before they could celebrate, Harvey emerged from behind the switchboard towers and wrapped his giant hand around the agent's throat.
Gotcha, baby!
You ain't going nowhere except with me. On blind instinct, Saxon swooshed across the room and hit Harvey like a runaway Mack truck. Leaving behind a giant hole in the wall, Harvey slid across the floor of the next room.
Get out of here!
Saxon ordered Alex.
I'll keep this overgrown psycho boy busy!
Alex opened the door and hurried out of the room. Getting to his feet, Harvey gasped with laughter as he gawked at his seasoned opposition.
You gots to be joking,
he said.
Man, come with it! What your ass gonna do to me?
Terrified beyond belief, Saxon stood his ground. Harvey rushed toward him. He thought about dodging, and suddenly he wound up on the other side of the room. Harvey was astounded, and so was Saxon. What was blinded by fear had been revealed by faith. Newfound power caressed every cell in his anatomy. Alex was right. Saxon Davis is now an Angelite. Straightening his tie and dusting off his suit, Saxon said to Harvey,
This old dog's got some tricks left up his sleeve, kiddo. Hit me with your best shot.
Fuming with anger, Harvey attacked with a brigade of swinging fists. However, he wound up with more swings and misses than a little leaguer as each punch either missed or slapped the wall. From behind, Saxon tapped Harvey on the shoulder. As soon as he turned around, the veteran launched an uppercut against his chin. Harvey levitated off the floor and crash-landed on a pile of mechanical equipment. Hopping on his toes, Saxon hadn't felt this alive since being promoted to detective early in his career. Days of misery are forgotten. A new purpose in life had been discovered. Beverly would be proud. She's probably looking down on him right now, routing him along with the angels. Harvey slapped mechanics out of his way as he rushed back up, furious.
I'll kill you, old man!
He charged and wrapped his massive arms around the veteran's body while tackling him through another wall. Steel beams broke apart as if they were made of tinfoil as both men exploded out to the hallway. Before Saxon could regroup, Harvey dropped his big knee onto his chest.
Guess you can't teach an old dog new tricks,
he taunted. Just then, Saxon heard a beep come from the room. A countdown clock appeared on the computer screen. 30 minutes and counting.
You really thought it was that easy, didn't you?
Harvey teased.
Just stop the clock and that's it, right? When you people gonna learn? I always got a plan B, man. All you motherfuckers gonna die tonight, and there's not a damn thing you, that shrimpy agent, or her alcoholic sister can do about it. If I'm dying tonight, Saxon grunted, then Junior, you're coming the off with me. He pushed Harvey off his chest and leapt on his shoulders like a cat. Attempting to put on a chokehold, the veteran couldn't help but think, how can he defeat this behemoth of a man? More importantly, how can he alert Alex that the bombs are still live? Wait a minute. Maybe he can get rid of this bomb and give Alex time to find the other. But where can he dispose of it? The basement! Yes! Now, how can he get rid of Harvey long enough to yank that computer out from the wall? Elevators are at the end of the hall. That's the best bet. How can he lure the big man toward that direction? Both men appeared inside the elevator shaft. Saxon thought time had slowed down as he looked around the shaft and gasped at the fact that there was no ground underneath their feet. They were suspended in midair. Seeing the death-defying drop below, Saxon released his arms and quickly disappeared. With nothing to hold on to and not possessing any power to fly, Harvey spiraled down to the landing base, releasing a high-pitched scream along the way. Seconds later, Saxon reappeared in the energy and generations room. He raced over to the computer screen and didn't bother scrambling for the disarming code. Alex, who's far more tech-savvy than him, couldn't figure it out. All hope would be lost if he attempted to try. The bomb was Harvey's baby. Its rightful place should be with its creator. Grabbing hold of the electrical tower and its plug, Saxon waited before pulling them off the wall, or else the bomb would explode immediately. His timing had to be precise. I hope this works! Thinking about the shaft, he ripped the computer station away from its wiring before vanishing. Reappearing at the bottom of the shaft, he stood over a beaten and bloody Harvey Gaines and dropped the equipment on his chest. You forgot this, he said, and then disappeared again. Knowing these were the last seconds of his life, Harvey screamed like an opera singer stepping on a nail as the long beep echoed throughout the elevator shaft. Flames engulfed the entire shaft and continued to travel upward, eating everything in its path. Perched on top of the elevator station several floors above, Saxon thanked God his plan had worked. But there was no time to relish the victory as the fire grew higher. He then vanished just as the flames swallowed the elevator and shot through the ceiling like a volcano. Chapter 74. Alex ran out and skidded in her tracks at the sight of 8 cops in riot gear blocking her path. They ordered her to stop, but she ran the other way and rammed the staircase door open. The roof was a bad idea since she knew Khalil was waiting for her. There was only one place where she can shake these cops off her trail: the Physical and Fitness Center. She leapt downstairs to the level below and swiped the hall door open with her key card. Running past several training rooms, she stopped by 2 swinging blue doors in the middle of the hall and waited, not to catch her breath, but to have the cops see where she was going. What did she have in mind? One by one, the cops spilled out from the stairway. Get back here! They shouted. Alex pushed through the swinging doors and shut off all the lights. Cops hastily charged down the hall and followed her inside. Unfortunately, they failed to read the sign out front that said,
combat training facility. Suffocating in darkness, the cops scurried around looking for a light switch. Blindly, they bumped into every piece of equipment between the jagged walls of the enormous room. Fear of the unknown seeped in their heads like kids trapped in a haunted house. None of them wanted to move.
Quit playing games, little girl!
A cop shouted, gulping his throat.
I know you're in here! Show yourself!
What about our flashlights? His partner asked. The cop facepalmed and ordered his team to turn on their flashlights as if they should have known better. Light beams flurried through the room like fireflies in a swamp.
I'll make a deal with you,
Another cop offered.
Surrender now, and we won't kill you. We'll still have to beat the out of you, but just to incapacitate you. Come on, sugar dumpling. Please come on.
Gagging sounds plagued their ears, followed by 3 pounds and a loud thud. Flashlights swept across the floor until they discovered that flirty officer flattened on the floor like a carpet, out cold. A shiner and massive red swelling decorated one side of his face. Just then, another cop got beaten in the same fashion as the team found him lying on his stomach. The third cop began to panic. He ran away without looking where he was going. Flashes popped before his eyes. Unfortunately for him, he ran right into a weight rack and gave himself a concussion by cracking his head against a lifting bar. He's done. Fourth cop shouted,
I can't take it no more! I'm gonna shoot! Damn it! I'm gonna shoot!
3 shots fired. Fifth cop screamed and hollered,
Why you shoot me for, man? You dumb son of a...
Just then, Alex used a white oak bow staff to disarm both cops, smacking the weapons out of their hands and whacking them upside their heads. The sixth cop ran for the door, but Alex jumped on his back before he could make it out. Gagging from the agent's slender arm wrapped around his throat, he passed out. She then rolled him behind the bleachers and kept creeping behind the equipment. 2 cops left alone in the dark.
You know what?
One of them threatened.
When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna carve my initials on your face!
The lights suddenly turned on. Unbeknownst to the last men standing, Alex was waiting behind them. She snatched the nightstick from the threatening cop's belt and swung it 3 times, once to the ribs and twice to the head. Before the last cop could make a move, Alex jabbed the nightstick against his throat.
How many are left?
She asked. The cop rubbed his throat and snarled. She dropped the nightstick and held up her hands.
Just talk to me, and I'll let you walk out of here.
Ignoring her plea, the cops put up his fists. He wanted to fight. You're not leaving this building alive, he giggled. Catching sight of his amateurish swing, Alex caught his wrist and judo tossed him onto the floor. Arching his aching back, the cop shakingly stood up on crooked legs. Not allowing him to catch his breath, Alex leapt forward and kicked him through the supply closet door. Buried underneath athletic supplies, the cop got yanked up by his collar and slammed against the wall. The agent demanded to know how many intruders were left on the roof. The cop gasped.
1, Khalil!
Chapter 75. Alex cracked open the access door and saw only 2 men on the heliport. She figured the man with the crappy brown suit and flapping ponytail had to be the main antagonist, Khalil. Lloyd was the other, beaten to his knees and shackled like a criminal. Now her blood started to boil. Khalil upsettingly checked the time on his phone.
Guess your captain doesn't care about you after all,
he said.
But don't worry. Your death will be for the greater—
Spare me your pathetic patriotic nonsense, you greasy pig, yelled Lloyd. He spat blood on Khalil's shoes. Kill me and get it over it! Khalil backslapped him.
I wish I had the time to slice your throat from ear to ear, but I've got hundreds of people to kill and millions of dollars to pick up. Your precious Vasquez will never get you out in time. With the bloodshed and chaos that'll plague this entire planet for years to come,
he sighed.
Young man, I'm just doing you a favor.
He then swiped open the detonation app Harvey programmed on his phone. A red pill-shaped button appeared, embedded with the word activate. Just then, someone hissed at him. He turned around expecting to see one of his half-witted henchmen. Alex launched a left fist to Khalil's jaw, knocking him flat on his ass. As he moaned and groaned on the floor, Alex snatched the cuff keys hanging from his belt. Lloyd pleasantly smiled, seeing his boss coming to save his life. I knew you'd come sooner or later, he chuckled.
Sorry I took so long,
said Alex, while opening the shackles.
Now I need you to go downstairs and lay low for a—
Like bloody hell! No way, I'm leaving you alone in this damn place of dog turd.
I'll be fine, but our friends won't be if I don't nab this weasel. I wish I could explain everything to you, but there's no time. Trust me, please, go!
Before leaving the heliport, Lloyd firmly grabbed his boss and planted a long kiss on her lips. As he hobbled off the roof, Alex was left speechless.
You're not leaving,
Khalil yelled.
Hart never respected me. His men don't respect me. I told you I got a bomb and you hit my face. You don't respect me either. I was told to lure you here so the Angelite can show up. We both know good and damn well I don't stand a chance against her. I'm a dead man walking.
He prolonged a wicked laugh.
The beautiful thing is, I will kill the Angelite. Everlasting anguish will destroy her, knowing that I was the one who killed her sister. One swipe of this button, and we go bye-bye.
Funny expression coming from you, since you're the one who's crying like a baby,
said Alex.
Why don't you go ahead and push that fucking button? Quite honestly, I'm getting fucking tired listening to your annoying voice.
So you're that anxious to die, huh? My pleasure.
Khalil pressed the button on the touchscreen. Nothing happened. His face twisted as if he was sucking a bag of lemons. His shoulders tensed and hands balled up. He pressed several more times until the screen cracked. His eyes watered.
Didn't work, did it?
Alex responded.
In your last announcement, you gave your whole plan away. I found out where you hid the bomb and disarmed it. The only remaining question is, where did you plant the second bomb? And the beautiful thing is, I got all the time I need to beat the truth out of you.
She stuck out her chin.
Come on. I dare you.
Khalil lunged forward with a wild punch. Alex sidestepped and elbowed the back of his head. He tumbled to the ground and cradled his ribs, groaning and whimpering. Alex then stomped on his back several times. Even while screaming from the pain, he desperately continued to push the button.
That's enough of that,
she said before punting the phone out of his hand. Khalil gave a long, dramatic cry as he watched it spiral off of the roof. She kicked his legs apart and said, This one's for Lloyd! One huge stomp to his midsection. Soaking with tears and perspiration, Khalil curled up like a fetus and bawled like a spoiled child. Alex dragged him toward the edge of the building and hung him over. "No!" Khalil bawled. "Stop, please!"
I've been seeing human beings do some amazing things these past few days. Speeding, flying, instant transportation. They say that we can do anything we put our minds to, right? I wonder what you can do. Let's see if a rat like you can grow a pair of wings and fly.
You don't want to do this! I can help you take down Hart! He forced me to do this! He wanted me to kill the Angelite, but I couldn't do it! I greatly respect her, and you too! Just let me go, and you'll never have to hear from me again!
All I want to hear is the location of the second bomb. You got 10 seconds. Or else you go bye-bye. 10, 9, 8...
Wait, I'll show you! Over there! I'll show you! Alex yanked him by his tie and dragged him back to the heliport. Here, he pleaded. Somewhere around here.
Could you be more specific?
She looked around for a small box or hidden compartment. All of a sudden, the entire roof trembled under her feet. She lost her balance and let go of his tie. Once freed, Khalil dug into his jacket and slapped a keyless shackle onto Alex's wrist. Embedded on it was the second bomb crystal with a tiny countdown clock. 20 minutes and counting. You wanted the bomb, right? Now you got it! He laughed hysterically. Alex pulled and tugged on the shackle, but it wouldn't budge. My dear, it was ingenious of you to deactivate my bomb. However, the one you're wearing is very much alive. I knew I was no match for the Angelite. Therefore, I designed this baby to wipe her out for good. Since she's a no-show, I might as well use it to kill another Vasquez, right? No more codes, no more wires, no more buttons. Just boom goes the dynamite. And so do you. Alex looked terrified. Only Gina could rip this contraption off, but she's on the other side of town. She'll never get here in time. Her train of thought went blank. Rage had taken over. She turned to Khalil with a cold stare. Emotionless.
Well then,
She threatened.
there's nothing left to stop me from killing you, right?
Khalil's joyous smile instantly dropped. Alex punched him so hard that 2 teeth flew from his mouth. She judo flipped him to the ground and relentlessly pounded on his face, wanting to beat him to death. For the first time in years, she burned with anger. Angry for being outsmarted by a weasel. Angry for failing her team. Angry that she'll lose her sister again.
My God!
She gasped. She was suddenly reminded of Gina's horrific episode, momentarily losing control. For years, she chastised her about learning from her mistakes. Now she's on the verge of taking a life in the same fashion. People offer opinions about certain things, but their view changes once they're the ones going through it.
I'm sorry, Gina.
She said while slowly stepping away. Gazing at Khalil's beaten body, blinded by his tears and choking on his blood, she no longer desired to kill him. Unexpectedly, Saxon Davis appeared at the heliport. Get back! Get back! Go! He wrapped his arms around her and dove off the heliport. The entire roof imploded. Left alone inside the landing circle, Khalil held on to a guardrail to keep from falling into the giant crater left behind. Rumbling sounds grew louder. The heat grew hotter. He saw punishing flames approaching. With nothing else to do but hang like a worm on a hook, moments from being burnt to a crisp, he cursed out one name. Fire erupted through the roof like a volcano. Khalil instantly got scorched to dust. His cheap suit levitated within the flames while his inner demon catapulted into the twilight. After several burning minutes, the blazing geyser died down. Smoke and ash floated over the wrecked heliport like snow on Christmas Eve. While catching her breath, Alex looked at the massive damage left behind. Thank God Saxon arrived in time to rescue her.
Mission accomplished,
she said. Yes, ma'am, Saxon replied. The hostages are safe. Getting to their feet, Alex realized Saxon was now as powerful as Gina. He could rip off the shackle. But before she could explain, Saxon collapsed, experiencing a seizure. What's happening to me? He stuttered, unable to move his arms. Alex then remembered that new Angelites burn energy faster. Since he spent such large amounts already without proper training, not to mention being older, it could take hours for him to recuperate. She only had minutes left. It was inevitable. She was going to die, but she decided it would just be her.
You're drained,
she said.
Your body is still getting used to the change. Just rest here, and my agents will take you to the hospital.
Agents? Where are you going? We won the battle. We won. The battle is over. We're in this together.
Try not to talk. This nightmare will be over when you wake up. But I won't be. One thing needs to be done, but I must do this on my own.
No. What are you saying? Hesitantly, Alex revealed the rigged shackle clenched on her wrist. Saxon fought to pick himself up, but he could barely lift his finger. I can't get up. Give me a minute, and I'll...
Rest.
She planted a kiss on his forehead.
Thank you for taking care of my sister for so many years. You truly are an angel. Goodbye.
Don't do this. Alex turned away. You can't do this! The exit door opened, and Alex stepped off the roof. Evening breeze blew through his pepper hair, and the sorrowful Angelite drifted off to sleep. He promised Gina that he'd bring Alex home. He couldn't keep his word. Chapter 76. Level 4, an undisclosed area, is the location of a sub-operation center that lied beneath FBI headquarters, not yet operational. The entrance was protected. A 10-foot sliding door made for tungsten alloy and guarded by a palm vein biometric unit, the finest in high-end security. Inside, walls were made of concrete 30 meters thick, able to withstand a nuclear blast. Equipped with monitors and telephones, it served as an emergency communications outlet to coordinate with other law enforcement entities during an emergency for situations just like this. Only the top directors and some senior agents knew of its existence. She was amongst the chosen few. Alex stepped out of the elevator and began having second thoughts. Worry. She was about to die, violently, alone.
Why am I doing this?
She thought.
Who said their lives are more important than mine? Gina needs to rip this damn thing off.
She risked her life many times during the most daring missions that no other human being would ever muster enough courage to face. Never had she imagined her life ending in an underground bunker. There was no one to blame, nobody to take her frustration on. All she can do is scream, pounding the wall as hard as she could. Scream until her throat gave out. Cry every tear her eyes could squeeze out. Settling down, breathing easily, she thought about her friends still inside the building. Helping Gina fulfill her destiny then came to mind. This was the job she signed up for.
My life? To save millions. Just another day in the office,
she thought. Alex punched in the access code and pressed the palm against the glass reader. Her identity was registered, and the massive door slid open. Footsteps echoed like conga drums as she walked inside the deserted station. The door needed to be locked again to contain the blast. Hold up. Her family won't see her again? Her family won't see her again. She had to say goodbye. Pulling out her cell phone, Alex turned on the camcorder and swiped over to selfie mode. 5 minutes left on the clock, vastly ticking downward. She had to make it fast.
Hi, Gina. I'm addressing you first because I know you'll be the first to find this message. First off, I haven't much time to talk, so I won't be coming home tonight.
She directed the camera to show the bomb on her wrist.
They got me, G. They planned to get one of us, and they got me. I've been able to escape the most dangerous and complicated booby traps the world has ever heard of. Can't get out of this. People are still in the building, not to mention thousands more in the city. I can't let them die.
Losing her composure, Alex wept, which got mixed in with her last words.
I'm so sorry for forcing you to forget about your past, telling you to drop everything and just come home. That wasn't for you. It was for me. I missed you, Gina, and I was miserable without you. I knew you were hurting inside, but I was engulfed in my own hurt. I was selfish, but now I understand why you left. And look at what you are now. You've always inspired me, and I was so lost without you.
She closed her eyes and fought her face from frowning. Not much time left.
Thank Dad for making me tough, teaching me how to never accept defeat. Thank Mom for her drive and independence that molded us to the women we've become. Tell her she's my favorite superhero. Oh, God, I wish I could see all of you one last time. But at least we'll share eternity in heaven. One day. I love you all so much, and I'll carry that love with me always. Goodbye.
Alex stopped recording and pressed the big red button against the wall. As the gigantic door closed, she tossed her phone out to the hallway. Looking for a place to hide, she crawled underneath the motherboards and took a seat. Resting her back against the steel, a sense of peace came over her. She felt vindicated to release her demons before death, something most people fail to do. She then closed her eyes and recited Psalm 23, 1-6 in a whisper.
The Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord for...
3 zeros flashed on the clock. Whiteness filled the room. Silence. Pleasant.
She never felt her body succumb to the flaming dragon that devoured the entire level. Her ears never heard the horrific destruction contained in the massive walls. Heavy machinery got shredded to scrap metal. Alex accomplished her last goal. Her friends were safe. Besides dying peacefully, she also died a hero. Chapter 77. Crucifix cops ran out of the building, tripping and banging into one another due to the pavement shifting under their feet. Fearful of an enormous blast, some of them ducked behind parked cars while others ran into Thomas Paine Park. Although they ran and hid, sadistic joy was displayed on their faces, anxious to see great balls of fire scorch the whole building. But, to their disappointment, after several terrifying minutes, the rumbling eventually stopped. FBI headquarters stood tall. White smoke poured out the front doors as hostages escaped outside to freedom. Evil officers blocked their path and ordered them to stay where they were. "On your knees, now!" the head cop yelled, while the rest of the brigade drew their weapons on the crowd. Hostages, scraped and blackened, dropped to the ground and begged to be released, hoping this nightmare would end. Tailing the terrified crowd came one last hostage, moving through the lobby like a frozen zombie. Screaming in fright, the hostages moved aside, clearing a path for the cops to take their last casualty. "Get down on the ground, now!" the cop ordered. But the lone hostage kept coming. Smoke parted away. Moonlight revealed bloody scars, frizzled long hair, and tattered clothing, which belonged to a woman who had just survived the impossible. Alexandra Vasquez! Again, the cop shouted, "Get on your knees, or I'll blow your head off!" Looking to the ground, Alex dropped to her knees and raised her hands. Cries and pleas for help flooded her ears. Enough was enough. These devils needed to be eradicated once and for all. As a clutter of rifles pointed at her head, she closed her eyes. Was she praying? More like focusing. Forces of nature reacted with a sudden change of winds. Even the cops had a sense that something unearthly was going on. Thunder and rumbling sounded. Not a raindrop dripped from the sky. Where was that noise coming from? "Over there!" a cop from the back shouted, pointing toward the highway. Tidal waves pumped from the East River, rocking Coast Guard ships like toys in a bathtub. One pipeline wave rose to unimaginable heights as it rushed toward the shoreline. Crashing over the barrier and engulfing the highway, the wave charged into the mainland as if it was being controlled. Alex didn't move. She held the sides of her head, grunting through her teeth. Cops fled for their lives as the enormous wave rushed through Thomas Paine Park. Hostages held onto each other, screaming for mercy. Raging waters crashed down on everyone, flooding Federal Plaza, growing to half the size of the headquarters. It continued barreling through the city streets, washing away numerous squad cars. Demons of all different sizes and colors shot out from the water, tortured in midair as their very ghostly essence got ripped to shreds. Ghastly howls wailed in the air. Demons exploded like balloons over the island of Manhattan like New Year's Eve fireworks. Then the unimaginable happened. Violent waters rolled in reverse and retracted back to the river. The ground could be seen once more. Hostages miraculously stood in their places, soaking wet, but unharmed. City buildings remained intact. Trees in the parks were still standing. Waters were called to only kill the crucifix cops like an act of God. Order was restored as if the violent chaos never happened. Still on her knees, Alex felt completely replenished. Her suit looked brand new. Brown locks shined as if she just stepped out of the beauty salon. Lowering her hands, she looked up at the heavens and wallowed with joy.
Thank you!
She repeated. Alexandra Vasquez was now an Angelite. Before relishing in her rebirth, she abruptly fainted. EMTs, fire trucks, and state police cars roared onto the scene. Medics ran out and attended to the hostages while honorable policemen entered the building. Oddly enough, they exhibited normal behavior as if none of them witnessed Alex's aquatic phenomenon. Lloyd and Agent Burke called for help as they walked out carrying an incapacitated Saxon Davis on their shoulders. EMTs grabbed the veteran and placed him on a gurney, rushing him inside of an EMT truck. The agents' fears escalated at the sight of their boss lying motionless on the ground. Agent Burke directed medical personnel to immediately attend to Alex. Lloyd cradled her in his arms, whimpering as he repeated, "Don't you leave me now." Chapter 78. Cruising through the late-night Manhattan streets was a stretched limousine driving up to City Hall, parking out front of the massive marble staircase. Bodyguards rushed outside and stood around the vehicle, observing the area to see if the area was secure. The driver then valeted a drowsy Mayor Goldberg out of the vehicle. He was still wiping the sleep from his eyes. Flannel pajamas stuck out from under his sloppy gray suit and oversized trench coat. "Are you okay, sir?" asked the driver. "Being dragged out of my bed at this time of night because of another dim-witted police emergency? I'm pretty damn far from being f***ing okay," the mayor snapped back. "Can't wait to pitch my task force idea to Congress and get all these imbeciles fired. They failed my city way too many times. Heh, at least the public is still buying while I'm selling." A black Cadillac parked across the street at the same time. Behind the wheel was Police Commissioner Cornelius Wood. He checked the clock radio and compared it to the event reminder flashing on his cell phone. Seeing the mayor already arrived, Wood got out of the car and buttoned his charcoal gray trench coat. Goldberg unknowingly threw his hands in the air as he saw Wood from across the street. "This crosses the line with government protocol, so this better be good," Goldberg complained as Wood walked towards him. "My day starts in a matter of hours, and I still have to rehearse my speech to the silly delegates. Also, I gotta dig some lousy hole in some godforsaken park, waste my afternoon signing documents, and deal with public agencies before the Yankee game tonight. I have a very tough life." "I see," Wood sarcastically responded. "Mr. Mayor, I'm just as anxious to get back to sleep as you are, so let's just get this over with. Now, what is it you need from me? If this is about the Times Square fiasco, my office is currently running a full investigation. I hope to have some answers for you by the end of the day tomorrow." "What I need from you? You're the one that asked me to come out here." "Sir, I came here because you sent me a message." "You sent me a message?" "Sent you? I don't even text to my wife to say hello." Goldberg looked appalled. "Well, I'm getting the hell out of here." He fanned his hand while heading back to the limo. "Hold it! Hold it!" Wood stopped him. We seem to have a misunderstanding here. Instead of us going our separate ways and keep this looming over our heads all night, let's hash this thing out and get to the bottom of this mix-up. Might as well, since we're both standing out here past midnight in our PJs. There's nothing to figure out. It's obvious your people screwed up, as usual. Let's not jump to conclusions, sir. There has to be a logical explanation for why we would schedule a meeting at this time of night.
Wood thought of a few scenarios, but still not remembering who originated the idea.
Does your secretary have access to your office when you're away?
Of course, Goldberg cleared his throat.
She's always in my office to, handle my personal stuff. Does she use sticky notes or are your appointments made electronically?
We hardly write anything, Commissioner. Even the signatures on my employees' paychecks are computerized.
Well, there you go. Maybe she listed our appointment for tomorrow afternoon but accidentally entered the incorrect time. And since your office is right upstairs, why don't we go up and investigate the snafu ourselves?
I never go anywhere unless my bodyguards say it's okay.
Do you really think there's a chance of a security threat? Now, sir, unless your janitors were hired from Staten Island or Afghanistan, I think we'll be okay. Now let's go.
Goldberg nervously told his bodyguards to wait outside as Wood led the way up the stairs and into the building. Bland decor poisoned the ivory hallways, along with grand-sized pictures of the mayor hanging from every wall. Darkness blanketed both ends, looking more like caves. After turning numerous corners like cars around cones in a driving exam, the two of them finally made it to Goldberg's office.
Here's what's not making sense, the mayor wondered. If my secretary made a mistake in booking this appointment, then how could you have gotten the same error? Not sure, Wood answered. Perhaps we both agreed to this appointment months ago and forgot about it. Remember, it was your idea to hold these secret meetings in the first place, wanting to resolve the growing problem of cops protesting your budget cuts. Isn't that right?
Goldberg fanned his hands, wishing he never made that decision.
Why so many cuts, sir? I'm afraid you'll have to wait like everybody else. That being said, I never scheduled any of our meetings this late. Why would I do such a thing? As I said, sir, it could be just a case of faulty information. If you got a better answer, then I'd love to hear it.
The reception area was wiped down and cleaned to perfection by the cleaning crew. Goldberg's office was on the far left side. For him, in this darkness, it felt like walking through an endless forest.
Did you hear that?
The mayor asked timidly.
Sounds like footsteps. You open the office while I check it out,
Wood ordered as he walked back out to the hallway. Goldberg rushed to his office and accidentally banged his nose against the locked door. After 3 failed attempts, fumbling his keys like a pair of dice, he got the doors opened and quickly ran aside. Chapter 79. Down the other end of the hall, embracing the darkness like a bright summer's day, was the pasty-faced killing machine, Cat Strutter. Moonlight bent to the shape of her high-heeled boots and yellow curly hair gleaming off her blood-stained machete. Eyeing the mayor's office a few yards away, there was one kill left to scratch off her long list of victims. No need to hide her true form any longer. She pulled off her frizzy blonde locks and plopped to the ground like a wet mop. 2 mini horns poked from the top of her head. Cosmetic skin bubbled and sizzled away like bacon cooking in a greasy pan, unveiling a tar-colored demon with deformed, gory features and jagged layering running along her physical frame. Cat got a whiff of cowardly odor stinking from the mayor's sweaty scalp as she crept into the reception area. This assassination was vital to John Hart's diabolical plan, but to her, this was fun.
Quietly, she opened the door. There was Goldberg, leaning over with his hands pressed against the desk. Alongside him was a shot glass and an open bottle of scotch. Creeping up closer, the demon didn't make a sound as she raised her machete like a knight groomed for battle, salivating for the taste of blood. Goldberg was oblivious to the minutes of life he had left before his remains got splashed all over the office furniture. Closer. Cat had a devilish grin on her face, revealing 2 rows of deformed fangs. Green ooze leaked over her chapped lips. Then the unthinkable happened when Goldberg turned around. Cat froze with unbearable fear. Her wicked heart jumped into her throat. Eyes bulged so far out that they nearly popped out. Why? What was so terrifying about a sleazy, out-of-shape politician? Unless, of course, it wasn't him. His trench got ripped to shreds like toilet paper, untying a hair knot, long brunette locks draped over the shoulders. Death had come for Cat Strutter, from the one person who survived the butchery of her unforgiving blade. She came back to finish what she started at the bank. It was Natalie Mercedes. Cat shivered with her blade still in the air. The anger in Natalie's eyes could burn through lead. The room grew very hot. White flames ignited from her hands. Gloss over her eyes shine in the flaming yellow light. Time for this demon to perish. In a daunting multi-voice, Cat screamed in fury and attacked. Natalie shattered the deadly blade with just one slap. The demon was horrified, nothing left to do but hyperventilate. Even the most elite crucifix soldiers also feared eternal torment in the depths of hell. Natalie closed her eyes and a raging fire ignited around her body, coating her inside like a cocoon. Cat gagged from the humidity that smothered the entire room. Few loose strands of hair curled into crust. Her murky skin cracked like a mud mask. The heat reached over 100 degrees, melting the machete into a puddle of liquid metal. With a parting shot, Natalie formed another large fireball and threw it at the demon's chest. Yells of agony shattered every window in the office as Cat felt unimaginable suffering while every inch of her body burnt to ash. Horns peeled from her skull like an orange. Her skeletal gasped and flapped around in the heat until it exploded. Ash fluttered throughout the office like the first of winter's snow on a cold and crisp night. Natalie's temperature gradually dropped back to normal. Flames dispersed. Clothing was still intact. She stumbled against the bookshelf, flushed and drained. Wiping off the profuse sweat running from her forehead, she cracked a smile in relief. The hunt had ended. She won. Cat Strutter was no more. Steadily catching her breath, she looked over her shoulder and hollered,
Okay, you can come out now.
Hiding under his large maple desk was a frightened Mayor Goldberg, shaking like an electric toothbrush. With gratitude, he crawled across the filthy carpet like a newborn baby and grabbed the Angelite's ankles, graciously thanking her for saving his life. Natalie grabbed him by his arm and yanked him to his feet. From front and back, his great pants were completely soiled. "Do you need a job?" he grovelingly begged. "I could get you one. Yes, as part of my security force, or on my task force. Hell, you can lead my task force. I just want you on my staff. Please, I'll give you money, whatever you need. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you!" Acting on impulse, Natalie drilled a left cross to the mayor's face.
That's for the policemen's lives you ruined,
she said. Goldberg laid flat on his back, staring at swirly stars. She waited for a minute for him to wake up. After a few slaps to the face, she realized he was cold-cocked.
Sorry about that,
she apologized while looking toward the heavens.
I'm working on it.
She then grabbed Goldberg by his ankles and dragged him out like a laundry bag, leaving a streak of clean behind the ash-covered floor. Chapter 80. Gina squinted her eyes from the radiance of pink neon flashing in front of Club Candy Cane. She walked down Rector Street like a tourist, amazed at how unexplainably empty it was. Deserted. Hart must be expecting her arrival. She walked toward the club and went around the back. On the loading dock, she spotted a brawny bouncer wearing a black suit and gold shirt guarding the rear entranceway. He put his hand up and halted the Angelite from moving further. I don't know what you think this is, sister, but no one's allowed back here, the bouncer said. So unless you gonna give me a little something, you better get up out of here. Not now, but right now. Gina was not in the mood to talk. To end the conversation, she leveled the bouncer with one punch, which torpedoed him through the back entranceway. The door frame and half of the surrounding wall came down with him.
Such a gentleman,
she snickered before stepping over his fallen body to enter the club. Walking through a winding hallway, she wound up in the kitchen area, the kind that would be seen in a five-star restaurant. Examining the top-notch cooking equipment, she sensed something was off with the freezer. No frost on the glass. The door felt too warm. No products of any kind stored on the shelves. She opened the door and stepped inside. Oddly, there were no cooling fans stored anywhere. However, she found climate controls on the back wall. Maybe the cooling unit was busted. One turn of the dial and the entire back wall slid open, revealing a hidden staircase.
How about that?
She thought. Going up the narrow stairs, she entered the hallway with the red doors. Grabbing her attention were the double doors at the end of the hall. She swung open the double doors and entered. It was Hart's private office, more lavish than the lobby of a fancy hotel. Enormous windows took up the whole back wall, displaying a beautiful shot of New York City. Everything seemed normal. All of a sudden, she sensed an unearthly presence. Energy as strong as hers, but weighing down on her heart as if agony and depression were rolled into a poisonous slab of meat, unable to digest. Quickly, the door shut behind her. Someone else is here, but not John. Someone else. Stronger. Cold. Evil. Who? There. Masked in the shadows. Flashing red eyes stared at her, showing no fear. She can't let herself be trapped again. John used that to his advantage at the bank. Stay strong. Have faith.
You're not hot,
she said.
So whoever you are, show yourself.
Lights gradually shined. Gina could see his face.
Oh my God. It can't be.
For years, she called him a friend. Hard-working officers trusted this man for decades. She inconsolably discovered the truth. He is a full-fledged member of the Crucifix, an orchestrator to this massive and horrific killing spree. John Hart's mentor. Inexplicably, he goes by Grandpa. But she undoubtedly knew his real identity.
Commissioner what?
She gasped. Only to the NYPD, he answered. Actually, I have so many identities that sometimes I lose track. Her chest ached from the pain of betrayal. You look upset, Vasquez.
Was I the last person you thought you'd see tonight? Here of all places? Well, I'm kind of disappointed as well. My original plan was to recruit you to join my regime. I wanted you to lead the new breed of Crucifix soldiers. Didn't turn out that way. Judging by your new status of power, I'm pleased to see that my assumptions about you were correct. They thought highly of you as I did. Unfortunately, they got to you first. Good for them. Congrats, by the way. You look great.
Recruit me?
She asked in disgust. With the same offer I made to Hart. Now don't get me wrong. John's a good boy. He's dedicated. Follows directions well. But let's face it, he's out of your league. He threw his hands up and sighed. Anyway, my plan got shot to hell once your family got you out of jail.
You? Did I go to prison because of you? It wasn't the lawyers or my in-laws or even Goldberg for that matter. You're the one who threw the book at me.
No, my child. Goldberg was solely responsible for taking you to court. However, it was I who convinced him to take immediate action. How else could I get you to join me except by pushing you to the brink of self-destruction? Your life was over, Vasquez. I was going to offer you a new one. A chance for greatness in a new world order. But nothing I did worked on you. I was certain that the hate you built against your husband would have been enough to manipulate you. I was wrong. A miscalculation of my part for underestimating your mental toughness.
My husband? You set that whole thing up?
Who do you think hired the bimbo you caught him with?
My God.
She felt numb. Now, Vasquez. Again, I didn't force your husband to cheat on you. Hell, I never even met the guy. But he was seething with so much envy at you for taking over as breadwinner of the family. After such a promising start, he became a pimple on the ass of patheticness. Starving for attention, I just dangled the right bait and he took a bite as expected. I crossed so many boundaries to get you in my army, but something or someone always intervened. I got so vexed over the whole thing that I had to settle for Hart.
Why him?
Your protest? He impressed me by organizing so many officers in such a short amount of time. Between you and me, though, the guy's a B-plus player. He'll never come close to reaching your status. You belong with us, Gina, and together we can change the world. For real this time. It took a minute for Gina to manage her anger. She trusted this man. Saxon Davis calls him his best friend. Lo and behold, Cornelius Wood was the mastermind who altered her life for the worst.
You had me locked up, drowning in guilt for years. Ripped my life and career away from me. Now you expect me to take part in your demented scheme for world domination? As if it's gonna make up for the pain I endured? I lost time with my family. I contemplated suicide. You must be out of your mind if you think I'd join up with you. That's not what I want to hear. Human history shows that great heroes always die at the end of hellacious wars. Do you know why? Because no matter how hard you fight to preserve your way of life, there's always someone greedier, more cunning, and eviler, desperate people who'll do anything, whatever it takes, to put the world in the palm of their hands. You can't fight the inevitable, Vasquez. Keep trying to swim uphill. Sooner or later, you'll die from exhaustion. Ask yourself, is it really worth it? Making sure my loved ones are safe from a mischievous waste of space like you? No question. Wood guffawed. I like you, Vasquez. I'm actually going to shed a tear when you die. Now, whether it'll be sincere or not, I really can't say. He looked at his watch. Looks like it's time for me to go. Fun catching up with you. What makes you think I'm going to let you walk out of here? We both know you're not ready for me. I can destroy you just like that, he snapped his fingers. Our time will come to dance. Meanwhile, some friends of mine will like your autograph. I'll see you soon. Her brigade of clicks sounded.
She turned around and viewed a herd of SWAT agents pointing shotguns at her head. Moving at the speed of the wind, Gina disarmed them in a matter of seconds. Their arms stayed stiff, holding imaginary weapons. She then mauled through the group with one-punch strikes. The SWAT army literally disintegrated as their bodies crumbled to dust on impact. Demons exploded like kernels on a hot stove. Centered in a ring of ash, charred uniforms, and dented armor, Gina wasn't surprised to see Wood had weaseled out of the room. By the window, she discovered a large rip within the cityscape. Poster board behind plexiglass, all fake. A light shined from the rip. She peeked inside. Standing under a spotlight with his back turned was John Hart. Gina burst through the papered backdrop and entered the room, vengeful, furious. Hart turned on his heel to face her while holding a Bible in his hand.
Are you mocking me with that?
She asked. No, said John, slamming the book closed. This is good reading material. So many wonderful stories. I like thumbing through it whenever I'm on the toilet. I was looking for a cold-hearted passage to recite before I f***ing kill you, he sighed. It pains me to have to spill your blood all over this floor. But a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Then, what the are you waiting for?
She cracked her knuckles. John stretched his arms out lazily. Why are you so hell-bent on fighting me? You made me this way. All of this started because of those political jerks who love screwing over dedicated officers like us. Goldberg, that conniving son of a bitch, I can't believe you saved him! He doesn't give a fuck about you! Politicians, government officials, they're all greedy, filthy pigs that only give a fuck about your money! It's them who want to control the world, not me! I just want to uphold true justice, give the kind of protection that this world deserves.
So, you're the hero in this. Does upholding justice mean forcing people to conform to your laws? Mandatory discipline for those who forget who's in authority? You're cut from the same cloth as Goldberg. Bloodsuckers of the poor.
And what about you, Vasquez? Let's say you come out of this as the hero. Do you expect to go home and live a normal life? Can you ignore the urge to punish the next jerk who resists arrest? No matter what moniker of regalness has been bestowed upon you, you're still human, Vasquez. Those powers can't change who you are. You see me? You see me? I'm perfect. I represent everything that keeps this planet moving. Angels are a dying breed. Faith is a laughable concept. You can't keep fighting for decades and you'll still wind up on the losing team.
Pathetic isn't a strong enough word for what I think of you, John. Not even demonic powers could raise your IQ. You've undermined the law and preyed on the weak for selfish gain. That's because you are weak. A shell of a man. You sold your soul just to burn in hell with absolutely nothing to show for it. Sad, sad, sad.
John's ego got sliced in half and Gina rubbed salt in the wound. Screaming louder than an MMA fighter singing opera, he rushed in to attack. His fists came swinging from all directions, moving as fast as lightning. Gina played defense only to test his strength. His skill was subpar at best. He's not as strong as she imagined, be it that she was blocking his strikes with one arm. John switched to defense as Gina engaged with strikes of her own. He swiftly dodged past them until he caught a boot to his abdomen. She kicked him around the room like a soup can, Plaster exploded from large holes he left in the walls.
Getting tired already?
Asked Gina, seeing John moaning and groaning on the floor.
Am I too tough for you? Do you need to call your boys for help? Have them do your dirty work for you? Like always. Ha! Some man you are!
Highly insulted, John attacked again. Before landing a punch, Gina landed a right hook to his rib cage and then crushed the side of his skull with a spin kick. Rolling on the floor like tumbleweed, John landed on his knees and coughed out blood.
I see your face glistening.
Gina teased.
Not working out as you should? A good cop is always prepared for any situation. Basic Police Academy principles, Johnny boy. Guess you were asleep when they taught that.
She bent down over him.
What? Wanna quit?
John cracked a creepy smile. You haven't beaten me. I'm just getting warmed up. He hunched over his hand, which began to flicker with red lightning between his fingers, forming an energy ball. He staggered to his feet. Gina stood with her hands on her hips, waiting for his next move. She let her guard down, just the move he was waiting for. He then threw the energy ball at her eyes. She was blinded by swirling globs like being trapped inside a lava lamp. She grasped onto her face, stricken by unbearable pain. Taking full advantage, John telegraphed several punches to her face, followed by an elbow against her spine. Where's your smart mouth now, Vasquez? He taunted as he grabbed a handful of red hair. Didn't I tell you this would happen? Didn't I? Such a damn shame! We could have had a great future together! Maddening swirls bubbled faster. Because of the throbbing pain, she couldn't concentrate, falling victim to her human emotions again. Her ears picked up the sound of lightning regenerating from John's hand. She channeled her energy inward and focused on clearing her vision. Surrounding sounds faded away, hearing only the beat of her heart going at a normal pace. She felt her power grow, pain diminishing, blobs dispersing. Her vision returned in time to see John's sparkling red hand attack once more. She spun around and grabbed his arm, not letting his attack commence. Neither one showed leniency, each struggling to get the upper hand. It was a stalemate. Most of her energy had been used. She wasn't strong enough to push him away. What else can she do? John laughed hysterically as he felt the Angelite weakening. She needed to counterattack soon, or else she'll face further suffering. Maybe worse than before. Yelling with all her might, she shoved his lightning hand against his face. John screamed as if he was laying on a bed of hypodermic needles. He then flopped around the floor like a fish out of water, grimacing and caressing his burned marks in his cheek and temple. Why is this happening? He complained. I'm a god!
You are history!
She said, standing tall while dusting off her shoulders. Not yet, baby! He pulled out a large crystal from his pocket. You know what this is? It's called a ghost bomb. Guaranteed to annihilate every living thing within my desired radius. And I want every ounce of its power to tear your soul apart.
No! Don't do this!
Gina pleaded.
You could level half the city! Thousands of people would die! Your fight is with me!
You're right. Nobody else has to die. It's too bad for you. You won't live to find out. Gina lunged to stop him. Too late. From the basement to the roof, great balls of fire touched all corners of the establishment, destroying everything left standing. Chapter 81. Clouds of dust everywhere. Liquor of all kinds stained the walls. A crater-sized hole stood where the roof used to be. Every dance level had been obliterated. What once stood as the undisputed king of late-night entertainment had been reduced to rubble, rotting and crumbling inside and out. Gina woke up coughing from the smoke, exhausted, fully drained. At the last split second, she used all of her power to contain the blast radius, keeping the building foundation intact. But at what cost? She rolled on her stomach and tried getting to her feet. After taking one step, she collapsed. Aching muscles, pounding headache. She couldn't focus. Re-energizing became impossible. John Hart stood on the other side of the room, giggling mercilessly. How is it the bomb's devastating blast did not affect him? Did he shield himself too? No. Gina must have unintentionally protected him in the process. Was that his plan all along? The bomb may not have killed her, but it served its purpose. "Hi there," John comically impersonated. "Guess you're wondering what happened to you, huh? Well, a ghost bomb is supposed to wipe out every living creature in its path, but I knew you'd sacrifice yourself to save the rest of the city. Containing that blast was a pretty ballsy move, I must say. Bet you've never ever withstood something with such magnitude before, have you? Meaning you're as weak as a bunny now. Check. And mate." John immediately delivered a punishing kick to her ribs. Grabbing a handful of red hair, he then threw her against the wall like a sack of cement. Plaster and dust crumbled on her back as she fell to the ground. John leapt in the air like LeBron James and lowered the sole of his boot into her spine. He used so much force that the floor broke beneath them, dropping both down to the main dance floor below. Gina wallowed in pain. She couldn't fight back. John danced across the disco floor as if he just scored a touchdown. "What's the matter, honey buns?" he taunted. "Getting tired already? You're pathetic. Looking at you down there crawling like a worm made me realize that I don't need you. Who wants to be with someone who's not smart enough to do what they're told? Your powers are decreasing while mine are getting stronger by the minute. Just when you thought you got me down, I rise to the occasion. I win. All I do is win, and nobody helped me. I did it all by myself." Fighting unbearable pain, unable to recharge, Gina had one weapon left to fight with: her mind. She got on all fours and exaggerated her weakness, exhaling her words.
So, where's your mentor? Why isn't he here, sharing this moment with you? You'd think he'd be to congratulate you, if he had so much faith in you. All I see is you, dancing alone, celebrating a fight you haven't even won yet. You call that greatness?
That comment broke his celebratory mood. Grandpa abandoned him. John fulfilled his task and still no sign of his mentor. He stood there sulking like a child picked last for basketball. Just the moment Gina needed. "You think I need him?" he snapped. "The hell with him! I don't need anybody!" You may have defeated all those sorry losers I recruited, but I am the sole survivor. Why? Because I am true and living. He stopped. Gina disappeared. Quivering and frowning, he realized she played him. Being distracted by heartache, he foolishly allowed Gina to regain her strength. He screwed up. A light tap on his shoulder got him shaking like a leaf. He didn't want to turn around. Hesitantly, he looked over his shoulder. One punch sent John flying through 3 walls. He slid across the floor of what used to be the lounge area. Dirt balls and dust mounted up against his scalp. A recharged Gina Vasquez swooshed over him, replenished and radiating with confidence.
If you knew anything about my powers, then you would have known my tolerance grows after every battle. Meaning, I regenerate faster.
She grabbed John by his throat and lifted him over her head.
You should have finished me off. Big mistake.
Gina threw an uppercut that levitated him across the room. Before he could land on the ground, she rushed over and whacked him again. Faster as time went on, she continuously ran back and forth for several merciless minutes, walloping him from both sides of the room like a one-woman tennis match. Bringing his punishment to an end, she sent John crashing into a corner with his knees folding over to his head. Feeling like he'd been stampeded by a herd of elephants, the wicked detective struggled to turn his body right side up. "Weak," he muttered, refusing defeat. "After all you did, you still can't kill me." He used the broken furniture to unsteadily pick himself up. "After I heal, I'll keep you alive long enough to watch your mother and your sister bleed like pigs once I slowly cut their throats, and it'll be all your fault." Straining with all of his might, John stretched his arms out and summoned another dose of dark power. "Mephisto!" he hollered. Lightning sparked from his hands once more, but not as potent as before. Red swirls surrounded his body, confining him inside an egg-shaped orb. However, his weakened condition couldn't contain its combustible energy. The lightning faded till it eventually disappeared. He dropped to his knees, not an ounce of fight left in him. Looking at the Angelite with soulful eyes, he threw his hands in surrender. "You beat me, Vasquez," he admitted. "It's over. No more war. Forgive me. It's in your nature to forgive, isn't it? Grant me mercy." Gina shook her head.
Now you want mercy? Sad. You have a natural quality to organize and gather. Could have helped so many people, and cops. But you chose greed, wanting to be a ruler, a city treasure. Except now, you're about to become a buried treasure.
John giggled. "So, you're finally going to kill me?"
You've asked for mercy. I have to honor that. Please attack me so I can change my mind.
Just then, John felt a dark aura similar to his. His eyes watered with joy with seeing Commissioner Wood walking out to the center of the room, smiling like a proud dad. Keeping her guard, Gina allowed the detective to crawl toward his master, letting him enjoy his last moment of freedom. Wood placed his hands on his protege's shoulders. John was eager to hear his teacher say how proud he was for his loyalty and gallant effort toward the crucifix uprising. But then Wood's smile dropped to a disappointed smirk. "Pathetic," he slurred. The smile on John's face curled to a horrified frown. It can't be. He wouldn't. They've been through so much together since the beginning. Tears streamed down his eyes like a river. He was scared to death. Days of unimaginable suffering awaited him. Dear God. Wood drove his hand into John's chest. Blood exploded from his mouth. His eyes rolled back as his whole body trembled. Wood grabbed hold of his spine and ripped out a demonic skeleton from his flesh. It fought to wrestle away from his monstrous grip. He then crumpled up the bones like an old newspaper. Chalky dust spilled from between his fingers. John's fleshy remains dropped to the floor like a Halloween costume. All of a sudden, they ignited to a scorching flame that traveled across the floor and rode up the walls. As the entire lounge got devoured, Wood turned to face Gina, laughing in despicable pleasure as the fire crackled and danced behind him.
Get a good look at your future, he warned. The Angelites will fall, but you will die by my hands alone.
An appalled Gina watched a man that she once admired take someone's life so barbarically. Fury and rage sparked something inside her as her hands lit up with pure white energy. Wood pointed at her like a schoolteacher and warned, "Don't even think about." Energy beams shot out from Gina's fists, blasting Wood in his black-hearted chest. He crashed through the fiery wall and descended toward the street. Before splatting to a bloody mess in midair, he transformed into a bat creature, flapping wickedly massive wings through the misty night sky. Gina raced up to the top of the roofless building and spotted 3 helicopters approaching from the Hudson River. She took a running start from the narrow ledge and shot up through the air like a rocket. Cold gusts rushed against her face as she flew toward the first chopper. Gatling guns recklessly fired in her direction. She landed on its nose and shattered the windshield with one punch. No pilot inside the cockpit. She then jumped inside and ripped out the control box. The chopper wildly spun down toward the water. She climbed to the top and ripped out the blades from its apparatus. As the second chopper approached, she flung the blades like a frisbee and sliced it in half. Great balls of fire lit up the night as mechanical pieces plunged into the river. 2 down and 1 to go. Through the aerial fire and spiraling smoke clusters, Gina leapt up to the last chopper and grasped onto its landing skid. She climbed up to the cabin door and slid it open. Waiting inside was Commissioner Wood, holding a uniquely made rocket launcher the size of an Uzi. 3 ghost bomb crystals armed in the chamber. He squeezed the trigger. A fiery bomb blasted Gina off the chopper. Incapacitated, unable to slow down. Spiraling down, she crashed through the nightclub like a meteor, buried under rock, wood, plaster, and metal beams. Wood fired again. Another fiery explosion rocked every piece of its foundation down to ruin, becoming a wasteland of smoke and rubble. Pleased at the demise of his enemy, Wood kicked his feet up behind the pilot's seat as the chopper flew over the Hudson River and into the early morning horizon. Chapter 82. Midnight oil burned at Internal Affairs headquarters. Soon as news about the Federal Reserve fiasco spread like wildfire over many social media outlets, Judas Lee was called to an emergency meeting coinciding with City Hall officials and other department directors to concoct a contingency plan to avoid a citywide panic. They concluded that all of the reports on cops breaking bad would be dismissed and focused on playing to the public's heartstrings by constantly praising their fallen hero, John Hart. He valiantly risked his life to save the Federal Reserve Building, but was tragically killed in the line of duty. Our city is safer today because of him. Never forget his bravery. We will miss him dearly. Nervously waiting in Lee's office, Memphis Knox didn't know how his story would end. Will they let him go for his assistance in foiling the crime? Or will he go to jail for being involved with Hart's band of rogue cops? Either way, he was relieved the nightmare was over. Even if he serves time in prison, at least he'll be able to see his lovely wife's face again. Behind 10 inches of glass is better than buried 6 feet underground. Lee rushed inside his office and sat behind his desk without saying a word. Composed, should he go public with Memphis's involvement? Not sure. It could either enforce their story or make matters worse, depending on what he'll choose to say. After staring at the floor for several minutes, he leaned over toward Memphis and said, "Real melodramatic situation you're in. Wouldn't you agree?" Memphis didn't respond. "Officer Knox, if that's who you really are, I must say that we are all saddened and deeply appalled to hear that one of our own committed this heinous crime. Have you any idea how much you have detrimentally disgraced the Department of Law Enforcement? Voluntarily siding with that useless psychopath!" I have my reasons for...
No! No!
Lee interrupted.
This is not the talking part. This is the listening part.
Memphis stayed silent.
After the death of my top agent, still fresh in my mind,
He sniffed.
I just couldn't bear the thought of cops sinking to such depths for selfish fulfillment. And you were a part of it. You deserve to go to jail for life.
Memphis dipped his head.
But you won't. Besides turning yourself in, word reached us about the anonymous warning you gave to FBI security shortly before the siege. I believe you're not like the rest of them. Bravery and honor still exist in your heart. I'm proud of you.
That makes one of us, Memphis responded, not sharing Lee's enthusiasm. There's nothing I can say that'll justify what I've done. I was in a real tight spot and I did what I had to do to survive, to keep my family safe. Regardless of whether it was the right or wrong choice, I never wanted anyone to get hurt.
Clarify this for me.
You identified yourself as Memphis Knox, but looking at your criminal history, it says you're Zeke Tricolo. Perhaps you would care to explain.
Memphis went down memory lane and told a short version of his undercover story. Not as elaborate as he was with Natalie, but informative enough to get the point across. Lee ran a search in the law enforcement database under the 442nd roster. On the inactive badge numbers list, Memphis's profile appeared, marked as deceased. Judas pressed his fist against his lips, fighting back tears like a death scene in a soap opera.
This is horrible,
he dramatically expressed.
I'm so sorry this happened to you.
Lots of my friends died to keep my identity safe, said Knox. And many good cops died choosing to follow that crazy bastard. They're dead because I failed to stop him.
It's part of the job, son. Hundreds of us die to protect millions every day. We are needed to bring order, or else utter chaos will rule the streets.
He turned to the screen.
Seems like your department disguised your profile in case of a situation similar to this would occur and you had to explain yourself to the proper authorities. I won't even ask why you chose such an ugly name like Zeke Tricolo.
Long story.
I just wanted to thank you for your service. Only a man with tough skin could have endured such a daunting task for the time you had. Dedication is a word that's constantly thrown around City Hall. A label they put on someone to make the public respect them. Not for a while has there been a reason to truly praise anyone for their honesty and dedication to the badge. On this day, it's I who salute you.
An elated Memphis Knox smirked as his eyes began to glisten. Thank you, sir.
In fact, I'd like to make a proposition. How would you like to work for me?
Excuse me? His eyes widened.
I know this is the wrong time to talk business and you don't need to make a decision now, but I'd like for you to be the newest addition of my elite team of agents who've pledged their lives to restore order. Normally I promote within the ranks, but I know you have what it takes to do the job.
Before Knox could answer, Lee's cell phone buzzed. He recognized the number. An important call.
I'm sorry, but I have to take this. I shouldn't be long. Then we'll have you processed and out of here in no time.
After Lee exited the office, Memphis stepped toward the window and looked down at the city he helped save, pleased to hear that he will not be going to prison because of it. He turned to look at Inspector Lee's accolades plastered on the walls. His offer sounded tempting, but was glad to be given time to think it over. The last thing he wanted to do at this point was to go back to work. After spending some months living a quiet life, catching up on lost time with his wife, he should then have an answer. Returning to his seat, he accidentally knocked over the desk lamp. It rolled next to a stack of boxes marked trash. Bending down to pick it up, Memphis saw a picture stashed inside an open box. It caught his attention. He recognized somebody. Feeding his curiosity, he pulled out the picture and held it to the light. It showed Martha Combs shaking hands with Judas Lee while holding up a certificate. This was the day she got promoted to internal affairs. Why would such a momentous picture be thrown in the trash? Natalie told him she was murdered. Was Martha the top agent Lee referred to? He fumbled through the box and found dozens of documents. Medical history, financial records, career profile. Martha Combs' name had been listed on each one. It's like she's been erased from existence. Memphis raced behind Lee's computer. Luckily, the department database was still on screen. He searched for Martha's name under deceased officers. 3 files popped up, one of them being a deleted email sent to an undisclosed address. He worked his computer wizardry and overrode the delete codes, able to retrieve the information.
Although the recipient had no name, their handle was CCW666 at blackwhitefish.com. They've attached a video and typed 3 words typed in the message box. It is done. Memphis clicked on the attachment. The video showed surveillance footage of Martha's crash at the railroad crossing. In horror, he witnessed how disgustingly she was executed at the hands of Cat Strutter.
Lee saw this,
He thought.
and then deleted it?
He looked back at the trashed boxes.
He's one of them!
Immediately, he forwarded the video to his account. He then grabbed the pen and wrote down the unknown email address on a sticky note. Natalie had to know about this. Grinning like a lottery winner, Inspector Lee re-entered his office. He was ready to make a major announcement, but was surprised to see that Knox disappeared. Video still playing on his computer. Hurriedly, he deleted all open files from his computer. Also, he found Memphis's officer profile and deleted that as well. No law enforcement agency would know who Officer Memphis Knox is. Sighing in disappointment, Lee got on his phone and redialed his previous call, Cornelius Wood. Heavy chops from the helicopter blades were heard in the background as the police commissioner arrogantly answered, "Ah, that was quick. Already made up your mind about my offer?"
That's not why I'm calling,
Judas expressed.
We got a problem. My boy, you should know by now that I don't get problems. I get results. However, I am sympathetic to your troubles. What seems to be the trouble?
Knox. He's gone.
So,
Get him back. There's no point now. He's seen what happened to Combs. Wood sighed.
never assume that no one will have access to your junk. Always delete, delete, delete the evidence. You, being an inspector for years, should have known that by now. Foolish!
Yes, sir. I apologize for my negligence. Minor setback. I'll have my people take care of him.
Meanwhile, we need to get the next flock of recruits ready. The Angelites are stronger than I've anticipated. Castrutter was one of our most elite mercenaries, and look at how easily she got annihilated. I knew that idiot Hart and his band of losers would fail to make a dent in their armor. With all due respect, sir, Hart was a joke since the first day he stepped foot on our territory. He was all wrong for this mission. That's the whole point, Lee. This is why I recruit the way I do. I purposely prey on the weak-minded who possess at least one laboring skill that I can exploit, and then keep them around until they are no longer any use for me. I understand. At war, you never send out your strongest players first. Your foot soldiers must lead the charge before you unleash your secret weapon. This is my way of examining the height of our competition. Our next wave needs to be at full strength, ready to terminate Angelites on sight, especially Vasquez. You believe she's still alive? Oh, I know she is. And I have something special in mind once she wakes up from her nap. She'll forever regret the decision of turning me down. And Mercedes? She's another one who's grown increasingly strong so quickly. I already have something devious in the works for her, too. She'll be reunited with her nosy cousin sooner than expected. Come home. We have a lot of upcoming matters to discuss.
Yes, sir. Chapter 83. The next morning, deputies Dooley and Carlo arrived at Carmel City Hospital to visit Veronica Silverblaze. Their shifts didn't start for a few more hours, so they planned on shooting the breeze with her in the meantime. In their hands were a bouquet, 2 helium balloons, and a sympathy card signed by the entire station. The nurse had just exited the room, and the officer stopped her to inquire about Veronica's condition.
Unfortunately, there hasn't been any improvement.
The nurse replied.
You can go in, but the doctor will be coming to check on her shortly.
Disappointed at the news, Dooley and Carlo entered the room and cringed at the dismal sight of their normally attractive boss. Black rings tattooed under her eyes, sunken cheeks as if she hadn't eaten in months, and chalky dryness on her plump lips. Laying the flowers on the tray table, Carlo tied the balloons to the bedpost while Dooley placed the card on the nightstand. Pulling chairs up to the sides of the bed, the deputies gently spoke words of encouragement to Veronica, wishing her a speedy recovery. However, they still had no leader to run the station house, and judging by the numerous times they volunteered, neither of these guys wanted that responsibility. Walker's the one with no family, Carlo mentioned. Maybe he should take the helm until Ronnie comes back. Nah, he hates working long hours as much as we do, Dooley rejected. What about Zoe? Think she can give direction? Dude, she's a secretary. We need someone hands-on that will take care of business, not some skirt who's gonna bark orders behind the desk while filing her fingernails. Hope somebody steps up soon, because I can't take any more of these 12-hour shifts. You should consider taking a job. Yeah, right. I get all the hard work while you get to relax and do nothing, right? Are you volunteering for the job? Ha! Not me. Exactly. Sheesh. Did Gina say when she was coming back? At that moment, Veronica's nostrils began pumping like pistons. The deputies looked down at her, excited to see she's showing signs of life. They whispered out her name. Was she about to awaken? Her eyes opened. Ronnie? Suddenly, Veronica wrapped her hands around the deputies' throats. Her beautiful face was twisted with furious anger. The vein in the middle of her forehead throbbed like a hot air balloon. Biceps bulged like a bodybuilder while elongated growls hummed through her tightly clenched jaw. The deputies fought desperately to get away as they watched their boss instantly sit up from the bed. Both got flung across the room like trash bags. Nurses ran into the room. Veronica jumped off the bed and viciously attacked them. Bodies were being thrown across the hall like rag dolls. She flipped the bed over with one arm, growling like a mad dog. Blinded by immense rage and showing phenomenal strength, she punched holes into the walls as if they were made of paper, not once flinching from the severe scrapes marking up her slender knuckles. Deputy Dooley pulled out his firearm and threatened to shoot if she didn't listen. Staring at him with half-dead eyes, Veronica didn't recognize who he was. "It's me, Ronnie! It's me!" Dooley pleaded. "Don't you remember me?" Veronica calmed down after hearing his voice. It sounded familiar. Could memories be coming back to her? Is the woman they know and love floating back to the surface? No! Rage instantly returned as she grabbed Dooley by his throat and lifted him off the ground. He did his best to break free from her deadly grip, but he eventually passed out. Dropping Dooley like a barbell, the crazed chief then set her sights on his partner. Carlo attempted to escape out the door, but she yanked him back in by the collar of his uniform. He cried and squirmed like a worm on a hook, begging not to die. Looking at him with utter disgust, Veronica flung him out the window. Falling 4 stories down, Carlo landed on the hood of their squad car parked in front of the hospital. Horrified employees ran for their lives while Veronica ricocheted down the hallway walls. She stumbled down the stairs and hammered down the emergency exit doors. Thunder and lightning crackled through the dark brown horizon as she ran outside. Blood washed off her hands and flowed down the drainage as heavy rainfall pounded on the pavement. Angry, confused, now sorrowful. Looking up at the sky, sobbing over what she has done, she repeatedly whispered,
Help me. Help me. Help me.
Chapter 84. As sunlight graced the towers of lower Manhattan, outraged commuters gawked at the ruins of Club Candy Cane. Pictures and videos flooded social media, becoming the #1 trending topic. Firefighters put out the last of the flames, while legit NYPD officers redirected onlookers to a safer distance. News vans swerved past the morning traffic and raced one another to the devastated site, ready to interview whoever wanted to talk. Hours had passed since Gina got buried underneath the wreckage, not moving an inch or winking an eye or inhaling a breath. Yet she heard the mass confusion loud and clear. Had Commissioner Wood made good on his promise? Was she dead this time? Vasquez! She opened her eyes, awakening to the sound of Cornelius Wood's eerie voice. Everything fell silent, except for the air pumping through her lungs, which were compressed under tons of rubble.
Who was that?
She wondered.
I told you this would happen. What are you going to do now?
Gina grew numb. Her eyes moved in every direction, too weak to break free from her concrete burial mound.
Come on, Vasquez. Use your angel powers. Call on your God. Or stay there and die a slow death as you deserve.
You don't know me.
Gina growled at Wood.
You never have.
Gina wiggled her fingers and felt rock crumble apart after one tap. Continuously wiggling and digging, one of her wrists eventually got free. She then twisted her fist with the speed of a drill and vastly broke away through the heavy blockage. Rock and rubble separated from under her body, and Gina fell into a hole along with an avalanche of tumbling concrete. It seemed like a bottomless pit as Gina dropped for numerous minutes, drifting through perpetual darkness, surrounded by screaming echoes and brushed by a constant cold gust. What was going on? Was she heading toward the center of the earth? An entrance to an alternate dimension? The wormhole to hell? Without her powers, she'll presumably fall forever.
Ugh!
Gina suddenly crash-landed on a jagged and uneven surface. Although still enveloped in impenetrable darkness, her night vision allowed her to see no blood on her clothing. Getting to her feet easily, no physical injuries were noticed or felt whatsoever. She must be back at full strength. She walked through the dark as if it was bright as the day. Her hand traveled along the damp rocky walls of a dank ovoid cave curving up from the ground and arched 100 feet high. Giant stalactites hung like icicles. Even though neither end displayed evidence of freedom, she shivered from chilling air coming from her left side. Unexpectedly, Commissioner Wood's eerie voice had resurfaced, reverberating through the hollow cave.
Vasquez!
He taunted.
You're a brave girl.
Expecting a surprise attack coming, she stretched out her fingers and balled them up into fists. Wait, is that light? A flicker of a match? It was hard to tell coming from afar. She walked toward the flicker and watched it grow to a flaming torch the closer she got. It led her into another cave, but this one was the size of a basketball court. Torches ignited along the walls in unison. Engraved in the rocks were the 12 symbols of the zodiac. A stone mound stood dead center, resembling an oversized anthill. Gina peeked inside its spout and saw a thick liquid swirling and bubbling like marble-colored lava. Just then, a slimy blob slowly rose from out the liquid and levitated over the stone. Slowly it materialized into an elongated dagger. Muddy remnants slid off and dripped down the spout, uncovering silver metal that blazed like a shooting star. A loathsome gasp seeped out from her mouth as she recognized this deathly structure.
Wally's knife.
Radiant beams shot out from the pentagrams on the handle, magnetically drawn to the zodiac signs. Suddenly, the cave floor violently trembled. Symbolic rocks shattered into rubble, forming 12 openings that encircled the Angelite like paparazzi at the airport. White smoke erupted, along with spine-chilling howls that zigzagged around the cave. Orange light vibrantly glowed against a burgundy landscape. From amongst the smoke came a monstrous, half-charred creature, slamming its limbs onto the rocks as its vicious claws climbed through the opening. A huge snout was stapled onto its mangled face with wine-colored serpent pupils as large as grown-up hands. Fangs hung over its twisted mouth. Burnt fur covered its dark green, scaly skin. Various slash marks on its chest resembled the crucifix symbol. More cave-splitting growls had sounded from the other openings. Identical-looking creatures clawed their way out as well, each more hideous than the last. Collectively, they roared at the highest frightening pitch. The knife shot up through the ceiling like a rocket as the entire cave continued to rumble. Terrified beyond rational thought, Gina flashed out of the cave and ran as far away from those hideous beasts as possible. Passing through rushing winds, seeing nothing but bland color streaks, Gina stopped. She had no idea where she was going. Why waste her energy running if there was no place to hide? She wound up in a deserted landscape with dying grass and yellow patches. Weeds the sides of picket fences. Trees as tall as evergreens were shriveled and lopsided. Shades of gray painted the sky as if a severe thunderstorm approached.
Vasquez!
Wood's detestable voice echoed again.
My demons are gonna kill you!
If only Pastor Good was here to help. He would have known where he was and how to escape. Then, from the corner of her eye, she spotted someone running on the other side of the land.
Wait!
She shouted. Gina flashed over to where the person was running, but instantly they vanished. There! Now they're running toward a cluster of trees. Again she ran over, and they disappeared. Walking deeper inside the desolate forest, she came across a pool-sized ditch. The ground was dry and muddy. Hundreds of broken branches stuck out like thorns from a bush. She jumped into the ditch to investigate.
Oh my God!
She gasped. Those weren't sticks trapped inside the mud. They were decomposed arms. Dead bodies flooded the ditch, stiffly reaching outward. Mouths left wide open, displaying gray-colored, rotted teeth. Cobwebs occupied the spaces where their eyes used to be. Mud sparkled from metal shapes implanted along the corpses. She knelt next to a body and dug her nails into the cold ground. Sadly, she discovered the metal object was a badge. Numerous other bodies she checked. Each one had a badge hanging from their rotting flesh. representing different precincts and law organizations. The ditch turned out to be a graveyard. All of a sudden, one arm came to life and latched onto Gina's leg, pulling and tugging her down toward the mud. Gina broke away and ignited her fist into an energy ball. She paused. That face covered in grime and dirt. She knew who it was. Veronica!
Hold on, Ronnie!
She pleaded.
I got you!
Before she could grab her arm, Veronica was dragged across the wasteland and pulled toward a huge hole centered in the ditch. As soon as Gina swished over, a fiery mist blasted her face, momentarily blinding her. Hundreds of dead arms began to swipe and swing wildly. Gina mowed through the field of zombie arms and zoomed out of the pit. No time to cry over her friend as gray clouds morphed into a charcoal black scene. Wind velocity increased as thunder roared amongst the horizon. Cracks raced through the mud as volcanic activity occurred. Gina became unglued, letting her fear and emotion get the better of her.
Vasquez! Soon you'll be a fallen angel!
Just about to reach the breaking point, Gina got hit with a sense of reality. Wood is constantly attacking her because she's a threat.
That was the last time, Wood.
She declared. Pressing her hands together, Gina closed her eyes and tilted her head towards the heavens. She prayed for her strength to be at its highest, for her powers to reach no limit, for her mind to stay focused, no matter how great the strife may be. She could feel an electrifying sensation flow through her veins. Pure energy radiantly burst from her eyes. Her fists burned like Olympic torches. Gusting winds retreated from the immense power pulsing around her body. She felt invincible. No demon would stand a chance against her. A geyser of white smoke exploded from several miles away. 12 demons flew through the dark sky like a flock of ravens. Their wings were the size of airplanes. Foot-long tails wildly flapped behind them as they made a beeline toward the Angelite. However, they suddenly swerved away, retreating from the radiating light glowing around her body. Gina calmly paced back and forth, waiting to punish the first creature who invaded her personal space. After an intense stare-down, the demons, obsessed with tasting angel blood, dove at her like a brigade of Scud missiles. Gina tensed up and crouched into an attack position. The battle had just begun. The war was far from over. Chapter 85. Natalie left Mayor Goldberg lying in front of the Channel 4 news station like a newborn kitten at someone's doorstep. She felt drained, needing to rest. Speeding back to the church was a bad idea at this point. After the Times Square fiasco, her car must have been impounded. She made one last dash to the Manhattan Tow Pound facility and paid to get it out. The West Side Highway was empty. She should get back to the Bronx in no time. For the first time this week, before hearing the news of Martha's murder, Natalie had a chance to enjoy the peace, have a moment to breathe. Cat Strutter is no more. She got her revenge after all. However, it haunted her to realize that another demon worse than Strutter will rear its ugly head sooner than later. A half hour later, Natalie got to the church with no problem. No tailing cops or inner-city traffic to worry about. What alarmed her, though, was seeing no burnt streaks on the pavement in front of the church. Gina has yet to arrive. Already, doubts were boarding on her train of thought. Be it that Gina's skills were more advanced, she should have been here by now. Natalie entered the church, hoping to see her fellow Angelite plopped in one of the pews, saying how she took a cab back to get some rest. Disappointedly, she spotted Pastor Good sitting by the pulpit alone. His demeanor wasn't as humble as usual, carrying a troublesome vibe that she could feel by the entranceway.
Have you heard from Gina?
She asked while walking to the pulpit. It's hard for me to say, Good responded. I know she's alive, but I can't say she's on her way or...
What do you mean you know she's alive? If I made it back, then she should have been here hours ago. How could you not know what happened to her?
Let me explain. I can sense the spirits of both Gina and Alexandra, but I'm having trouble pinpointing their location physically. It's like sensing there's a burglar in the house, but you don't know where they're hiding.
How is that possible?
Honestly, I don't know. Perhaps their spirituality somehow got separated from the physicality, leaving them specters wandering around the planet, maybe even dimensions.
Kind of like astral projection?
Somewhat. Angels have been combing every trace of this plane, but have yet to find a trace of either one of them. Knowing Gina's tenacity as I do, I'm confident it's only a matter of time before we pinpoint their location. Natalie looked concerned.
I don't understand how they can find their way back if they're wandering spirits. Maybe I should go out there and help with the search party.
This is when the power of faith comes in, Miss Mercedes. Have you already forgotten how Gina's manifestation has rapidly advanced to higher levels? She's capable of returning to us eventually. Having both of you gone is just the opportunity the crucifix will seize and use to attack. Without an Angelite to fend them off, humanity will be doomed.
Which is why we can't just sit here and do nothing. I'm going out there.
You'll be searching for hours, which will completely drain you. Not only do you need to recharge, but the crucifix knows you're the only Angelite able to fight. We need you at full strength. Therefore, I strongly urge you to remain patient.
I can't do that. What if Gina dies out there because I chose to wait, when I could have done something to save her life, like she saved mine? I would never forgive myself. Say a prayer for me, Pastor, because I'm going to search for my friend.
No, he hollered, overcome with a terrible feeling. You have another friend who needs your help. I just don't know who. Natalie didn't have many friends left. The first people who came to mind were her staff and...
Memphis?
Without hearing the details, she bolted out of the church and zoomed over land and sea to find him. She concentrated on pinpointing his location like a map app. Energies had drawn her toward Staten Island. Not knowing his exact address, she searched several neighborhoods, tracking his trail like a bloodhound. Ultimately, winding up in Tottenville, she was led to a modest 2-story house with a white picket fence. Knocks plated on the mailbox. She found his home.
Maybe it was a premonition.
She guessed. Seeing their parking space was empty,
should have asked before I ran over here.
Walking across the lawn, she saw no signs of a break-in. Lights were off inside. The front door still intact. It had to be a premonition that Pastor Good came across. She was brought here to foil another crucifix plot before it even started. But then she heard a stumble come from upstairs. She slowly opened the front door and crept through the living room. Clear. Making her way to the kitchen, she found a neon pink post-it on the stove that read,
I'm at Mother's. Call me. Naomi.
Natalie blew a sigh of relief, knowing that one of her friends was safe. She closed her eyes and focused on changing her vision to X-ray mode. Miraculously, she looked through the ceiling. Looking past the support beams, sheetrock, and multiple styles of furniture, she spotted 2 bodies, one heading toward the window while the other lied on the floor. She rocketed up the stairs and smashed the bedroom door to pieces. Entering the room, she nearly slipped on the blood leaking across the hardwood floor, all coming from one source.
Memphis!
she gasped, finding him curled in the corner, bleeding from a huge gash that stretched diagonally across his midsection. The perpetrator fled the scene but left his footprint on the window ledge. Dropping next to her friend, she generated heat through her fingers, becoming scalding hot. Memphis yelled in agony as she stroked them along his chest to cauterize the wound. She cradled him in her arms while getting on her phone to dial 911. With the little strength he had left, Memphis pointed at the wall behind his bed. Natalie was horrified at the sight of smudged bloody letters that spelled out one word: RICOCHETTI. Ricochet. Alternate ending. Chapter A. As sunlight graced the towers of Lower Manhattan, outraged commuters were gawking at the ruins of Club Candy Cane. Pictures and videos flooded social media and became the #1 trending topic. Firefighters were putting out the last of the flames, while legit NYPD officers handled the onlookers by directing them to a safer distance. Ambulances swerved past the morning traffic, and news vans raced one another to the devastated scene, ready to interview whoever was willing to talk. Gina was still buried beneath the wreckage, incapacitated several hours after the explosion. She hadn't moved an inch, or winked an eye, or inhaled a breath. Yet she heard the mass confusion loud and clear. Had Commissioner Wood made good on his promise? Was she dead for real this time? Just then, the sounds of the crowd faded away as one dismaying voice grew louder. Crying and heartfelt pleas followed as if that person was facing death. Gina opened her eyes and shouted,
Alex!
Concrete chunks and twisted metal launched countless feet in the air and crashed into vehicles inside a 2-block radius. Gina emerged from the ruins, soiled and blackened. Policemen and EMTs rushed in to help her, but she vanished within the thick white smoke. Questions from frightened commuters buzzed throughout the area like bees in a hive, but police had no answers. Seconds later, Gina arrived at the FBI building, and it was in total bedlam. As firefighters and CSI ran their investigation, Gina swerved through various vehicles and panicked hostages, calling out for Alex. She ran down to the lower levels and swooped past the firemen. The once state-of-the-art facility, known as Level 4, now looked like a junkyard for Watts, foggy, and stunk of burnt plastic. Wires hung from the ceiling like streamers, and high-tech equipment became recyclables from the back of a dump truck. Gina was about to check the room, but then she kicked Alex's phone accidentally. Although the battery was dead, the phone operated perfectly once placed in her hands. The camera app was still on. She mercifully bawled, listening to her sister's parting words. Suddenly, Pastor Good showed up wearing a fireman's uniform. He kneeled down next to the Angelite and quietly turned the phone off. "Come with me," he said.
I'm not going anywhere without my sister.
Gina debated.
If she's still here, I got to find her. I can't leave her burning under this.
She's back at the church.
What? Is she okay?
It's hard to say. I just need you to come with me now. Gina took the pastor's hand, and a flash of light passed her eyes before winding up back at the church. She wiggled her fingers and caressed her face, shaking off the numbing sensation. Pastor Good directed her attention toward the pulpit, and Alex was lying on the communion table, unresponsive. She ran to her sister's side, already thinking the worst, but the pastor laid his comforting hand on her shoulder, urging her to stay calm.
Is she dead?
Gina fearfully asked in between double breaths. The pastor wasn't sure on how to answer. For the moment, she's still alive, he began to explain. But now remains the question of whether her life force will regain strength. As you may have assumed, Alex was trapped in that fiery devastation and left that message believing that she'll never see you again. But for her act of bravery, Alex had transcended to divine heights and finally became an Angelite, as she always wanted. Gina gasped.
She's like me?
Yes. Right after the explosion, Alex acted on raw emotions and unleashed a massive attack. Since she never properly trained her talents, however, her physical threshold wasn't enough to handle power of such magnitude. Her life force got completely drained, so it's tough to say how long her coma will last.
What are her chances?
For the average newcomer, it'll take a couple of weeks, maybe even a month or two. If she's as resilient as you are, then she could awaken in a matter of hours. But if her body is too weak, then she'll... Gina wanted to smash the walls into smithereens, but she fought back her destructive urges and listened to reason.
There's nothing I can do for her, is there?
She asked. Of course there is. Stay faithful. With all that's happened lately, I believe that should be the least difficult thing for you to do. I have faith that Alex will pull through. Deep down inside, I know you believe that too. Gina looked at her sister and nodded. Pastor Good excused himself and headed back to the prayer room, hoping for the angels to pull off another miracle. Gina, worn and tired, sat in the first pew and fought to keep her eyes open, wanting to be the first face that Alex sees once she awakes. After the high amounts of stress she endured all night, she eventually fell asleep.
Is this seat taken?
She heard and woke up unexpectedly. Standing at the end of the pew was Natalie Mercedes, refreshed and intact after her firestorm performance at City Hall. Gina cracked a tired smile. Natalie moved into the pew, sitting next to her.
How are you holding up?
She asked.
I'm holding. That's all I can say.
Gina responded.
How long you've been here? Not too long. Pastor Good filled me in on your sister's condition. Why did she do this to herself? I told her to wait until I came and got her, but she chose to be a hero. Saxon promised me he would get her out safely, and look what happened. You know, I thought time stood still on the night that Martha died. When someone you love is just taken away from you, it's too horrific to explain. Worst pain there is. You were right, by the way, about confusing revenge and justice. When I killed Strutter, I felt vindicated. Once I left City Hall, I realized that I was using my rage to rationalize vengeance as a form of justice. At the end of it all, Martha's not coming back. By the look in your eyes, I can tell what you're thinking. You want to go out there and kill anybody that looks like Hart and his mother. What will that accomplish? If I had these powers when Martha died, then I would have landed on every most wanted list across the globe. You changed that. Our paths crossed for a reason, leading us to this moment. We were meant to help each other because we are the strongest. Instead of acting on your anger, rejoice that she died a hero. You should be proud of her.
Teary-eyed Gina replied.
I am. Thank you.
Natalie shrugged and mentioned that she was doing a favor for a friend.
When John asked me to join him,
Gina explained,
there was a part of me that actually understood what he was trying to do. My skin crawls at the thought of betraying you and becoming one of them.
She shivered.
More than ever, we need to guard our hearts and our minds because it's going to get harder. At least we don't have to face it alone.
Gina extended her hand and Natalie gave it a slap, cementing their newly formed sisterhood. A slight groan came from the pulpit and Gina immediately raced to the table. While slightly moving her fingers, Alex slowly opened her eyes, elated to see her sister's face. Not only was she grateful to have survived the explosion, but overjoyed that her bravery and sacrifice had been rewarded. More than becoming an Angelite, she had another chance at life with her sister.
I don't know why I was so worried about you.
Gina said to Alex.
I knew you'd come back.
Gina,
Alex uttered.
that was the best deep sleep I've had in years.
Gina laughed gleefully.
About what I said to you before?
Stop. Forget everything that happened before. That all died in the explosion. This is a new day, and you have a new life. Let's start over from this point forward, okay?
The sisters tightly hugged and mentioned how much they loved one another.
I guess resilience runs in the family.
Natalie added, circling from behind Gina.
Glad to have you back in the fight, Alex.
Thanks.
Alex muddled.
Who are you?
This is Natalie.
Gina introduced.
She's one of us.
You mean she's...
Gina happily nodded while Natalie stood confidently with her arms crossed, nodding at the agent and raising an eyebrow. Alex cracked a smile and said,
Nice to meet you.
Pastor Good was right. The others that he mentioned were entering the picture. Thrilled to see the Vasquez family reunited, Natalie turned to Pastor Good, who was standing at the back of the stage. He silently gave thanks to the angels watching over them. Thank you, Father, he prayed. I believe they are ready. Chapter B. Church service had started later that morning, and the ministry band jammed on stage with songs of praise and worship. The pews were filled with hungry people seeking the holy word to quench their spiritual craving. Natalie sat up front with the Vasquez family. Sienna and Raul were all smiles, dressed in their Sunday best. Gina and Alex's battling clothes looked brand new, modeling it like a couple of mannequins. Looking at the Vasquez family rejoicing as a whole, Natalie realized that despite bitter feelings towards Martha's ex, Henry didn't deserve to be shut out. So determined to grasp revenge that she forgot to take his feelings into consideration. He must have been hurting just as much as she did, maybe more. Reconnecting with Henry was her first priority and became the surrogate mother that he'll need in his young life. Illuminating rays of sunshine exploded down the aisle as the church doors opened. Entering was Saxon Davis in a clean and spiffy navy blue suit, looking like a man with a new lease on life. Following him was a clean-shaven Memphis Knox with his wife Naomi hooked on his arm. Elated to see that they survived, Gina waved them over. Hugs and greetings were exchanged all around. Sienna kissed Saxon on the cheek, happy to see her old friend again. Natalie shared a group hug with both Memphis and Naomi like old college buddies at a reunion. Naomi already started with the catching up questions, but the concert had ended before she got any answers. As service got underway, Gina and Alex thanked Saxon for all he did without being specific, not wanting to upset their parents. The veteran understood and answered, "You're welcome." Soft music played from the keyboard, and Pastor Good asked the congregation to close their eyes. He led them in prayer about breaking the chains of the world and letting your spirit roam free. He spoke a verse from Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Collectively, the people prayed amongst themselves, having joy come into their hearts upon feeling the presence of God. Gina heard a soft angelic voice singing from the stage. She squinted her eyes from the blinding amber light shining above. Floating down was a young angel gently landing on stage, graced with the beauty of a Renaissance painting. Her large white wings closed over shoulders like a cloak. Long brown hair flowed down to her knees, complementing her golden brown skin. Gina moved in for a closer look and was flabbergasted, instantly recognizing her sweet face, Christine Jordan.
It's you!
She exclaimed.
You're the prisoner of that cult! With me and Ronnie and... You're an angel? You've been an angel all this time? Yes, Gina.
Christine answered with a smile.
Pastor Good was absolutely right about having an angel watch over you through those dark years. However, I've dropped several messages to you about what was to come, but you were too far gone to listen then. We've waited so patiently for you to pull yourself out from that hole of guilt and shame, but throughout that wait, I never left your side.
Gina thought she was disrupting the service, but surprisingly, the congregation was still in prayer.
No one can see us.
Christine mentioned.
It's just you and me talking now. Does the pastor know you're here? Of course. And so does his sister. You're talking to Alex too? But why? Although she sounded confident over the phone with you, her faith was rapidly declining. She thought she would die in that building, so I went there to give her a message similar to what I tried to do for you. To tell her that she was an Angelite already. She didn't believe me. You two are definitely sisters. So the Spawns gang never kidnapped you, did they? They most certainly did. I just made it easy for them. This, I'd say, was a drastic approach. Something I've never been accustomed to doing, but I knew this would be the way to get your faith going again. Ronnie!
She gasped.
I've been so busy with stopping Heart that I forgot about her. I need to get back there. And you will.
Christine assured.
Would you happen to know if she's okay? Unfortunately, she's trapped in the middle of a personal war that will determine the outcome of her life. Something happened to her the night you two came to rescue me. It could wind up strengthening her for the future or completely kill her spirit. However, we both know that she's a fighter and won't go down easy.
Gina was amazed at how articulate and wise little Christine was.
Now that you have some downtime,
The angel continued.
she could use as much of your support as possible. Go to her. Meanwhile, this will give your friends plenty of time to train. Can I save Ronnie?
The Angelite asked.
Yes. But not with powers. With faith. If you believe in her enough, then she'll ultimately come back. Even under the worst case scenario, Gina, always have faith. You're the light and the rest of the Angelites will need to follow during those times. It may feel like the world is on your shoulders, but you won't be carrying the weight alone.
Gina hugged Christine as if she was her long-lost daughter. Pure love from the young angel was wrapped in her arms, warm and soft like a slept-in pillow. She may have saved Christine's life that night, but on this day, the angel saved hers. Pastor Good said that every person has a guardian angel. Gina couldn't have been more blessed with a more loving and intelligent angel sitting on her shoulder. Chapter C. Afternoon time had arrived in a hot and sunny mood in New Mexico. There has been no change in Veronica Silverblaze's condition, but doctors are still in the dark as to what caused her coma. Gina sat beside, holding her best friend's hand, caressing her forehead. Alex entered the room carrying a pitcher of water and 3 styrofoam cups. She poured water into 2 cups for them to drink, and the extra cup was in good faith that Veronica will wake up soon.
So what do you think?
Asked Alex, taking a seat by the window.
Right now, it doesn't matter much what I think.
Gina responded.
It's all in God's hands now. I don't want Ronnie to die. I've been surrounded by so much death this week, including my own. Just can't bear to see anymore, especially from someone I care for dearly. She's not dead, Allie. We just need to be as supportive as possible until she opens her eyes and rant and rave about dragging her to this town for a lopsided battle against a cult filled with crazed Satan worshippers.
The ladies laughed aloud for a moment. Then it quickly died. Gina wished she told Veronica to wait outside for the cavalry, but it would have fallen on deaf ears. She loved the Vasquez sisters like family, and she'd go to war with anyone who tried to hurt them.
Here's something I don't get.
Gina realized.
Ronnie and I were both in that explosion. Why did the angels come from me and not her? Because Pastor Good summoned them from your room.
Alex answered.
That's just it. Pastor Good was nowhere near Manhattan when your building exploded. And what about Natalie and Saxon? What is it about us that gave a reason for the angels to snatch us away from certain death, whereas Ronnie's been fighting for days to survive? Something's not right.
Besides being quick-tempered and a bit more aggressive, Ronnie's just as heroic and compassionate as you.
Alex added.
I thought she'd be a shoo-in to be an Angelite, unless something happened before the explosion. You did mention that the group was a bunch of Satanists, right? Could the cult possibly have cast some kind of hex or curse on her just before you thwarted the ceremony?
I doubt it. Those guys were useless. They had as much power as a AA battery.
The only supernatural threat they had was that knife.
Just then, Gina saw flashbacks of that dreaded night in Carmel City. The deteriorated church going up in flames. Christine shackled to the sacrifice table. The devilish knife penetrating through Thorne's chest. And then it hit her.
Beams!
She gasped.
I saw beams shooting out from the knife, and Ronnie got hit.
You don't think she's...
Alex fearfully assumed. Needing to know for sure, Gina slid down the blankets halfway and slowly lifted the collar of Veronica's gown. Expecting to see something gory, Gina took in some oxygen and peeked at her chest. Thankfully, no ugly bruises or menacing scars. The sisters were relieved. Chapter D. Alex decided to go for a walk and called the bureau to check in on her team, namely Lloyd. Strolling down the hallway, she spotted the doctor talking to a tall guy dressed in a black fitted sweater and dark denim jeans. A shiny Los Angeles detective badge was clipped on the side of his belt. Judging by his muscular build and bald fade hairstyle, Alex thought he looked like an old friend of the family. The man turned around and smiled as soon as he caught a glimpse of the agent. It was Owen Law. They met halfway down the hall, and Owen wrapped his arms around the shorter agent, lifting her off the ground like a little girl. To Alex, Owen was the older brother she never had, elected as his advocator whenever Gina played hard to get. Owen always had a ton of respect for Alex, knowing what she wanted and working hard to get it. He nicknamed her Brainy.
Why didn't you call?
Thrillingly asked Alex.
We would have picked you up if we knew you were coming.
Thanks, Brainy, said Owen. I made this trip on the spur of the moment. Word only reached me about Ronnie last night, or else I would have been out here sooner. I should have called. It would have given me the chance to catch up with you and what's her name?
Oh, stop!
Alex giggled.
It's good seeing you, O. How's the LA life treating you?
Media love me, cops hate me. News reporters follow me around like paparazzi, especially the ladies. I'm passionate about my job, but these cops take it as me being a show-off. Typical celebrity lifestyle, I guess.
They've always been haters, O. Those guys know that you're the best at your job, but what gets under their skin is that you know it too. That being said, you do tend to be somewhat flamboyant at times.
What? Me? That's crazy, Brainy. I'm just confident in my ability, that's all. Cops should stop being mad at me and focus their hate towards the media because they're not noticing them at all.
LA. Everyday struggles filmed for entertainment?
Something like that, Owen smiled. So where's Ronnie?
Down the hall, room 412. I'm gonna call the office and come right back. Are you staying for a while?
For as long as I can, unless Ronnie can walk out of this place today, whichever comes first. We'll have time to catch up later.
Meanwhile, there will be time for you and Gina to catch up.
Alex winked as she walked toward the elevator. Owen kiddingly laughed but truly longed for nothing more. Relationships have come and gone, but after 10 years, Gina still owned a piece of his heart. He peeked through the door of room 412 and his heart broke seeing his longtime friend in such a helpless state. Owen contemplated on waiting in the lounge area to avoid getting stirred up emotionally, but his heart skipped a beat as the lady of his life sat at the end of the bed. Years of playing phone tag and writing novel-sized emails to each other, Owen never thought he would ever see her beautiful face again. It's unfortunate that a tragedy has reunited them. Sensing that she wasn't alone, Gina turned to the door and felt butterflies rumble in her stomach. Owen opened the door and spread out his long arms for a welcoming hug. The Angelite leapt from the bed and tightly wrapped her friend for several minutes. She may be chosen to save the world, but at that moment, she never felt safer. "How have you?" Owen started, but Gina interrupted and said,
Shh. Not yet.
Owen leaned his head against her auburn hair and closed his eyes, feeling the happiest he's been in years. Being with her was the only time he ever felt whole. As for Gina, she questioned herself many times if Owen was the man for her, but their friendship meant so much more to her that she wouldn't dare risk losing him over the complications of love.
It's about time you showed up,
Gina joked, finally letting him go. "I came as soon as I heard," said Owen. They both pulled up chairs and sat next to the bed. "How's she doing?"
She's fighting. That's the only positive thus far.
"Have the doctors told you anything?"
Nothing. They have no idea how long Ronnie will be under like this. They don't even have a clue on what's wrong with her.
Ronnie's been in a coma for days and they still don't know how she got this way? What the hell happened to her?
You know who Christine Jordan is, right?
The Amber Alert, yeah, I know about that. I heard on the news not too long ago that she was rescued.
Yeah, we're the ones who found her.
Owen couldn't believe his ears.
It's true, oh. Christine was abducted by a cult from this town, and Ronnie and I went to rescue her. She got hurt during the chaos and has been here ever since.
Christ, Gina. You two went after a cult by yourselves? Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I didn't think it would be this serious. I had a game plan going into this, and I prayed she had a concussion or something and would be released the next day. Sorry. I should have told you.
No. I'm sorry, G. You have other things to worry about than go chasing me down. I ran into Alex in the hallway. This is the first time I actually saw her as a woman. When she came to me, I thought to myself, damn, Alex is grown. She's not my little brainy anymore.
Certainly not.
Gina laughed.
But she's always looked up to you.
And I still don't know why. They both laughed. Owen noticed how physically drained Gina seemed and was concerned. How are you holding up? He asked.
Considering the circumstances, I'm doing okay.
She sighed.
It's been a rough couple of days, and I'm still withdrawing from it.
Need any help?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm just so happy to see you.
Makes two of us. Owen got up and moved his chair next to Gina. He sat down and slid his arm over the back of her chair. Gina, surprisingly, didn't move away. With a look of sincerity, Owen started. I want to apologize for what I said to you that day in the psych ward.
You mean about if I'd marry you, then none of this would have happened?
She assumed. No, I meant that. But you were carrying enough emotional baggage, and it was wrong for me to hit you over the head with a, I told you so. That wasn't my intent, and I'm sorry for that.
I forgave you the moment you said it.
You did? Thank you. Gina smiled as Owen looked at the floor and nodded. She reached out and held his hand, pressing his palms against hers. Without saying a word, he expressed that he'll always be there for her. Gina was about to say something, but then paused. Was she ready to let her guard down? Does she want to go to the next level? From out of nowhere, Veronica grabbed Gina's arm. Her body arched from the bed like a bow as she grunted in pain. Bed monitors ran like crazy, and Owen rushed out to the halls to get the doctor. Gina grabbed Veronica's head and looked into her eyes, observing glowing red blotches scurrying around like insects. Making sure the room was clear, pulsing energy surged from Gina's fingertips. Veronica screamed in agonizing pain as the Angelites' crackling raw power was injected into her head. The chaos suddenly stopped, and Veronica plopped on the bed with her limbs as stiff as boards. Her eyes trembled with fright.
Ronnie! Ronnie! Can you hear me?
Gina asked, fighting to shake her friend out of her horrified state. Veronica slowly turned to the Angelite and whispered,
Narc. Say that again. Narc. Ronnie, talk to me! Ronnie! Ronnie!
Veronica's eyes rolled back as she returned to her unconscious state. Owen, Alex, and the doctor ran into the room and saw Gina in shock. The doctor asked what happened, but all she could say was,
She was awake.
The doctor called in some nurses and they prepared Veronica's bed for transport.
She woke up.
Gina told Alex and Owen.
What's wrong with her?
Alex gasped.
What did she say? I don't know. She's back in a coma. All she kept saying was, Narc. Narc? As in narcotics agents? I don't know.
Let's follow them, said Owen, and escorted the ladies down the hall. As Veronica was rushed to the ICU wing, a nurse blocked the doors and stopped the Angelites and Detective Law from entering. Alex pulled out her badge and threatened her to step aside, but the nurse reasoned with them, saying it was a safety precaution to avoid adding stress to the situation.
Please understand.
The nurse pleaded.
We'll do whatever we can to help your friend. I promise you'll have answers as soon as we get them.
Alex wanted to rush past those doors, but she agreed.
I want immediate updates every hour,
she instructed, and the nurse rejoined her team. Gina wished that there was something she could do, but it would be an uphill battle without knowing what was wrong. Time and power would be wasted, so they all needed to be patient. Unbeknown to the worried trio was another presence lurking in the shadows who also had interest in the future of Veronica Silverblaze. Gazing at the Angelites from the other side of the glass, the sadistic grinning face of Cornelius Wood emerged from the darkness.
Silverblaze,
he whispered. Grandpa's waiting.